Chapter 1. Welcome.
A light blue screen gingerly floated in front of Drake, his brows scrunched in confusion as he looked back at it. A single bold word blinked at him in the middle of the game-like screen.
Welcome.
This isn't what I was watching. Where did this screen come from? Drake questioned. His gaze was again brought to the subtly bobbing screen. Paying closer attention, he saw a small blinking arrow at the bottom, prompting him to continue. Oh, man. I kinda don't like that. I've seen one too many movies that start out like this, Drake muttered. Trying to stand from his sitting position, he noticed that he was in a comfortable, office-like chair. His brows rose once again, suddenly taken aback. I should have been in bed watching my late-night show. And why is it so chilly in here? He thought, looking down at his exposed feet upon the cold tile floor. Oh, that isn't a good sign. Ignoring the screen only made it blink more aggressively in Drake's peripheral, but quite frankly, it wasn't the weirdest thing here, and that said a lot. Drake patted himself down. He would have thought it impossible, but it looked like he had somehow been moved out of his apartment and into this white, nondescript room. His gaze moved down his body, passing over his plain t-shirt, to stop with some embarrassment at his pants, or his lack thereof. Oh, shit, I'm pantsless, too! Hey! Whoever you are, oh, you didn't even have the decency to clothe me when you kidnapped me? He shouted at nothing in particular, hoping someone would hear him and provide some answers. The room didn't seem to have any doors to speak of, and no windows, which was another confusing thing to add to the list of rather confusing things. There was light, but no visible sources. Did one of my brothers put you up to this? I know my birthday's coming up soon, but this goes way beyond the normal prank. Hello? Drake continued to shout for a few minutes, eventually devolving into loud insults and indecencies thrown at the sarcastic-looking wall. He finally resorted to screaming at the top of his lungs until he ran out of energy and slid down against a wall to sit. After a few minutes of staring into space, a bell sounded in Drake's head, followed by a mechanical female voice.
Welcome, new persons, to the integration of your world into fused world number 75,100,000,000,000,000,000. You will have 1 hour to go through the introduction before the initial tutorial commences. May you gain insight, power, and renown. And most importantly, survive.
The cold announcement only added to the ominous and confusing knot forming in Drake's stomach. The bell and voice faded, and Drake's vision panned down from the ceiling, focusing on the screen again. A timer had been added to the upper right section.
Time remaining until initiation, 59 minutes, 45 seconds.
I've definitely seen this movie before, and I really don't want to see what happens when the timer runs out. He chuckled wearily as he reluctantly pressed the continue button.
Chapter 2. A very shocking introduction. Welcome.
A new and far more sardonic female voice said, startling Drake and causing him to sprawl on the ground. With the lack of doors, it shouldn't have been possible for someone to enter unnoticed. But the shock of a new voice brought Drake to his feet, assessing the person across from him. On the other side of a newly placed white table, He wondered where it had come from. Was a picturesque woman with shoulder-length black hair and sharp brown eyes staring back at him. Even sitting down, Drake could clearly see her defined body features under the business clothing. If anything, the tightly stretched clothes only made her curves more eye-catching. She reminded Drake of the K-pop stars who filmed promos for one of his favorite games. He let out a whispered, "Wow, you are smoking." An upward crease formed on the side of his mouth. The woman smiled in turn, casually getting to her feet. She was slightly shorter than Drake, maybe around 5'5". She casually sauntered over to his side of the table. No, I've definitely seen this movie before," Drake muttered, looking down at the extravagant woman in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, the woman had pulled out a small taser, but all Drake could see was her brilliant smile. Before he could understand what happened, he went stiff as a board, an intense current surging through his body. He fell back to the ground with an unceremonious thud. "What the fuck, lady?" he choked out while spasming. The woman never stopped smiling as she knelt down next to Drake, the taser still popping and crackling in her hand.
I may be a system construct and only here for now to perform your introduction, but I'll be damned if you'll subject me to your low-tier game without pants, pervert!
She spat, giving Drake another quick shock to the thigh. Drake yelped, pain shooting up the length of his leg like being struck by lightning.
Oh, don't be such a baby. This thing only does 1 damage per hit. The stun is only inconvenient because you don't have any resistances yet. Now here's an extra freebie. Put them on so I don't have to look upon your disappointing lower half.
She giggled condescendingly, dropping blue jeans on Drake's still spasming, drooling face. By the time Drake was able to gain control over his body, he was even more confused than before. According to the welcome screen, it had been a little over 10 minutes. What little time he had here wasted, all over a small compliment. Sure, I forgot that I was half naked, Drake thought. But it's not my fault I was brought here with no pants. I just went on autopilot, and she's right in my strike zone. He sighed inwardly as he slipped into the jeans. He tried his best to ignore the blinking green bar in the top left of his vision, not wanting to acknowledge it. Thinking about it would be admitting to going even more crazy. Transported, half naked, to a small, nondescript room. A gorgeous hottie just spawns into it after I hear voices in my head. How was I supposed to know that this wasn't a lucid dream or coma? He yelled internally.
Ugh, will you sit down already? You don't have all day, and I'd like to get started. We have a lot to go through,
the woman said from her seat at the table. She had gone back to it at some point. Oh, I'm wasting time now, Drake shouted. Aren't you the one who just knocked me out for a harmless compliment? The woman raised a brow at his outburst, her hand rising from below the table. The taser sparked to life menacingly, lighting up the side of her face with a very electrifying crackle.
You were half naked, if you don't remember. Want to go night-night again, brat?
She stated flatly, making it even more terrifying. Yeah, that's fair. No. I'm good, ma'am. Let's get started, shall we? He tried to be polite, silently sliding into his seat at the table.
Good boy. Now hurry up and fill out the information on the screen,
she prompted with the wave of the taser. Drake muttered.
What was that? I didn't quite hear.
The taser snapped to life again. Nothing. What? I just don't really understand the first line. He said nervously, looking down at the screen in front of him.
Please enter your name or alias.
Why would I need an alias? I'm assuming since I'm here you already know my name. This seems like a sign-up for some type of job or game. Oh, did I reincarnate maybe? Drake asked, rapid fire. With the taser out of sight, his enthusiasm began welling up.
Ugh, so many questions, and we haven't even passed the first prompt. Can't you use that thing between your fleshy ears?
The woman groaned with a flourish of her arms. When she popped in, I could have sworn she was an angel. But what's with all this sadistic crap? She's a 10, but her personality is like a 1. I guess that's why they say, don't judge a book by its cover. Drake thought, staring at the woman as he awaited a proper answer. The woman's eyes narrowed in annoyance before she reluctantly answered.
You're lucky I'm mandated to answer even the most mundane of questions, provided they're within a certain scope. No, you haven't been reincarnated. Are you stupid? The reason for the alias option is because in the coming tutorial you'll be placed on specific ladders competing for the rewards at the end.
Drake's ears perked up at the mention of the competition ladders. During his 26 years of life, he had always been an avid gamer, even to the detriment of his social life. Missing a few dates and outings was a worthy trade-off for a few more hours before a screen. Not that he'd tell anyone how much he gained. So, it's like a gamer tag for a game sign-up, he mused.
You can think of it like that,
she said, twirling the taser between her fingers.
But this is no game. The system is made to promote the growth of mana vessels by any means.
Mana vessels?
Yeah. The simplest explanation I'm allowed to give you is that they, or more specifically you and the rest of your race, are containers for ambient mana, meant to contain infinite sums of it throughout the multiverse. You know about the Big Bang, right?
She asked pointedly. Yeah, I went through school. She giggled.
Could have fooled me.
Drake scoffed, a scowl quickly forming on his face.
Well,
she continued,
that didn't happen for no reason. The buildup of mana from the originators, or the first vessels, couldn't be held and went pop.
She gestured, popping her lips.
And now all that mana is continuing out into the multiverse all willy-nilly, doing whatever it likes, creating planets, destroying planets, creating and collapsing whole sectors of the universe. To contain the unstable mana, the surviving originators developed the system to gather and process it.
Well, doesn't that just make 2 bombshells in the room, lady? I feel like you should apologize to all the people who worked so hard to come up with the Big Bang Theory.
Nope. It isn't my fault they were uninformed, incompetent monkeys,
she said flatly. Drake didn't miss his chance to voice some of the questions he had. Well, you said my race, as if there were others. Are you insinuating that there will be other races in this tutorial?
Yes.
And they are? Drake asked, exasperated.
Can't say, won't say, but I will say that your starting zone only has humans in it.
She quipped.
At least as far as participants go.
Fair, Drake said, a little suspicious of the last comment. He pushed the thought away, forcing himself to look back at the screen hovering in front of him. Well, I guess I'll just use my gamer tag for now. When he pressed the input box, a cursor began flashing there as a keyboard manifested into existence, and he typed his handle from some of his more recent RPG games.
Please enter your name or alias. XXX, Demon Hunter Drake, XXX.
Drake's hands practically teleported to cover his flushing face. He just realized he had typed the name he used for single-player RPG games, and it would now be seen by others. Oh, I'm 26, dude, he screamed internally. This is going to be seen by who knows how many people. Oh, how embarrassing would it be to introduce yourself like this? Oh, hey, I'm XXX, Demon Hunter Drake, XXX. He slightly squirmed in his seat.
Hurry up! You have only 40 minutes remaining, so there's no time to dance about. And if you're worried about the alias, don't be. It'll only last for the tutorial ladders and won't matter afterward,
the woman said. She picked at the underside of her nails with the taser, occasionally blowing the dirt off, clearly growing bored of watching Drake agonize over the first prompt. Thanks, he muttered. Remembering an old MMO from when he was younger, Drake thought of the name he used throughout most of the 10-odd years that he played.
Please enter your name or alias. Shot. Chapter 3. You are now level 1.
Nostalgia caused Drake to smile as he read the name. He had coined it after playing one of the more popular third-person shooter games, one he would rank as his number 1. There had been a player dominating the North American region with that name, and he may or may not have looked up to them for their skill, going so far as to steal their IGN. He had used it for himself ever since. Man, I really hope that guy never finds out I stole his IGN. Don't want him getting pissed at me. He nervously thought.
Done?
The woman asked from across the table, bringing Drake out of his internal dialogue. Yeah, all set, he answered, pressing the enter button. A bell sounded inside his head again, followed by a familiar voice, but this time he wasn't startled.
Congratulations! You are now level 1. Please select a starter class.
Well, guess I'm all in now. We're officially crazy, boys, he thought, chuckling nervously to himself. A new line of text appeared on the screen. This time a drop-down selection with explanations popped up. He read the first option, musing that it really was like a game, the flavor text almost making him lick his lips and push up his non-existent glasses. Let's see what we're working with, he thought, bringing up the first option.
Warrior. A great foothold class. Perfect for those who like to bathe in the blood of their enemies, losing themselves in the constant melee, and wishing to see their foes' lives drained from their eyes. Strongly characterized by their large health pools, strength, and use of melee weapons. Initial, +10 vitality, strength, and endurance.
Wow, that's some unusually specific flavor text. And there are actual stats, huh? Oh, so it's a classic RPG character builder. What kind of stats are there, and how do they affect me? Are they like classic game stats, or are there unique differences? Drake asked, trying to glean some more information.
Ugh, another question already. You're going to run out of time before you even pick a class at this rate.
Though her head drooped in faux exhaustion, the woman answered regardless.
They're what you would think of as typical statistics for games. Vitality affects your base health and health regeneration. Strength makes you physically stronger. Dexterity gives you more speed, faster reflexes, greater finesse, and the like. Intelligence increases base mana and makes your spells hit harder, and wisdom is mana regeneration. Endurance modifies your stamina and stamina regeneration. Now, based on certain classes and skills, it might create and affect a substat or be a multiplier of another stat. There are more skills in the multiverse than there are specks of debris in space,
the woman explained. Drake touched his chin thoughtfully. It seemed basic, but better safe than sorry. He knew of some game systems that liked to have substats affected right off the bat. Are there any hidden stats that come from the main 6? Like defensive penetration with more dexterity, for example.
Wow, a creep and a nerd. You're the whole package, aren't you? You must have had a wonderful childhood. Pretty cringe, if you ask me.
You're cringe! The hell's your problem? Who hurt you? Drake said, his face souring. The woman rolled her eyes and continued.
And no, there are technically no substats directly correlated with any of the main stats right now. Like I said, they can be used as multipliers for a skill's damage or a passive substat, but you have to get the passive skill to have the substat as well as grow the stat. So you won't have, say, magic penetration without a passive skill that uses it.
She sneered. Drake hastily went back to the screen with the class explanations.
Ranger. A class for those who wish to strike from the shadows or from afar. Often uses hit-and-run tactics to debilitate their foes and whittle them down while watching them suffer. There's nothing like watching an enemy bleed out and rot from poison. Characterized by their high dexterity and nimbleness. Often seen with ranged weapons. Initial +10 dexterity, strength, and endurance.
Whoa. These explanations are getting a bit out there, Drake thought, selecting the next class.
Cleric. A boon to any party. This is a class that wishes to help the wounded and the weak. For those who wish to seek power through prayer but don't mind crushing a skull with a large mace every once in a while. Characterized by their ability to heal and support others. Often seen with a cudgel and cross. Initial +10 intelligence, wisdom, and endurance.
I think there's something wrong with these class descriptions, Drake finally said.
No.
The woman said, shaking her head.
It says what it says.
Seems, pretty biased towards bloodlust, doesn't it? It isn't just sending us into wholesale slaughter, is it? The woman was eerily silent, letting the question linger in the air like a joke that fell flat. In lieu of answering, she simply flashed a customer service smile at Drake. Okay. That isn't ominous in the slightest, Drake thought, focusing on the last option on the screen.
Mage, a class fantasized for its world-leveling power which grants the ability to destroy swaths of enemies with a single spell. There's nothing like a fiery explosion that lights up the world. Characterized by their devastating magical attacks and high intellect, often seen with a staff and wizard hat. Initial +10 intelligence, wisdom, and dexterity.
Drake's eyes widened. He had assumed there was magic, as the woman had mentioned, but he hadn't wanted to get ahead of himself. Now that he read about it, though, a bona fide mage class. Every game and anime with magic he had watched now flashed across his mind in a tornado of weeby excitement. He couldn't imagine selecting any other class. All caution was thrown to the wind. This was going to be his class. Nostalgia took him through his teen years, remembering the friends he had played with in past MMOs. Endless hours of grinding for gear, levels, money, and items, doing their best to organize people so they could challenge content first, all warmed his heart. He remembered when his guild leader created a custom class for a contest held by one game as a reward for reaching a designated level within a certain time limit. The basis of that class had been a mage, an incredibly versatile cross-class that only scaled into the late game, eventually garnering complaints about being broken. Again, a smirk crossed Drake's face. He was hoping there might be a possibility here as well. "I'm going with mage," he declared as he selected the class and pressed continue.
Congratulations, you have selected Mage as your starting class. You are now a level 1 Mage. You have unlocked Mana Bolt. Bonus stats applied, +10 intelligence, wisdom, and dexterity. You've completed the introduction. Accept rewards.
A sudden torrent of notifications flooded Drake's head as he completed the class selection, berating his inner ears with bells. Instinctively, he covered his ears to try to block out the noise. To no avail.
I should have told you about the flood of notifications you would be getting. My bad,
the woman said. Tilting her head back condescendingly, she sneered again at his pain. Why is it so loud?" Drake asked, gripping his ears as remnants of the ringing still haunted him.
You get used to it, I'm sure. You can also mentally suppress the notifications and view them later. Would suck if that happened during a fight, so might want to do that.
She snickered. "And how do I do that?" Drake questioned, raising his head and shaking it slightly in an attempt to clear the high-pitched ringing.
You know those mute buttons on videos? Just think of it like that. It'll probably work.
Drake did as the woman suggested and imagined clicking the button. "How do I know if it worked?"
The rewards for the class change should still be there, since they haven't come out on the table. Go ahead and accept them mentally.
The woman answered, not missing a beat. He brought up the notifications and saw one asking about the rewards. Mentally assenting to the notification, a wooden staff appeared on the table in front of him. Next to it was a black 20-sided die. Drake picked up the die between his fingers and rolled it around. "I've seen these. Isn't this for tabletops?" he wondered out loud.
Among other things, it's for your class upgrade at level 10, and then second advancement at level 40. You should have gotten a class quest for it. And before you ask, I can't give you the class advancements, and no, it's not because I don't like you,
she said, smirking. Jeez. Lady, aren't you just all rainbows and sunshine? And this is all they start you out with? No pointy hat? No robes? And what quest?
New class quest. Reach Mage level 10. Reward. Class upgrade. Main class skill stone. Class specific skill stone.
Oh, there it is. he thought, laughing wryly.
For now, yes,
she said flatly, ending the conversation. She visibly braced herself for his next questions. Drake put the die back on the table and picked up the wooden staff. It was made of smooth, dark wood and about the length of his arm. It could be used as a club, he supposed, but not a walking stick like Gandalf's. So what's with this staff? Can I fire magic out of it? Drake questioned, turning it back and forth in his hand, enjoying the feeling of the smooth, lacquered surface.
Ooh, stop rubbing your wood in front of me, pervert,
the woman admonished.
And I can't say. Just use the system identification passive. Just look at the item like you want to know what it is. Really, really hard.
Again, Drake did as suggested, and a new window popped, surprising him. This system really was very like a video game.
Novice wooden staff. Common. A starter wooden staff made of what it looks like. Wood. 1 to 12 physical damage. 40 to 44 magic damage. Attack speed, normal. Cast speed, normal.
Reading the flavor text, Drake chuckled. He was starting to enjoy the system's quips. He looked up from the staff in his hand to the woman, noticing that the screen was now counting down from 10. Well, looks like I'm out of here soon, so long as this isn't all just a coma, or a fever dream, I guess. You were slightly less than helpful, miss, but very degrading, which I might say isn't my kink, but no shaming here. You like what you like. Save spaces and all that. He said, standing up with staff in hand, leaning over with an outstretched hand. The woman stood up in a huff, a very familiar crackling sound at her side.
Huh? Are you trying to kink-shame me for a kink I don't even have? I'm a construct made to handle this introduction, molded to put you at ease for the transition to the tutorial, and you have the audacity to try and—
Midway through her sentence, she saw that Drake was wearing a shit-eating grin as he extended his arm for a handshake.
Ugh! Whatever.
She groaned, reaching out to meet his hand. Well, thanks for the banter, and I hope the tutorial isn't like those ones in manga and movies, Drake said. The woman smiled as she continued to shake Drake's hand. The counter fell to the final seconds.
5, 4, 3.
She placed her other hand on top of his, her smile bigger than ever before, her eyes shrinking to points as her expression became sadistic. A primal aura exuded from her as she gazed deep into Drake's eyes.
Oh, it'll be much worse,
she said as her voice crackled and glitched in a cacophony of broken octaves.
Chapter 4. Recruiter.
The room flashed in an array of bright colors. The feeling of the woman's hand slowly disintegrating out of Drake's was unnerving. Drake sweated, chuckling nervously at her words. They echoed in the back of his mind like a shout in an empty hallway. He clenched and unclenched the now empty hand. Looking around, the room was nowhere in sight. The space he was in was lit by a multitude of colors, fully encompassing him and the floor. It faded away in a similar display of beautiful, cascading light. But somehow he was still able to stand upright. Drake assumed he was being transferred to the tutorial zone that the construct woman had mentioned. Both anxiety and anticipation racked his being, his hands slipping ever so slightly, wrapping too tightly around the wooden staff he had been given. Looking down at his sweaty hands wrapped around the item, he had a sudden thought. If she didn't tase me, and I wasn't so caught up in this possibly being a dream, I could have asked more important questions. The light began to dissipate, eventually clearing to reveal a vast, dense forest. The earthy smell of wilderness and trees hit his nostrils, sounds of rustling bushes, branches, and the cacophony of distant animals filling his other senses. But next came vibrations in his ear he could have done without. Sounds of weeping, shouts, and screams assaulted him. Drake spun around, surveying his surroundings. The motes of flickering lights left him disoriented. Soon the lights returned and faded, revealing more and more people. They were the source of the crying.
What's going on? I'm supposed to be at my boyfriend's condo,
one woman said, her face a mess of smeared makeup. He spotted a cudgel in her clutches as she desperately looked around, terror and confusion cemented on her face. "Tyler! Where are you? Tyler! This isn't funny, buddy. Come out. Daddy isn't playing around anymore," a man yelled, seemingly looking for his lost son. He held a long iron sword in one hand, a shield in the other. Drake looked around at the panic on people's faces. Some were walking around, shouting names in search of others. Some fell to the ground in despair, much like the cleric woman. But many instead held smiles and eagerly looked at the new weapons. There were swords, bows, and quivers, daggers sheathed upon hips, the cudgels of healers, and even some people holding the same style of staff as Drake. He panned over the large congregation that had appeared. The lights were flickering out, finally finishing the transportation. Towering over the crowd was a man who immediately drew the eye, his rough orange hair and husky build encouraging Drake to stay far, far away. Through the noise, Drake noticed that some of the people weren't speaking English. A few words within the hubbub were in Spanish, German, and even Korean. I guess it's true. The whole world got pulled into this. I'm just glad that there isn't someone speaking Tagalog. I'm already having flashbacks of my mother yelling and chasing me around with the chancla. Oh. And that I'm not going crazy. Dodged a bullet there for a few more years, Drake thought sarcastically, while he tried his best to cope with the sudden realization that he wasn't dreaming. A hand clasped onto his shoulder. "Hey, man, do you know what's going on here? Some really hot babe forced me to fill out some stuff and told me I was going to be sent to some tutorial. Are we in some kind of shared hallucination or something? Where the fuck is this?" the man asked rapid fire. Drake was forced to turn to face the man, surprised at his strength. Drake wasn't exactly a gym junkie, but even with all his sedentary hobbies and his day job, he still went to the gym at least 3 times a week and ate healthily. Okay, somewhat healthy. He may not have been Arnold Schwarzenegger, but Drake was no slouch. But this man, grasping onto his shoulder, was of a thinner build and slightly shorter than him, and yet the strength he displayed was clearly disproportionate to his appearance. Drake noticed the sword in the man's free hand. Panic pitted and knotted his stomach. "I only know as much as you do." "Let go of me, will you?" Drake demanded. "You have the grip strength of a silverback, and it's starting to hurt." The man released Drake's shoulder apologetically. "Sorry, sir. Sheesh, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on and where that chick went." "I'm not a sir, kid. I'm 26. "And didn't you ask the construct any questions at all? We had a whole hour," Drake asked, raising an eyebrow. The man clicked his tongue and muttered under his breath. "You fucking boomer. No, I wasn't really listening. I mean, I kept trying to get in the chick's pants after she forced me to pick some game class. I just chose the first one that came up so I could keep talking to her." Drake put his hand over his face. He looked no older than 18, and he was clearly more clueless than Drake was, not even listening to the construct. What was this guy thinking? Only focusing on chasing tail when he was obviously in a unique situation. His mind wandered. How did all these other people fare then during the introduction? I hope not everyone was like this kid, or we might be in big trouble. Looking over the crowd again, there must have been at least a couple thousand people present, most of them looking just as confused as the person next to them. However, he could see some milling around and talking to others, and some groups were starting to form despite the confusion. Drake nervously scratched the back of his head with the staff as he began to walk around. his only guide being the quest in the corner of his vision. This is telling me what to do in the short term, I guess, but I still don't know what's going on, Drake pondered, again regretting the time getting tased had wasted. Doing his best to survey this starting area, Drake continued to walk around, hearing suspicious rustling in the bushes now and then. As more and more groups began to gather, only a small few walked off into the dense, unknown forest surrounding them. He needed to get a better grasp of his stats and own situation before he even tried to leave. The sounds of the forest were getting concerning. Distant yells, grunts, and animal cries. Stats first. I was so excited I never figured out how my magic skill worked, he thought. Drake got the feeling that he should be quicker in his steps. While he walked, he mentally went through all the game commands he knew. Character sheet. Stats. Status? Ah, there we go. A familiar blue window popped up in front of him.
Drake Wallen. Race. Human. Tutorial alias. Shot. Class. Mage level 1. Vitality. 17. Strength. 10. Dexterity. 26. Intelligence. 24. Wisdom. 25. Endurance. 9. Skills. Mana Bolt.
Drake looked over his stats for a moment. His mage stats were his highest, he assumed from the class bonus, meaning he was starting around 13 on average for his stats. How do I quantify these stats? Was that guy from earlier a warrior? That must be why he was so strong, even though I didn't look it. And why does my skill not have a rank? Drake wondered, but without warning, another hand grabbed his shoulder. Drake faced the person who had stopped him. Inwardly, he was grumbling. He was getting tired of being touched. Hey there! I'm Chris. I'm forming a group so we can figure out what's going on and finish these quests together. I'd be happy if you'd join us, the man said, pointing a thumb over his own shoulder at the small group gathered behind him. He was taller than Drake, so Chris was at least 6 feet, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an athletic build. Drake cocked an eyebrow and looked at the crowd. There were a little over 20 people following Chris around, like little chicks, all wielding different weapons. Most of them held swords, though. Had they all just picked the first class they could, or had they watched too much sword art online? Their apparent leader kept talking, drawing Drake's attention back to him. So, want to join? I'll pass. I'm more of a solo player. Drake lied, turning to walk away. Figuring out his stats and skills here instead of during the introduction was already wasting too much time. What the construct said at the end still tugged at the back of his mind. He needed to hurry up and get to grinding. Before Drake could walk away, the man grabbed his arm again. You shouldn't go alone. It's safer if we stay together. We don't know what's out there. We should work together to finish the quests. Chris insisted. Drake waved off Chris's hand, rubbing his wrist from the strength of the man's grip. Where the hell are your manners? I don't have to do anything. Who raised you? Going around demanding people join you. Good luck, but no thanks. I'll be just fine alone, Drake retorted, prompting Chris to frown in response. Chris was right, Drake admitted. If this was just a game, staying together was a sound plan, and probably the smarter choice. They would have more people and more classes, and they even had clerics, whose healing spells would be extremely valuable. But not only did Drake not like this guy, he was also a complete stranger. The way he had spoken was too entitled. He knew these types of guys, people who were a little charismatic and recruited followers to benefit themselves. Sometimes in games Drake would encounter a certain type of player. These people never cared what happened to their party members. They only kept them around because it was convenient. They would kill, steal, and worse. These types of people were better left forgotten, in Drake's opinion. And there was also that. After certain events, Drake refused to easily trust these types of people. Then there was the fact that all these people were strangers. What if they decided to gang up on him? He had seen it happen too many times in games, TV shows, and movies to fall for it. As Drake started to leave again, Chris muttered something under his breath, but a loud scream silenced the chaotic chatter. On the edge of the clearing, a lone man was being assaulted by some furry animals. "Help! Someone help me! What the hell is this thing?" the man shouted. The animal on top of him ferociously bit at the man's arm, scratching and clawing to reach him. It looked like a little man? No. Monkey? The man kept yelling as everyone looked on, not sure what to do. Drake may have thought it was a small primate, but in truth it was still around half the size of the man. The creature dug its fangs deeper into the now mutilated flesh. Copious amounts of blood spurted from the wounds. Finally, out of nowhere, the tall giant of a man walked over and grabbed the monster by the scruff of its neck. The beast flailed around helplessly in his grip. The giant held the monkey at eye level as if inspecting it, and after a moment, he threw it up into the air and swung the sword in his hand through it in one strike, bisecting the creature. The body parts fell to the ground at his feet, a pool of blood forming around the corpse. The giant didn't seem perturbed in the slightest, but frowned at his sword. Even from a distance, Drake could see why. The sword had snapped at the base. Was that giant's strength so massive that the basic sword couldn't handle it? Drake lightly chuckled to himself. Watching the man throw the sword away and walk over to a small tree had him entranced. The giant gripped the trunk and pulled it straight out of the ground, roots and all. Shaking off the dirt and cleaning the branches, he made a makeshift club, then walked off into the forest. Yeah, that guy isn't human. Definitely staying as far away from him as I can. Is he a superhero or something? Maybe his name is Hercules. Drake thought to himself, still laughing wryly. Drake headed over to the monkey's corpse, walking past the bloodied man upon seeing that he was still kicking just fine. Plenty of others were already flocking to check on him anyway. Looking at the corpse up close, it was definitely some kind of primate, but it was one he had never seen on Earth before. It had gray fur with patches of black here and there, but its face was more that of a bat than a primate. Its nose was crushed and turned up, and its eyes beady and black. Most notable were the two large fangs coming from its mouth. Before Drake could inspect the creature more, a new notification came into his peripheral.
New subjugation quest. Kill 20 vampiric apes. Reward: experience and 2 random subtree stones.
Drake smiled at the classic message, like that of a game quest. It was a vampiric ape, then. Simple naming sense, he thought. Drake noticed people starting to look over and gather around him now, their eyes lighting up as they got closer to the corpse. Oh, seeing the corpse was the trigger for the quest? Then I need to get going before all these things get hunted down. I don't want to fall behind. He ran off into the forest, away from the groups, guided by his eagerness. Danger was an afterthought when the siren song of being the first to complete the quest lured him. Suddenly a voice behind him yelled, "Hey, everyone, look at this weird ape! Looks like it triggers a quest. why would someone just announce that? They could have had a head start. Shaking these thoughts from his mind, Drake ran until he was well away from the crowd. Huffing as he came to a stop, Drake leaned against a nearby tree, surprised he hadn't run into anyone else on the way. Not even any of the vampiric apes. Usually starter areas were dense with stuff to kill. Had that one ape just wandered off? A few moments after gathering his breath, Drake heard the rustling of leaves above his head. Looking up, he saw the figure of a vampiric ape drooling from its gaping mouth, a finger between its teeth, as if sizing up a tasty meal. "Clever girl," Drake mumbled through his heavy breaths. Drake wasn't sure if the ape had waited for him or if he had run into the tree that it just happened to be in, but it didn't matter. The beast was here now. The ape launched itself off the branch, outstretched like some sort of feline seizing its prey. The moment after their eyes met, it fell onto Drake from above. It landed, pushing Drake to the ground, but not before Drake swung his staff upwards, barely meeting the creature's open maw. The beast struggled to bite through the staff, slowly chipping away at the lacquered wood, just inches from Drake's face. The stench of the animal's breath was filling his nose, forcing him to scrunch his face up in disgust. Unsurprisingly, the ape was slowly winning as they struggled. Both were grunting in a tug-of-war over the staff, rolling back and forth. "Get your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!" he yelled through gritted teeth, swinging his leg into the back of the ape in a desperate attempt to push it off him. The kick connected and forced the brute off him, throwing it into the tree it had leapt from. The beast hit the tree with a loud, reverberating thud. He jumped to his feet as quickly as he could, gasping for breath and gripping the staff in both hands, ready to continue the fight. But it didn't get up. Somehow the ape had hit its head when it slammed into the nearby tree, knocking it unconscious, or at least stunning it momentarily. Drake didn't let the opportunity slip, and ran to the unconscious animal, anxiously trying to get there before it recovered. "Always beat a mob when it's down or stunned," he shouted with a sneer, raising his staff over his head. Bringing it down with full force on the beast, there was a loud thwack, leaving the ape's skull dented. It suddenly started flailing from the impact, raising its hands in defense. Drake knew if the monkey got back up, he wouldn't be able to beat it as he was. Spells were still beyond him, and the beast was physically stronger. So he did the only thing he could, and beat the shit out of it. Thwack! 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 Drake hammered down on the ape with wanton abandon, lost in his desperate attempt to kill it before he ran out of energy. After several more swings, he finally ceased, but only because he couldn't raise his arms anymore. As he fell on his back, gasping for air, he prayed that the vampiric ape was dead. Reeling back, his mouth opened and shut like a fish out of water. The adrenaline pumped through his veins, his hands shaking. They also shook from the realization he had killed another living thing for the first time as the adrenaline wore off. This truly wasn't a game. The brutal struggle had cemented that. It was also far too vivid and detailed to be a dream. The smell of blood now lingered in the air. Gathering himself, Drake checked his weapon for damage. There were teeth marks etched into its center, and the beast's blood had painted the wood a deep shade of mahogany. Drake wasn't sure what to make of it, nor the warm, sticky liquid stuck to his hands and clothes. He tried to wipe it off on the grass, doing little more than smearing it around. Finally he got up and walked over to the beast. A mote of light flickered into existence by the ape. The light eventually faded after a second of vivid color, leaving a small crystalline stone. Drake wiped his hand on the cleaner part of his shirt again, then picked up the glass-like pebble to inspect it.
Subtree Stone. Internal Mastery. Common. Unlocks Internal Mastery Subtree Branch. Requires at least one empty subtree and an unlocked main class tree.
Drake lightly read over the description, but soon succumbed to the smell of blood and viscera around him. Leaning against a tree away from the scene, he let loose in miserable fashion the contents of his stomach. Why is it always carrots? I didn't even eat carrots.
Chapter 5. 2 versus 1.
Drake wiped a glob of spit from his mouth, exhaustion clear in his eyes as he recovered from the nausea, eventually standing upright. He rolled the crystalline stone between his fingers, feeling the smoothness. Why did this appear after I killed the ape? Is it loot? Why did it happen only this time and not the other? Does that mean it's a random drop? Then what are these trees the description mentioned? One was a reward for the kill quest as well. Questions bounced inside Drake's head. He was filled with exasperation, and the stone only reminded him that he just didn't know enough and needed to check his notifications. Drake glanced to his peripheral to see new notifications blinking. Mentally, he opened them up one at a time.
You have subjugated Vampiric Ape Level 1. Experience earned. 10 TP have been awarded. Subjugation Quest, 1 of 20 Vampiric Apes. Congratulations, you have reached Mage Level 2. 14 FP have been awarded.
TPFP? He thought, looking over the notifications. TP, okay, that's obviously tutorial points. FP? Free Pepe? No. The system isn't that funny. Oh, free points. Got it. Drake cleared the notifications, feeling a little more melancholy than he should have about the increase in level. His mouth still tasted of bile from earlier, and he was starting to feel hungry. It was still bright out, but nothing could serve as a clock. He hadn't had his phone or watch on him when he was swept away, so the only thing he would have to guess from was the sun's position. Looking up, it was bright and high in the sky, shooting down warm rays through the trees. If Drake had to guess, he would say it was probably afternoon, with the sun being directly above him. Some time ago, an online friend of his had pestered him to watch an anime about camping. Drake smiled fondly, thankful he'd gleaned some information from it that now came in handy, knowing just from the show that the sun rose in the east and set in the west. So he was pretty confident in his time assessment. But that was neither here nor there. Drake held the crystalline stone up in the air, wondering where he should put it. It was bigger than the die he had been given in the introduction, presently kept in his pocket. But after the struggle with the ape, he was worried that he may lose both items sooner than later. There's probably an inventory system, right? I mean, they didn't hand me a bag for it, so... Bag? Inventory? He thought, as a new window popped up in front of him. This one displayed a blank humanoid silhouette on the left, a staff in one of the boxes covering a hand, the other darkened out. Other slots covering the silhouette's parts, one each for the head, shoulders, chest, legs, wrists, feet, and even extra slots, probably for accessories. 2 each for his ears and fingers, and finally one for a necklace. Drake placed his hand to his mouth to think, but then quickly ripped it away. Somehow he had forgotten the blood on it. He shook his head wearily and looked over the rest of the window. To the right of the silhouette was a 10x5 space with 5 boxes, underneath which were 4 separate boxes. But he wasn't sure what they were for. Okay. Inventory found, but how do I use it? I'm guessing it just works like this? Drake thought, imagining putting the stone and die into the slots. Amazement covered Drake's face as both the die and the crystalline stone vanished from his pocket and hand, suddenly occupying their own respective slots in the window. He was also pleasantly surprised that he could identify the items from his inventory. He wouldn't have to remove items to do so. Drake heard rustling in the trees as he closed his inventory. His hands gripped his staff once again. There was movement in the treetops, but no apes yet. Again he was surprised, this time by the strength with which he gripped the staff. Not long ago he had killed that vampiric ape, but Drake felt fine and ready to go. Physically. Was this a side effect of leveling up? He would have to worry about it later. Right now he didn't have time to check his increased stats, or even distribute his waiting free points. Drake pushed his back against another nearby tree, cursing that he hadn't moved further away from the fight. Going through his notifications had made it slip his mind, but now he was reminded that this wasn't a game. The scent of blood must have attracted the beasts. His eyes darted around the branches of the trees, looking for any more apes. From multiple directions the rustling drew nearer. Damn it! So it is more than one this time. If only he worked out how to use his magic before rushing off into the forest. He was a damned mage, but he was using his staff as a club. He racked his mind about Manibolt as the rustling drew closer and closer, but just drew blanks. In the next moment, Drake heard a rustle of leaves above him. From a tree branch above, an ape pounced on him. Drake hurled himself out of the way, falling into a roll. Drake got to his feet quickly. Then the second vampiric ape dropped from above onto his back. Drake yelped, only for the ape to seemingly snicker, as if it had caught a small animal in its grasp. The next second, the ape sunk its two large fangs into Drake's shoulder. Ow! Fuck! You little bastard! Get off of me! Drake howled in pain, swinging the staff in his hands at the ape. But the angle of his swings was awkward, and he only managed to flail about wildly. The ape responded by sinking its teeth again into his shoulder, more blood spurting all around in a steady stream. A pained shriek ripped from Drake's mouth. Drake was in serious danger now. He looked up to the top left of his vision as the health bar dropped to a little above 50%, changing from green to yellow. Fuck! Am I gonna die here because I can't use this stupid fucking spell? Oh, maybe I should have just gone with that Chris guy. Drake shouted internally, his mind racing with regrets. But the ape on his back wasn't even the worst of it. The ape from earlier wasn't sitting idly. It started charging toward Drake. The personification of a hungry man rushing to his dinner, its mouth nearly opened vertically. Its two large fangs were ready to invite themselves into Drake's throat. No! 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 I refuse to die here, damn it! He shouted desperately, propping his staff up in the charging animal's path. It rammed right into the makeshift spear as the staff's haft protruded from its gaping maw. Oh, serves you right, you stupid little bastard! Shouted Drake at his small victory over one of the apes. But it hadn't killed the ape as it began chomping down and grabbing at the staff, trying to rip it from Drake's grasp. You've got to be kidding me. Again the ape on his back bit down into his shoulder, reminding him that it was still there. Bellowing in pain, his health dropped into the red. It looked like it was just above 10%. Come on, please just work anything, I'm begging. Oh, it shouldn't be that complicated. It's just a basic spell. Oh, why didn't that bitch tell me how it worked? Drake yelled. Anything, please! Manibolt! Manibolt! Come, my power, Manibolt! Drake chanted like a chunibyo, just hoping to strike gold. Manifest my power, Mana Bolt! He finally rattled off. This time, he could feel something release from his whole body, as if energy had just been sucked from him. The staff, still jammed in the ape's mouth, glowed with a light blue radiance. Something that Drake could only call a magic circle rotated around the end of the staff, encompassing the head of the ape. The next second, a loud bang emanated from the end of the staff, blowing a huge hole through the back of the vampiric ape's head. It hung limp at the end of the staff, its mouth still around the tip. Drake's mouth opened wide in surprise. Somehow he found the right combination of words in time. And he wasn't the only one. The ape's grip on his shoulder loosened. Apparently, its mouth had fallen agape at the fate of its comrade. Drake's health was still dangerously low, and he wouldn't let the second ape go without punishment. He grabbed over his back, throwing the monster to the ground with a grunt. Pointing the end of his staff at the face of the surprised ape, it looked to its side at its limp companion with fright. Then it looked back at Drake, waving its hands as if to beg for its life. "Ha! Ooh, ooh, ee, ah, ooh, Monkey Man! Manifest my power! Mana Bolt!" Drake shouted as he smiled, only to grimace from the pain in his shoulder. The light and magic circle formed again around the staff's tip, temporarily illuminating the vampiric ape's confused bat-like face. Then a second later he shot the mana bolt right between the eyes of the ape, killing it instantly. Drake fell on his ass and chuckled, blowing the end of his staff like a smoking gun. But with health this low, he wasn't out of the woods yet, and he was still bleeding from his shoulder as he touched his hand to the bite. This was a pretty shitty situation, he thought. He needed to get away from here before more monsters showed up. Using the short staff as a crutch, he managed to get up to his feet, after which he was forced to slump over like an old man, as his staff was barely half his size. But there was nothing he could do about it. He looked down at the two apes in front of him, waiting momentarily. Two motes of light blinked into existence and winked out just as fast, leaving two small crystalline stones. Drake smiled as he scooped up the stones and placed them into his inventory. It's always nice to get loot after a fight.
Chapter 6. Is it ha-ha funny or hee-hee funny?
Drake weakly limped away from the scene of the fight, 2 items richer, and able to use his spell now. He looked up again at his health, still in the red and dropping as he bled out, and found what looked like a mana and stamina bar below it. Once the bleeding stopped, his health ceased falling as well. It was very close. Drake sighed in relief as it stopped at a mere 2%. Luckily he hadn't blacked out from pain or blood loss. His mana bar looked like it was around 30%, and his stamina looked just as bad. He should use this reprieve to sort out his stats before the next ambush. His priorities right now were recovering and getting stronger. He quickly went to his stats through his notifications as he continued to limp forward, not able to rest for fear of more apes sniffing out the bloody mess that were his clothes and shoulder.
You have subjugated Vampiric Ape Level 2. Experience earned. 15 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Vampiric Ape Level 1. Experience earned. 10 TP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Mage Level 3. 14 FP have been awarded. Subjugation Quest. 3 of 20 Vampiric Apes.
Drake looked excitedly at the notifications. He had leveled up again. Looking at the necessary XP for Level 1 and Level 2, the amount needed seemed to double every level. He was also happy to find that his mana bolt was strong enough to one-shot a monster of his level. Looking back at his mana bar, he probably had one more mana bolt left in his reserves. That leveling up did not refill his health and other resources like in games was disappointing, further showing that this place may have game-like elements but wasn't a game. Finished with his notifications, he commanded his status to finally open. No shelter had been spotted yet, so he had no choice but to limp onwards.
Drake Wallen. Race. Human. Tutorial alias. Shot. Class. Mage level 3. Vitality. 24. Strength. 12. Dexterity. 28. Intelligence. 42. Wisdom. 35. Endurance. 11. Free points. 28. Skills. Mana Bolt. Titles. First Blood. 2 versus 1. Living on the Edge.
A new line of text showed his free points. It must have shown up now that he had leveled, and he now had 3 new titles. They hadn't been in the notifications. Why was that? For now, Drake pushed his question to the back of his mind, as he had more pressing troubles. He was dangerously close to kicking the good old bucket, and though it hurt him as a mage to do so, he had to put his free points into vitality. It was the clear choice, and he wanted to, live and all. It would be wise to only use as many free points as was necessary to get Drake out of danger to start. Presently, he could endure 2 bites from a low-level ape. He should use enough to endure that much. He placed 1 point into his vitality, observing his health for changes as he did. When the needle didn't move, he reluctantly put another point. The needle didn't seem to move at first, but after a second he saw it tick upward. "Oh, hell no! Are you serious?" He winced. He could only laugh sadly at how the stat worked. He looked at his health again, doing his best not to trip over anything while also listening for more apes. Again, the bar ticked upward ever so slightly. That confirmed that there was some sort of passive regeneration, but he wasn't sure if he received the regeneration in combat as well. It was something he would have to test later. He gazed at the bar longingly, as he concluded that when he put points into vitality, he would not receive the difference immediately, but only the increased regeneration, which seemed to be 1% every minute at his current stat of 26 vitality. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to dump all 26 points into vitality for the regeneration, shooting it up to 52 points, making it his highest overall stat. Oh, all the mages in the world are crying right now. A mage with more vitality than intelligence. He chuckled inwardly, admonishing his decision. His health ticked up more steadily now, looking as if it had increased to 3%. This made Drake spit on the ground in sorrow. He knew it was most likely because of his increased total health pool, but to see only a measly 3% every minute after dumping nearly 30 points was painful, to say the least. It would take him over 30 minutes to recover his health fully. His mana seemed to recover similarly and would need around 20 minutes to become full. He couldn't gauge his stamina. He had to keep walking. After 10 minutes of aimless roaming, Drake could finally hobble without his makeshift crutch. Looking over his stats quickly again, Drake noticed that some of them had gone up without any free points. Perhaps the mage class provided them a bonus with each level. This is good. It means I can get my health to a decent level so I don't die right away and can still hit a little harder each level, he thought. Mentally scrolling through his status again, he stopped at the titles portion, where 3 new titles sat. Before he tried to look at them closer, he checked to make sure there weren't any more apes in his immediate vicinity. When he heard no abrupt rustling of branches or bushes, he was satisfied and sat down to look at the titles and recover some of his stamina. Certainly he would need more, sooner rather than later. Hopefully he could identify his new titles the same way he checked his inventory. Focusing on the first title, he was elated to view flavor text.
First Blood. Kill your first monster alone. +1 to all stats.
Oh! Titles give stat points. That's only one, but if I get more, these could add up. Is there a cap on how many you can have? Drake pondered, going to the next title.
2 versus 1. Fight and defeat 2 enemies alone. +1 to all stats.
Nice! Another one! Drake excitedly screamed inward. Now he looked at the last and final title he had gotten.
Living on the Edge. Drop below 5% health and survive. +5 to vitality.
Drake's face scrunched up at the last title. Should he be happy about the stats, or sad that he had allowed his health to drop so low? He tried to forget about the near-death experience as he wondered why this title gave more stats. Was it because it only applied to vitality, or because it was harder and more dangerous to get? He paused for a moment while thinking about the titles. He knew now that he could find details within the system's identify skill, so he was curious. He went down the lines of his status one by one, getting mostly what he expected. When he looked at his name and alias, it gave nothing. Surprisingly, his racial bonuses were apparently locked, but it offered no other information. Going from there, his class had just given him the same flavor text as the introduction. The various stats afforded the same, giving the construct's exact explanation. Finally, he reached his skill, the only line he hadn't identified yet.
Mana Bolt. Mana Bolt can be cast by reciting Manifest My Power Mana Bolt. Cost. Small amount of mana. Cast time. Very short. Damage. 1-to-1 ratio based on intelligence.
Drake silently stared at the text hovering in the window in front of him, the spell's incantation staring him right back in the face, unblinking and unmoving. And with a sudden scream he roared into the air, "Is this a joke?"
Chapter 7. Chris Springs, Bjorn Johnson.
Chris walked behind the group he had expertly gathered, perusing his stats as they all ventured deeper into the forest.
Chris Springs. Race. Human. Tutorial alias. Not available. Class. Warrior level 5. Vitality. 62. Strength. 94. Dexterity. 32. Intelligence. 26. Wisdom. 30. Endurance. 30. Free points. 0. Skills. Heavy Strike. Titles. First Blood. Level-headed. Leader of Sheep. Schemer. Murderer.
Chris smiled to himself at what he saw. His group consisted of around 25 people. Well, it was closer to 20 now after some mishaps. There may have been a few accidents during fights, when people got too mouthy. Their last fight, which had raised Chris to level 5, had been void of casualties. Chris had been growing at a steady pace in this new world, all while safely protected. He would pretend to fight at the front with the other warriors, secretly dodging the vampiric apes, while the rest of the group did all the real fighting. But the final blow would be all his. It filled up his experience quite nicely. His stats had exploded with his fresh levels and newly obtained titles. He had more than enough strength to make sure anyone who noticed he wasn't fighting, or maybe got a little too strong, had a small little accident. And this was just the beginning.
Chris, how are you feeling? Are you all right after that last fight?
Asked a girl around the age of 20. Leaving the front of the group, she approached him. She was short, petite, gullible blonde, a classic college party girl he had seen again and again, and when he promised to protect her while first forming their group, she had taken a liking to him right away. She had even gone so far as to start recruiting people herself. And best of all, she was a cleric. "Oh, I'm all right. It wasn't as tough as the other ones. We must be pretty strong. How's everyone else doing, Megan?" he asked, immediately moving the conversation's focus off of himself.
Well, some people had some scrapes and cuts from those nasty vampiric apes, but thanks to me, Julia, Jacqueline, and Mr. Park, it wasn't any problem.
She chirped, hopping slightly on her toes. Chris looked over to the girl now walking beside him. The way she was able to integrate so well into this new environment surprised him after how distraught she was when he first found her. But he had to give her credit. If it wasn't for the morale boosts and healing she provided, they definitely wouldn't have made such progress. She was almost like a bubbly poster girl for their group. She knew everyone by name now, and made sure to check up on each person after every fight, and sure, she felt bad for a bit whenever anyone had an accident or just got unlucky, but she'd quickly regain her spirits. "Oh, that's good. You four are doing a fantastic job. I know we wouldn't be here without you clerics healing everyone. We just need to push a little bit more to level 10, and we'll finish with the vampiric ape quest," he answered back. Megan beamed a smile.
Yeah, you're right. Only a little more to go. We need to get stronger if we don't want to lose anyone else after all.
She finished, slightly saddened, but immediately perked back up.
I'm going to go talk to everyone again, tell them it's just a little more, and see if they need anything.
She waved while running back to the front of the group. Chris waved back briefly, returning to his stats. The last thought he had as she left was, "Gullible dumb bitch." The incredibly large man sat on the trunk of the felled tree. Corpses of crushed apes spilled out of the dense forest's cave not far away. "Is that the last of them?" Bjorn said softly, finally releasing the ragged ape. The battered corpse of the ape slipped from his grip and onto the forest floor at his feet. Bjorn let out a long sigh. He thought he was done with the nonsense of fighting constantly. His large frame always brought him trouble growing up. He looked down at his bloodied hands, opening and closing the massive things, a slight, self-deprecating smile crossing his face. His given name had always been spot on. Bjorn, or Bear, was the best possible term to describe him, he thought. He was a hulking beast of a man with the strength of one to boot, and this tutorial had only made him stronger. But he hadn't liked fighting. It was just that fighting simply found him wherever he went. His actual career would surprise most people. Like many similar businesses, he was the CEO of an IT firm that had started up in Silicon Valley, like many others, until his ill luck encouraged him to cash out the firm and move up north to Canada, finding a cozy, secluded ranch in a low-populated area. But even there, fights found him. The locals were tight-knit and weren't fond of outsiders, so in the early days they regularly tried to force him out. He changed their minds quickly. First, the hooligans that vandalized his home got a quick talking to, and when his lurching figure escorted the boys home, their mothers even decided to nervously thank him for disciplining their sons. When he began bringing food, snacks, and most importantly hard liquor to the community events, the rest of the townsfolk quickly warmed up to him. Hard booze was always the currency of the realm for distinguished gentlemen, and he was already missing his personal cabinet filled with his favorites. Something suddenly brushed against Bjorn's leg as he was lost in memories. He looked down to find the small rabbit that had been following him around every now and again. When it first came up to him, he was surprised to find actual wildlife present in this wild murder forest. He simply assumed the crazed apes had devoured everything normal. "Found me again, huh, little one?" he said, slowly bringing down his finger to pet the top of the rabbit's head gently. Its ears bent backward, and a soft squeak leaked from its mouth. Just as quickly, though, did the rabbit's ears perk back up, and it sat back on its haunches. Then it was off, scrambling for the bush of the forest. Bjorn looked in the opposite direction, slowly standing up himself, prepared for another fight. The figure of another ape emerged from behind a tree, spotting Bjorn and the encirclement of vampiric ape corpses around him. It made the ape yell and hoot loudly, charging straight for him. Bjorn didn't move, simply waited for the beast to reach him. But why hadn't it run away at the sight of all those corpses? The apes in the cave had been the same. It was almost like they were programmed to attack with reckless abandon, without actual animalistic instincts. Just when the monster got close enough to lunge at him, he wound up his right leg. Then Bjorn punted it as hard as he could back into the forest. Sitting back down, hoping for some peace and quiet for a little bit, he cleared his notifications and checked his status.
Bjorn Johnson, race, human, tutorial alias, bear, class, warrior level 9, vitality 107, strength 174, dexterity 51, intelligence 37, wisdom 35, endurance 57, free points 14, skills, heavy strike, titles, first blood, 2 versus 1, 1 versus many, one-man army, battle of attrition, monkey slayer, hater of apes, front-runner, big man on campus.
Bjorn scoffed, looking at his status screen. The system really knew how to poke fun. What did it mean, putting a question mark by his race? Of course he was a human, and his titles had exploded after the ape cave. He couldn't help but laugh. The rustling of the branches brought him back to the present as he stood. "Oh, that didn't last long. Why can't they just let me rest a bit?" Bjorn sighed.
Chapter 8. The Next Big Ape.
And this is why I'm not a vegan! Drake huffed, bashing in the head of the final ape of the group. Drake leaned backward, his hands at his sides, and gasped for air in relief. He had thought he was going to nearly die again. His health bar was a little over 50%, which wasn't awful after having to fight 5 apes at once, but his mana had run out mid-fight, forcing him to kill the last 2 with just the sheer power of, and with, his low-damage staff. It was the morning of the second day of the tutorial, and Drake had sheltered in an empty cave. The mountain of dead ape corpses outside made him a bit worried, but it was this, or sleeping outside. So he chose to move the corpses elsewhere and pray that nothing found the cave in the night. Since Drake woke up, luckily nothing had. Yesterday he had killed a few more vampiric apes before sheltering in the cave, and now he'd subjugated 5 more before breakfast. Asshole monsters didn't even give me time to do my morning business. I thought I was going to piss myself running around on a full tank. He grumbled. I haven't eaten or had anything to drink since they dropped us off here in the tutorial. Like a bad parent dropping a kid off at the playground and saying they'll be back at 3. Drake continued to gripe, opening his inventory and checking his notifications. Longingly, he eyed 2 items in his inventory he wished he could make use of.
Deer carcass, dead body of a deer.
Yesterday he had also found these on the way to the cave, but he had no way of cooking them. Lighting a fire with Manibolt had produced no heat, only shooting out a dense lump of energy. He had learned a couple of things over the last day, like items of the same type being stackable. Looting more stones had taught him this. He even found other types called skill stones. He had picked up only 2 of those.
Skill Stone, Warrior, Common. Unlocks 1 random skill from the Warrior tree. Requires 1 open skill slot and 1 unlocked Warrior-based main tree or sub-tree branch. Skill Stone, Body, Common. Unlocks 1 random skill from the Body tree. Requires 1 open skill slot.
These skill stones seemed to be the only way to gain more skills, from what Drake could gather, but he had no way to use them yet. It was like the system was constantly dangling a teasing carrot in front of him, and it wasn't the only thing he wasn't able to use. After killing his 5th ape, a new line had appeared in his inventory beneath the slots.
Tutorial points, 125.
He had finally gained a line for his currency here, but had no idea how or where to spend it. Drake sighed as he went through his notifications and brought up his status.
You have subjugated Vampiric Ape, level 7. Experience earned. 45 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Vampiric Ape, level 7. Experience earned. 45 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Vampiric Ape, level 5. Experience earned. 35 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Vampiric Ape, level 5. Experience earned. 35 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Vampiric Ape level 6. Experience earned. 40 TP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Mage level 5. 14 FP have been awarded. Subjugation quest. 11 of 20 Vampiric Apes. Drake Wallen. Race. Human. Tutorial alias. Shot. Class. Mage level 5. Vitality. 67. Strength. 13. Dexterity. 29. Intelligence, 59. Wisdom, 44. Endurance, 12. Free points, 14. Skills, Mana Bolt. Titles, First Blood, 2 versus 1. 1 versus many. Monkey Slayer, Living on the Edge.
At level 5, Drake had yet to gain any new skills. It was beyond troubling. The stones had to be the answer. Am I doomed to forever put points into vitality just to survive? He thought, dumping more free points into it. The only thing keeping his current damage up were the stat bonuses for the mage class. Each level he received a total of 12 points, with 8 going into intelligence and 4 into wisdom. Drake languidly walked off again as he finished dumping his free points, dragging his increasingly beaten-up staff against the grass, wiping off the blood and other viscera. It was becoming bitterly laughable that his vitality was still his highest stat as a mage. He had no other choice, though. Every fight had been against multiple monsters now, and they were becoming increasingly stronger. Thankfully, his Mana Bolt was able to still one-shot everything level 6 or weaker thus far, provided it was a headshot. But how long would that last? If monsters received stats just like he did, eventually they'd just tank his damage and one-sidedly beat his ass. Or he would find a monster spec'd in health. He digressed, but the other problem was his Mana Bolt and his class. Because he was a mage, he would normally be standing behind the front line in games, freely casting spells with a plethora of support classes surrounding him. But here, in reality, his forging ahead of the others had left him alone and vulnerable. Meaning, he was now forced to fight against multiple enemies while standing still and casting his spell. He was left vulnerable to getting ganked by any monster looking for a quick bite of his cake, which in truth happened yesterday, when he had gotten flanked, fighting. He rubbed his rear where the stupid ape had taken a bite out of him. Honestly, he wasn't having the best time grinding. Every fight so far left him injured, from either tanking an ape's bite as he blasted it with his Mana Bolt, or just being simply overwhelmed and not able to blast the apes down before they reached him. This left him injured, and forced to wait for his health to regenerate naturally. He must have an endless number of puncture scars, slash marks, and other scars all over his body by now. This was why he had opted to put every level of free points into vitality, to increase that regeneration. Thankfully, his mana regeneration kept up for the moment, but looking at his stats, he wasn't sure how much longer that would last. Drake bitterly laughed to himself, wishing this was slightly more like the game he and his friends had played together. There were magical potions aplenty in that game, making it far more efficient and easier to level solo, as you didn't need the support classes until late game. But right now, there was no sign of any potions. No weapons or armor either, for that matter. Drake continued to walk while grumbling curses every now and then, checking his new titles and glancing at his health and surroundings mechanically.
1 versus many. Fight and defeat 5 enemies at once alone. +1 to all stats. Monkey Slayer. Defeat 10 primates. +5% damage to all primates.
Oh, a scaling damage boost to a species. Oh, that's gonna be nice for a while. Wait, primates. Does that include humans too? Or would it specifically say humans? Drake thought as he looked up. His health had filled up, his mana around 70% now. It's already lagging behind. Now, some distance away from his last fight, Drake sat down to rest. He was considering what he could do to break the cycle of having to dump points into a stat he wasn't really utilizing, except to not die. Should he go find people? But he hadn't seen another soul nearby since he left, the only sign of other people being the monster corpses left in front of the cave yesterday. Or would he have to just stick it out until he completed the ape quest and reached his class upgrade at level 10? Drake quickly stopped his musings when he heard a rumble behind him. The sound was steadily getting closer, each thundering rumble increasing in volume and physically shaking his surroundings. Whatever was coming, it must have been rather large. Am I in Jurassic Park now? What is with this place? Drake stammered as the hulking figure casually emerged from behind a tree several feet away. Drake swore internally as he saw the jumbo-sized ape. It stood at least 8 feet high, having the same smushed, bat-like face as the smaller ones, but this one had a distinct difference, besides taking too many steroids. It was wearing armor, and holding a weapon. The jumbo ape was holding a large wooden club in its hand, a metallic helmet, far too small for it, resting on its head. A 17th-century-looking piece of armor was squeezed around its chest. Psh, what B-rated high school movie club wardrobe did you walk out of? Drake scoffed. Apparently the large ape had heard him. It raised its arms in the air and howled, charging Drake on all fours. "Shit, manifest my power, Mandible!" he quickly chanted. The bolt went flying out from the tip of his staff. In moments, the bolt struck home and blasted the ape right in the head, forcing it to stop in its tracks. The ape's helmet rolled on the ground, and its head snapped back from the impact. The monster patted its head, as if looking for the armor. It quickly found the helmet on the ground next to it, a small, smoldering dent in it. The ape locked eyes with Drake as it placed the helmet back atop its head, making sure it was safely fitted there. Its eyes thinned as it growled, looking at Drake like he had done the most insulting thing in the world. It swiftly howled again as it continued its charge right for Drake. "Well, death flag collected, that's karma if I've ever seen it," said Drake, surprised. But his joking manner only lasted seconds as the ape closed in on him with increased speed. Drake screamed another mana bolt before he rolled out of the way, but it didn't turn out as he hoped. The ape was attentive enough to see Drake jump to the side as the second bolt hit it in the chest. its left arm stretched out, sweeping Drake up into the air. The large arms smacked into Drake's midsection, pushing him into the air and a few meters away, until he finally landed into the side of a tree, coughing up blood. Drake groaned as he struggled to get up, feeling like every bone in his body was broken. No, something was definitely broken. The thing hit like a truck. He grimaced as he touched his left shoulder, but he didn't have time to moan. The ape was following up already, running again at speed right at Drake. Shouting out 2 more mana bolts before ducking behind the tree next to him, Drake struggled to keep his staff and his good arm aimed at the monster. The monster charged through the bolts as if they weren't there, one hitting it in the shoulder and splattering blood, the other hitting it in its armored chest again. The ape wasn't able to stop its charge this time, running right through the tree. The massive monster had run right through Drake's cover, splitting the tree in half. Drake looked back in disbelief, his eyes going wide. "Oh, this thing is way above my pay grade," he thought incredulously. The ape had turned right around after running through the tree, howling with its mouth wide as it bared its large fangs and teeth. Preparing to charge once more, it dropped to all fours, galloping towards him at breakneck speed. Drake was only able to fire off 1 mana bolt this time as the monster closed in. The bolt hit the ape in its shoulder a second time. Drake pushed off the stump of the tree he was against with as much force as his legs would allow, getting out of the path of the massive bulldozer of an ape. The monster swung its club this time in an underhand blow, completely scooping the stump out of the ground and hurling it into the forest. Drake gawked at the strength it displayed. Before the ape was able to turn around, Drake shot off 3 more mana bolts as quickly as his words would allow. The beast turned towards him and right into the stream of the 3 bolts, all of them hitting it square in the chest. The force of the bolts opened up a small hole in the monster's armor, a trickle of blood leaking out. But it wasn't going to take the damage lying down. Drake had nowhere else to run, and the ape was only a few feet from him. There was no way he could outrun it. He looked at his health. It was barely hovering above 50%, and his mana was faring much worse, barely filling up to the 20% mark. He looked at the hole in the ground where the tree had been as he gulped. Drake had no desire to get hit, but he steeled himself for what might happen. He only had enough mana for 3 or 4 more bolts, and that was only if he could chant them out in time. The ape touched the wound in its chest and grew furious, walking only a few steps and raising its club in the air, ready to strike down on Drake. But Drake wouldn't just sit there and be squashed. He managed to fire off a bolt as the monster walked forward, hitting it dead in the center of its chest where the others had landed. The ape bellowed in pain this time as it brought down its club on Drake, but he was already jumping away, just barely dodging the club as it passed him. He rolled and got to one knee on the ground, aiming his staff at the center of the monster's chest as it turned to strike him again. Drake finished the chant for the bolt, and it fired, point blank into the monster's chest, straight into its already grisly wound, a torrent of blood flying out from it. But the ape was not yet finished. Somehow it still had strength left as it hefted its club upwards, hitting Drake off the ground and into the air. He wouldn't be outdone. Drake had managed to survive the blow, the ape evidently on its last legs. Drake gritted his teeth, willing himself to stay conscious and aim at the beast, using the dredges of his mana for one last mana bolt. "Manifest my power, mana bolt!" he bellowed while flying towards the ground. The last thing in his vision was the cold, hard dirt, then darkness.
Chapter 9. A Mile Behind.
Drake's eyes fluttered open, his whole body in pain. Bloody crust on his eyes blurred his vision, and the brightness of what he hazily thought was the sun or a campfire. Definitely a fire, he thought as he heard the crackling of embers. He rubbed his eyes to clear the filth on them, trying to figure out what was going on. Once the dirt and dried blood was gone, he blinked wildly and tried to focus his vision. Suddenly, remembering he was fighting some steroid-using monkey, he shot up halfway from his prone position, his head darting back and forth. "Ape's dead, little guy. No need to worry." A rumbly voice like low thunder said. "Who are you calling little guy?" Drake began as he turned, but quickly shut up, seeing its source. Had the monkey had a friend? "Oh, never mind. You can call me whatever you want." "All right, big guy," the man scoffed. "Name's Bear. You can wash up at the river over there," Bear told him, pointing a little past Drake. "The stuff from the warrior vampiric apes is right here." Bear rapped his finger against the armor at his feet, where a crystalline stone reflected the light. "But I'll be taking this as compensation for making sure you didn't die when I found you passed out back there," he finally said, picking up the wooden club the ape had been using. It still had some blood on it, most likely from Drake, making him shudder slightly. "Oh, it's fair. My life's worth a big stick, then, I guess," Drake said, fumbling over himself as he slowly stood up. "Would you rather I take everything? Not that I need it," Bear quipped. "No, we're square." "No, it's my bad. I joke when I shouldn't sometimes. What I meant to say is thank you," Drake said sheepishly, turning to go in the direction of the river. "No worries, man. Ain't that deep." Bear chuckled lightly, taking Drake off guard with his response. "Ain't that deep? Where are you from, dude? SoCal?" Drake asked, turning back to the fire, finally getting a good look at the man. The man, Bear, was obviously using an alias. Drake didn't have any way of confirming his name anyway. The system's identify skill didn't work on living beings. He had confirmed it on the apes multiple times. "Yeah? Why?" answered Bear from his seat next to the fire. His large figure was clearer to Drake, now that his eyes were slightly cleaner. It was still bright out, a little past noon. It looked like Bear's red hair was shining in the light, brighter from the fire. He had a strong-looking face, fiercer than what he saw the day before, and a rough, full beard covering it. His frame was quite broad, and although he wore a loose-buttoned shirt, the way it fell across him made it clear he was massive, if one couldn't tell from the way he handled himself earlier. "No! I know a few people from California. You just come off as, a huge Paul Bunyan or Braveheart kind of guy," Drake said, laughing lightly. "Oh, I get that a lot. I'm actually Icelandic. Moved to the States when I was just a kid. The ironic thing is I ended up in Canada, up in the woods, so... yeah, I guess the Paul Bunyan fits now," scoffed Bear, waving Drake off to go to the river. Drake moved a small way off and found it, looking around now and then to scan for danger. When he felt safe enough, he knelt to the edge of the running water, splashing his face and cleaning off the rest of the caked-on blood, dirt, and grime. Soon, Drake's hands began to shake, the events of the previous day catching up to him as his body shook as well. He curled up, his arms wrapping his body, as he yelled and screamed silently into his arms. The fact he had almost been crushed and nearly died twice in the last 24 hours was just too much for him. He had never faced anything like this in his life, never been in the army, or had many confrontations. It was a completely foreign experience. Sure, he had been in the occasional street fight or scuffle at school, but a life-and-death battle was incomparable. The water on his face was indistinguishable from his tears as he sat there for a moment, shaken. I thought I was past this, he thought. The fear, depression, and anxiety from when he was fired from his job, kicked out without remorse or reason at the whim of someone who only saw him as a number on a sheet, a liability. The deep emotions he thought he had quelled years ago with the help of his friends began to surface, if only momentarily. Staring down at the muddled water, his frustration at the self-pity he felt was boiling over in lamenting rage. "Fuck!" Drake shouted finally, throwing both his hands into the water in frustration at his weakness. After a few moments he cupped them to drink, hoping to drown in the coolness quenching his thirst, coating his dry throat. This definitely wasn't what I pictured when I thought of the great mage I wanted to be. Finally get magic, and I can only cast one spell? And Monkey Man nearly trampled all over me? Something has to change. I have to change. Maybe I should ask him to help me. No, I have to do it myself. If I use someone else as a crutch, it'll be the same as before. Drake growled through clenched teeth, his fists balled just beneath the surface of the water until he relaxed, giving a solemn sigh and slowly standing up. Drake grimaced again from the muscle pain, looking at his health. It was full, but that didn't match how he felt. The system's health meter didn't account for a larger injury's lasting effects when it measured health, he guessed. Drake was still in one piece, but his body still ached where he had been struck by the tree and the ape's club. He made his way back to the fire, taking a seat in front of it to dry himself and his now cleaner clothes. Bear seemed to be looking over something through the system, as he only looked up briefly to nod at him when he approached. Drake did the same, curious about his own status.
You have subjugated Warrior Vampiric Ape Level 7. Experience earned. 300 TP have been rewarded.
Holy shit, no wonder it almost two-shotted me, he thought.
Congratulations, you've reached Mage Level 6. 14 FP have been awarded.
Drake frowned slightly at only gaining 1 level from the ape. It had nearly killed him, after all. He was also surprised to see that the kill didn't count towards the kill quest, adding a new one instead.
New subjugation quest. Kill 10 warrior vampiric apes. Reward. Experience. 1 random skill stone.
Drake brought his hand to his chin, looking at the notification. It looked like subjugation quests were triggered by encountering new species and monster types. He moved to his status, and noticed a new title.
Close call. Be on the edge of death twice, dropping below 5% health twice, and survive. Plus 10 to vitality. Drake Wallen. Race. Human. Tutorial alias. Shot. Class. Mage Level 6. Vitality. 77. Strength. 13. Dexterity. 29. Intelligence. 67. Wisdom. 48. Endurance. 12. Free points. 28. Skills. Mana Bolt. Titles. First Blood. 2 versus 1. 1 versus many. Monkey Slayer. Living on the Edge. Close call.
Before Drake could decide what to do with his free points, his stomach roared in hunger at him, reminding him that he hadn't eaten in 2 days. He looked at the fire and got an idea. "Hey, Bear! Are you hungry?" Drake suddenly asked the man across from him. Raising a brow and looking up from, presumably, his own status, Bear answered, Yeah, always." Drake pulled the deer carcass from his inventory. "Do you have any idea how to prepare this?" Drake asked, as he had no idea himself. He hadn't exactly been the outdoorsy type before the tutorial. "Yeah, I've done it a few times, no worries," Bear answered, picking the deer up by its hind legs one-handed. "Would, you be willing to prepare two, then? I'll give you one of them as thanks for helping me out earlier," Drake said, bringing out the second deer. "Yeah, no problem." Bear grinned as he took the other deer in his other hand and walked out of sight with them. What a monster. "Those things are easily 200 pounds each, and he's handling them like toys," Drake thought. While Bear was preparing the deer, Drake moved over to the pile of armor from the ape. First, he picked up the small stone next to them, inspecting it before plopping it into his inventory.
Skill stone. Debuff. Uncommon. Unlocks one random skill from the debuff tree. Requires one open skill slot.
Drake was pleasantly surprised at the stone's description. A debuff skill would be great. Well, if he could use it. Soon he heard footsteps coming from the woods and turned to see Bear carrying a skinned and skewered deer in each hand. "That was really fast," Drake said. "It doesn't take long if you know what you're doing, and with the strength I have, it goes really quickly," Bear answered, shrugging his shoulders. Drake just nodded, impatient to get a meal. Bear was setting up a spit roast for the fire. Sitting back down on the fallen tree, he rotated it now and then, silently. Drake wasn't much for conversation at the moment either, staring at the deer, drooling in anticipation for his first meal in so long. The smell of cooked meat filled the area. They mostly sat in silence, waiting for the food to cook for the next hour, with barely any chatter between them. Between fiddling with his status, Bear occasionally gave the spit a turn. Drake wasn't sure how much longer it would take, turning to his screens as well, going over the armor he had put off checking until now.
Crude iron helmet. A crassly made helmet that offers a small amount of protection. Plus 2% defense proficiency. Crude iron cuirass. A crassly made armor that offers a small amount of protection. Plus 5% defense proficiency.
Drake looked curiously at the armor, noting the previously unmentioned stats on them. He scrutinized the names of the pieces, trying to glean some more information if possible.
Crude iron helmet. A non-graded piece of equipment.
What is a non-graded item? Drake thought. Was it because it was too low of a level? Like how some games had white or normal armor. "Hey, what's a non—" Huh? Drake asked, glancing up from his screen, when another rumble from the forest vibrated through the ground. Drake subconsciously started to shiver as he remembered the last time he felt this. And Drake was right, as a familiar, daunting figure made its way out of the tree line. The ape's nose was up in the air, sniffing, apparently following the scent of the cooking deer. Drake got up in a scramble, fumbling for his staff, but it was gone. Had Bear taken it? But he looked like a warrior. Why would he need it? "Oh, don't worry. I'll grab this one," Bear said calmly from his sitting position. The next instant, he blurred in front of the ape. The man was almost a match in height for the massive monster, but more than a match for it in strength. Bear held the ape by the throat, raising it in the air with one hand. Its legs dangled off the ground as it scratched at his arm to no avail. Bear raised the beast even higher and threw it to the ground, shaking the surroundings and leaving it on dented earth. He then brought out the club he had taken and drew it to the sky before slamming it down on the beast once, then twice. Leaving it unmoving, he picked up whatever was left of the warrior ape and placed it into his inventory as he walked back. Drake's mouth was left on the floor. The display of power had dwarfed what he saw the ape do just earlier. Bro! What kind of food did you grow up on to do something like that? You just embarrassed that ape's whole family for like 6 generations. What the hell level are you? Laughed Drake sheepishly. Level 14. Bear answered, smiling. What? You already got your second class. What is it? Do you want to pair? Endless questions flooded from Drake until he nearly asked to party up. He stopped just before the words left his mouth, embarrassed. Drake had already asked a lot of Bear. The man had even made sure he was safe when he blacked out earlier, when he was under no obligation to do so. His mind turned, recalling memories of his days of climbing levels in his games, climbing the ranked ladder alone. His pride as a competitor, let alone as a man, wouldn't allow him to keep asking for help when he had nothing to offer himself. What was he going to give him that Bear couldn't get already? Drake was a step behind. His mind twisted and squirmed as his competitive instinct bubbled up. Something deep inside his subconscious began to stir. He wasn't where he wanted to be, where he needed to be. He had been playing it too safe, it was clear, despite nearly dying so many times already. He wasn't sure what Bear's stats were, but he could tell that they significantly outdid his own. Sure, he was likely a melee class, but he was out here alone, just like Drake. A pit of shame crept up into his stomach, the names of his teammates from long ago burning in the back of his mind. What would they think if they saw how scared I am, how far behind I've fallen? He thought, biting down on his bottom lip. They'd probably call me a damned pussy for not being at the top already and gapping everyone in levels and gear. Bear had reached double Drake's level and somehow more. And here he was, scared, instead of out there getting stronger, making his goals into a reality. The people he looked up to would never approve. Goku would never back down from a challenge, and he wasn't about to either. You better believe it. Bear seemed to have ignored Drake's outburst and reached to tear some straps of meat off the deer, offering some to Drake. The food's done. Stop standing there like you're contemplating the world and eat first. Bear teased. Drake swiped the meat from Bear's hand, scowling and biting into the piping hot strap with vigor. He wasted no time devouring it and felt rejuvenated. I'm going to take some of the cooked deer and leave, Drake said, ripping off some more pieces of the meat, thankful he could place the pieces into his inventory. Now he was ready to set off. You're going to need this, then, Bear said, throwing a wooden staff at Drake. Drake grabbed the staff out of the air. It looked very similar to his own, but it wasn't the staff he had been using. It had no bite marks or rough chips from the fights. Was this from a different monster or person?
Novice wooden staff. Common. A starter wooden staff made of what it looks like. Wood. 1 to 12 physical damage. 40 to 44 magic damage. Attack speed. Normal. Cast speed. Normal.
Drake smiled slightly at the familiar description. Oh, seems there are higher-level monsters roaming around every day. Like, this place is steadily increasing in difficulty. I found this off one that could use magic, and it isn't any use to me, so you take it, since yours broke. Bear said, ripping off another strap from the deer. Why didn't you give it to me before? What? Well, I might be nice, but I'm not going to give someone a weapon when I don't know him. But you're leaving now, and I can make out that you're not a lunatic, so take it. Bear said, pointing his deer strap at Drake. Thank you, again. I'm not sure how I can repay someone twice my level right now, but next time we meet I will. Drake vowed. He received a wave of deer meat in farewell from Bear. Drake walked past the fallen warrior ape with a look of determination in his eyes. He may be a step behind now, but he wouldn't be outdone forever. That's right. Next time we meet, I'll be stronger. I'll be strong enough to help you instead, and I'll prove it.
Chapter 10. Determination.
With a new, fiery determination in his eyes, Drake walked further into the forest, actively looking for monsters. Dumping the free points he had into his intelligence, he raised it to 95, his now highest stat surpassing vitality at 77. Growing strong enough to brute force anything he came across was his new goal. Or at least that was his plan. Goals were goals because you had to work towards them. And Drake knew that from experience even prior to the tutorial. He had to put in the work to see the results. Seeing Bear destroy the warrior vampiric ape had ignited a desire to work harder and more desperately than before. After meeting the warrior vampiric ape, Drake had suspected he was falling behind, but Bear had confirmed it. The man had annihilated that ape in seconds, while Drake struggled just to survive, and soon there'd be even stronger monsters appearing. The tutorial had only been ongoing for a day and a half, but the monsters were already growing in strength and overtaking him, proving his leveling speed wasn't fast enough. Or perhaps participants were being pushed to form groups to overcome these obstacles. He had no idea which at the moment. Drake continued to search the forest for monsters while scanning cautiously, wishing he had the same prowess here as he'd had in his old games. If it was anything like those games, I would already be well past the first job change by now, he thought, sulking. His friends from those days were probably already well past him as well. He was always able to keep up with them before, but he couldn't imagine they would be in the same poor situation he was. Drake shook his head. There wasn't any time to think about others right now. He had to improve, fast. He looked again at the quests.
Subjugation Quest. 11 of 20 Vampiric Apes. Subjugation Quest. 1 of 10 Warrior Vampiric Apes.
His first milestone would be to finish these quests and get as close to level 10 as he could. Estimating the amount of experience he needed per level, it seemed each level roughly took twice the previous one to complete. He should have been a sliver away from level 7, and with just the monsters required to finish the quest, it would get him over the level 10 hump and more, not counting the experience rewards. Drake's hands coiled around his staff, gripping tighter. He could do this, he thought. "Mama ain't raised no bitch!" he shouted internally, trying to hype himself up. From a clearing just ahead, he heard grunting and tearing. Drake took a peek from behind a tree to see what he was working with. And in the center of the clearing, there was an encirclement of 4 vampiric apes. All were tearing into something. Drake looked around, trying to spot if the bigger variety of the apes was anywhere nearby. Lucky for him, they weren't. Good. They're distracted and just in my range. If I can chant fast enough, I can bring them all down before they reach me. He planned it out in his head. Slipping out from behind the tree, Drake cast his mana bolts in rapid succession, speaking as fast as an auctioneer in a heated bid. The spell fired 4 times, 1 for each ape. The bolts found their marks on only 2 of the apes. 1 bolt glanced off the arm, the last missing the one entirely. The distracted vampiric apes were surprised by the sudden attack. Aghast, they looked briefly at their fallen brethren, but quickly recovered. The unharmed ape charged for Drake. The other slowly followed behind, gripping at its arm but roaring just as furiously. Drake cursed and swiftly dropped to one knee to steady his aim, not wanting to miss the quickly closing apes again. He was able to fire off 2 more bolts before they reached him. His first shot was precise enough to hit the beelining first ape right in the head, killing it instantly. But again, The second bolt missed the injured one running behind it. It jumped over the corpse of the fallen ape, running at Drake in a mad dash. Drake didn't have time to cast another spell, so he pulled back his staff in a swinging motion, and when the ape jumped at him, he ripped the staff through the air, clubbing the ape to the side. The ape was momentarily stunned by the blow, shaking its head on its side. It looked up. Drake now towered over it, his staff glowing from the light of his spell. Drake unceremoniously fired the mana bolt through the vampiric ape's head, its body slumping to the ground in a pool of its own blood. Drake exhaled loudly, looking over the carnage he had just produced. He waited a moment to see if any loot had spawned, and was disappointed to see that only 2 of the 4 left stones. He walked over to grab them, but stopped as he got close to the corpses. Drake was now close enough to see what the apes had been tearing at. The mangled body of a person lay on the ground in a pool of blood and viscera, their face still frozen in an expression of terror and pain. He could watch the face only long enough to witness the sunken, horrid features before he blinked. The face suddenly replaced with his own for a split second. Drake looked at the body with sympathy, but his mind slowly moved to other thoughts. That could have easily been him. So far, he'd survived only by the skin of his teeth by sheer dumb luck. Drake held back his nausea as best he could. This was the first dead human he had ever seen. He hadn't known this person, but he dug with the end of his staff into the ground. This person at least deserved this modicum of decency, not to be left to rot in the open. Drake was still slowly digging the hole when he heard a rumble come from outside the outcropping. He was already well acquainted with the approaching tremors, and hopped out of the makeshift hole, making a break for the opposite tree line. As he dived behind a tree, a warrior vampiric ape walked out from the brush with 2 vampiric apes in tow. The warrior casually approached the body, giving it a sniff, then picking it up. Drake shuddered in anger, his knuckles whitening as he gripped his staff. The warrior gave a wide, toothy grin at the body, the 2 vampiric apes jumping up and down in elation. The warrior then tossed it in front of the other apes, and they began to tear into the body like the apes from before. Something snapped inside Drake as he watched. He didn't know the person, but he somehow identified with the corpse, seeing his face on the body flash to his own a second time. That this might be his fate seemed inevitable, should he not work harder and grow stronger like he had decided before, if he didn't quickly achieve his goals. Drake's mouth clenched as his teeth grounded against each other, seeing what was happening as an injustice. Why should these filthy animals get away with desecrating that body? No, with doing that to him. He wouldn't allow it. He wouldn't allow these things, these monsters, to do it. In his mind he recalled being escorted out of his place of work, his so-called friends berating him for things he hadn't done, and those same people crawling back to him later only to ask for money and status. Drake began to breathe heavily, seething with fury. Then he felt cold, the anger abruptly leaving him. The ferocity inside of him burned hot for a moment, only to freeze over with cold reality. This world wasn't actually that different from his old one. The strong and powerful got to make the rules, and the privileged got to get away with whatever they wished. The law of the jungle. It had always been present, just under a different veil. And that was true here as well. The person the vampiric apes were eating was just weak. Drake was just weak, and he had to get stronger, become the dominator. What he said before now, it was made finite in his soul. No pithy saying, but instead a true fact of reality, as certain as gravity. This had to happen. He had to prove it. He was going to prove it. Drake stepped out from behind the tree and rapidly chanted 4 bolts, just like before, aiming for the warrior ape. The bolts all hit this time, striking the beast in its armored back. The ape wailed in pain, pawing at its back. The other 2 vampiric apes jumped into action, charging right at Drake. Drake dropped to one knee again and fired 2 precise mana bolts at the charging apes. Then he too charged forward. His lungs and legs screamed in contention at the strain. The 2 vampiric apes slumped to the ground as the bolts passed right through their chests, his nearly 100 intelligence stat showing its strength. No longer did he have to bash heads anymore. Now he could instantly kill the weaker monsters. Drake ran past the falling corpses on his way to the roaring warrior, and had recovered from the shock of the previous mana bolts' impacts, staring at Drake now with irate, animalistic fury. Its club rose high into the air, ready to be brought down on the charging Drake. He didn't back down. Instead, he lunged at the ape with all his speed, ignoring the gruesome club arcing to crush his head. But Drake wasn't aiming for the monster. He lunged for the opening below the massive ape, slipping right between its legs. Turning mid-jump to face the back of the warrior, Drake chanted his spell, shooting another bolt straight into the monster's back. Drake quickly got to his feet, but wasn't fast enough to duck back in time to dodge the ape's large club, sweeping up vertically as it turned around, swatting him across the open clearing. He flew, bouncing several times from the force of the blow. The ape shouted and raised its arms in triumph, hooting at its victory. Oh! Oh, dumbass monkey! Drake coughed. He got up wearily, blood dripping from his head and mouth. One of his arms dangled limply. You gave me just enough distance to cast, enough to kill you. Congratulations. You played yourself. He smiled through the pain, one eye closed in a grimace. The ape abruptly stopped. Immediately it charged at him, its eyes then widening in fear as it saw his staff glow with power. It knew the end was coming, and it couldn't do anything to stop it. Manifest my power, Manibolt! Manifest my power, Manibolt! Manifest my power, Manibolt! Manifest my power, Manibolt! Drake screamed at the stampeding monster. The monster didn't stop charging. It had no other choice but to get to Drake as fast as possible if it wanted to survive. It ran forward, each step met with a Manibolt. One struck it in its open shoulder, another took a chunk out of its neck, but it was still determined to reach Drake. Another step, another bolt tearing into its large frame. By the time the warrior had reached Drake, it slowed to a limp and slumped to the ground in front of him, riddled with holes from the barrage of bolts. Drake placed his foot on the head of the warrior, throwing his working arm into the air. Striking a victory pose, he let out a guttural roar of triumph. His eyes scanned the clearing, looking for anything else that might have heard the battle, but stopped as they fell on the mangled corpse of the fallen, nameless warrior. He put his hand down, his mood melancholy. He didn't have a line to say this time. No jokes. Nothing. Drake limped over to the hole, not even bothering to check his notifications. He wordlessly dug. He had won the fight, but the journey to his goal was far from over.
Chapter 11. Finishing the Quest.
Drake sat down, crisscross applesauce, as he raised the crystalline stone into the air, inspecting it.
Skill Stone. Debuff. Uncommon. Unlocks 1 random skill from the debuff tree. Requires 1 open skill slot.
The fight had given him a couple more skill stones and 1 sub-tree stone, but this was probably the most valuable out of the bunch. But it hadn't come from the apes. At least he didn't believe it did. Bear had given him one earlier. This one he had found beside the nameless warrior's grave. The dots easily connected in Drake's mind, but he didn't want to think about the conclusion. When he finally finished and buried the corpse, he marked it with the sword lying beside the stone. He presumed that people could drop stones as well. It was a chilling thought. Drake had managed to reach level 7 after the fight, and he was now only 3 vampiric apes away from completing the quest. He hadn't received a new title, so aside from the boosts to intelligence and wisdom, bolstered for once by his free points, little had changed. His health bar hovered at 30%. The sun was now setting, but Drake was in no condition to move yet. Though his arm was broken, he could feel it slowly mending, thanks to his high vitality stat. The sensation of the bone healing underneath his swollen arm was itchy and unsettling, but he was honestly just happy he wouldn't have to fight one-handed, at least until he found someone who could properly heal it. The monster's swing had also broken a few of his ribs, but they had healed fairly quickly. The stats boost to his healing was amazing, and though it brought him to peak condition, a phantom pain still haunted his larger wounds. He had noticed it before when Bear had saved him, so he guessed that he had most likely broken several bones before these. Knowing that he wasn't going anywhere any time soon, Drake occupied himself by staring at the brush line in the waning hours of the twilight. In all actuality, he was hoping something would emerge from the darkness so he could at least finish his first quest. He could feel that he was close to level 8, and he would like to see how the quest rewards system worked. And, as if the system had heard him, out of the tree line walked a singular vampiric ape. Drake smiled. "Hey there, beautiful." He whistled at the monster to get its attention, chanting out a mana bolt quickly from where he sat, not bothering to rise. Piercing the monster right through the chest was easy.
You have subjugated Vampiric Ape, level 7. Experience earned. 45 TP have been awarded. Subjugation quest. 18 of 20 vampiric apes.
Drake breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, 2 to go. Hopefully they all just come one by one like that. But a rustling of the bushes on the tree line dashed his hopes away as 2 more vampiric apes walked out from the foliage. Man! I really hope making flags for myself doesn't become a habit. Drake scoffed, a cold sweat forming on his face. He glanced at his status, then back at the pair of apes. The apes soon noticed Drake, one nudging the other, then pointing with its finger, a hungry smile creasing its thin lips as its long fangs gleamed in the twilight of the day. Drake was in trouble. He had no stamina and was stuck in a sitting position. The apes gave no quarter and dashed forward, quickly closing the distance to their fresh meal waiting on a silver platter. "Oh, fuck! No way in hell am I dying after all that!" Drake snapped, propping up his usable arm as best he could with the weight of his staff, taking aim and waiting for the faster of the 2 to get into range. He quickly chanted his spell, but held the activation word until the monster was almost upon him. Manifest my power. The first ape was only a few steps ahead of the other, barely a foot away from Drake. Maniple! The ape collided into him a second later. The bolt shot out, piercing right through the ape's chest as they both tumbled across the ground, then finally came to an abrupt stop. The dead, bleeding ape pinned down Drake, his staff stuck in the small hole his spell had created, sticking right through its body. Drake shook his head to rid himself of the disorientation, just in time for the second ape to rush to him, clawing and scraping to pull its dead comrade off of its meal. "Don't you have any respect for the dead?" Drake screamed, fighting to aim his staff at the beast. But the ape's weight locked it into place underneath the dead monster. Drake grit his teeth and tried his best to maneuver the staff, even if only a bit. Suddenly the staff gave way underneath the monster as the remaining ape raised the body slightly. Drake's staff smacked it on the side of the head. The ape gave an irate growl as it grabbed the staff in its hands, pulling it down enough to aim at its own chest for a moment. Drake grinned, noticing the movement, and took advantage as he chanted as fast as he could. "Manifest my power, Maniple!" he shouted. The staff glowed for only a second before the blast of mana shot forward, piercing the monster's chest just like it had the previous ape. It went slipping down lifelessly on the staff, like a shish kebab, on top of Drake. Drake let out an oof as the monster fell on top of him. Fucking filthy animals! Drake struggled to roll the dead monsters off of him. Thankfully, his vitality was paying dividends as he finally recovered enough to do the task, but not without a significant amount of pain.
You have subjugated Vampiric Ape Level 6. Experience earned. 35 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Vampiric Ape Level 7. Experience earned. 45 TP have been awarded. Quest complete. 20 of 20 Vampiric Apes. You have been awarded experience. Congratulations! You have reached Mage Level 8. 14 FP have been awarded.
Drake's eyes widened as he sat upright, bugging out at the experience he was just handed. He quickly put the points into intelligence again, ignoring the blinking message for the moment. His intelligence rose to a whopping 139, now comfortably outpacing his vitality. Finishing up his stats, Drake brought up the flashing prompt window in anticipation.
Vampiric Ape Subjugation Quest complete. Accept reward? Yes or no?
Drake mentally selected yes, and another prompt appeared.
Reward accepted. Please roll twice for item rarity.
Roll for rarity? Roll what? Drake thought. Then suddenly he remembered the black die he was given at the start of the introduction. He willed it into his hand from his inventory and rolled it out in front of him without preamble. Oh, he wasn't willing to wait any longer for his sweet, sweet loot. The die jumped and bobbled until it stopped. A 3, facing upwards. Fuck! Drake cursed, picking up the die for his second roll. Dropping the die again in front of him, he began to sweat as it rolled. His head crept downward as he prayed for a high roll. Finally, the die stopped. A 7, glaring back at Drake. No! Drake wailed as if something had struck him in the chest, dropping onto his back. 2 stones materialized above his head, dropping right onto his face. Drake rubbed his nose incredulously, picking the crystalline stones off the ground next to him.
Subtree Stone. Soul Mastery. Uncommon. Unlocked Soul Mastery Subtree Branch. Requires 1 or more empty subtrees. Unlocked a Mage Class Tree. Subtree Stone. Weapon Mastery. Common. Unlocks Weapon Mastery Subtree Branch. Requires 1 or more empty subtrees. Unlocked Main Class Tree.
He lay still for a moment while going over the descriptions. He was really starting to get impatient. When would he be able to use these stones and gain some other skills? Mana Bolt had done right by him, but he was ready for some new toys. Drake glanced at the top left of his vision, at his health. It was now hovering above 60%, which Drake thought was good enough for him to get going. It would be dark soon, and he needed to find a place to hole up. He put the stones and die into his inventory with the rest of his spoils. Cautiously, he tried rolling his previously broken arm. Unfortunately, a sharp pain shot up it as he did. It wasn't broken anymore, but it was still very tender, the swelling and blue coloration slowly going down. Drake grunted a bit, not entirely surprised by the pain. After all, he had nearly died. Again. And he was sure it wouldn't be the last time. He just had to get used to the pain, he thought. As I say, no pain, no gain. Looking to the grave marked with the sword, he placed his hand on the hilt. "Thank you for the lesson. Person I don't know. I'll be sure to live for the both of us," Drake said solemnly. Walking towards the tree line of the clearing, he looked over his shoulder one more time. "Goodbye, my weak old self. I hope to never see your stupid face again," Drake thought, returning to the sea of trees. Drake aimlessly walked through the forest for around an hour before a resounding thought shook him bone deep. "I'm so lost," he cried internally.
Chapter 12. Testing Some Things.
Drake woke with a start, his face slathered in drool and his neck aching from a poor sleeping position. He looked bleary-eyed at the sky, sporadic rays of light just barely penetrating the treetops. He blinked a few times to focus his eyes on the ruckus below him. That was because he had in fact decided to sleep up in a tree, clinging like a sloth to a branch all night. Below him were two vampiric apes screeching at him, one climbing up as the other shouted from below, as if cheering the other on. "This is no way to wake a lady," grumbled Drake, swinging himself to sit upright on the branch against the tree. He languidly pointed his staff at the climbing ape and chanted a mana bolt with a yawn, blowing the ape's head clean off. Drake recoiled in disgust as the body splattered to the ground on top of the other vampiric ape, pinning it to the ground for a short moment. "Ooh! That's over 100 or no joke. I haven't hit something in the head for a while, but I didn't think it had that strong of an impact. It's like I turned into Magic Gallagher. My mana bolts are just monstrous," Drake said as he winced, squeamish from the bloody pulp now all over the ground. Drake slid off the tree and deftly landed beside the remaining ape. It struggled even more to move its headless companion off itself as Drake suddenly appeared next to it. "Ahem. Next time, be more courteous when you wake a sleeping maiden?" Drake smiled at the monster jokingly, pointing his staff at the beast and firing another mana bolt. Drake quickly ran from the scene, wanting to get away from the blood and gore that he had created, but also to get an early start on the day. His new goals were in sight as he looked at the two remaining quests.
Subjugation Quest, 2 of 10 Warrior Vampiric Apes. Class Quest. Reach base class level 10 for advancement.
Drake was aiming to complete these two quests today, and he needed to test some things that he had been curious about. When Drake cast his magic spell, he felt the mana leave him and focus within the staff. The way he perceived it was that the staff served as a conduit or amplifier. The idea was supported by his dedicated research into TV shows, anime, and manga, where the concept was common. What he wanted to test was if he actually needed the staff to cast his mana bolt. But first, he would need to find some monsters. He traversed the forest for a few minutes, searching, until he happened upon a warrior vampiric ape, 2 vampiric apes accompanying it. Did they not travel alone anymore? He would need to look into that later. The monsters were a few meters away from where Drake hid behind a tree. This section of the forest was especially dense, making it hard to line up the slow-roaming pack in his sights. He would have to play this fight differently. Drake looked around for a spot with a good line of sight and cover. He moved as quietly as he could, finally finding a good spot on the pack of monsters' trajectory. Then he waited. There were too many enemies at the moment, so Drake lined up his staff this time, doing his best to place it where he predicted the warrior would appear. Drake didn't want to play with death any more than necessary when a warrior was involved. Soon, just like he hoped, The warrior ape rounded the tree and entered his line of sight. Drake fired off 2 mana bolts, trained right at the ape's head. Quickly, he repositioned behind another tree, not waiting to see if the bolts landed. Once he settled in his new position, Drake looked back at the pack of monsters. They were now at the spot Drake had just been, looking around, confused. The warrior ape looked the most frantic, blood dripping from its closed eye on its now unarmored head. Drake smiled, satisfied. Both his bolts had hit their mark, and he was finally getting used to fighting, using the sea of trees to his advantage. Again, Drake trained his staff to aim at the large and confused warrior ape, firing off another 2 mana bolts at its head, and again Drake repositioned. When he ducked behind another tree and checked his previous position, he was pleasantly surprised to see only the vampiric apes, looking even more confused and frantic. In his notifications, Drake quickly found the kill confirmation for the warrior. He inwardly fist-pumped. With only 4 mana bolts, he could now fell the monster that had plagued him so. Now that he had whittled the pack down, it was time for him to do some testing. First, Drake fired off a mana bolt and repositioned again, confirming from his notifications that he killed 1 vampiric ape. And with that, Drake slipped his staff into his inventory and aimed his open palm at the remaining ape. Drake mumbled the spell this time and saw a familiar magic circle rotate in front of his hand, but it quickly fizzled out before launching the bolt. Drake clicked his tongue, wondering what went wrong. He kept his eyes on the ape. It was still searching for him as he replayed casting the spell in his head. The spell had been properly activated when he said the words, so why hadn't it worked? He tried again, aiming at the ape and chanting the spell. This time he made sure to watch his mana bar and pay attention to how it felt when the spell activated. The circle appeared, and then fizzled out of existence again. But Drake had gleaned some insight this time. His mana hadn't been consumed. There had been no siphon drawing the mana from his body into the circle like the staff had, so he was correct in his assessment that the staff was acting as a focal point for the spell, and helped as a conduit for his mana. Drake guessed this meant that if he wanted to cast without the staff, he would have to direct the mana himself. He moved to get a better angle on the ape. As he ran his experiments, it had grown bored, wandering off in search of him. Once he got back into a good position, he again walked through the steps, focusing more on the feeling of the mana in his body. Since his mana pool had grown exponentially when he leveled, it was surprisingly easy to identify this new mass of energy within. The mana felt almost like a louder flow of blood inside him, similar to the feeling you'd get after a good workout, and you could hear a heartbeat in your ears. He chanted the spell, the flow inside him becoming erratic. A magic circle formed in front of his hand, but the pool of mana had nowhere to go. It felt congested, chaotic. As the circle rotated, Drake tried to guide the mana into it with his palm for the focal point. The mana inside him corrected course, rushing toward his hand and into the circle. His usual mana bolt was forming, but it wasn't instant like with the staff, taking seconds longer than normal. Though it still fired, the bolt flew over the ape's shoulder, alerting it of where Drake was. Shit, that's not good," Drake mumbled wryly. But he didn't give up and attempted to aim again with his hand. Going through the same process, he repeated the process, firing another bolt at the charging ape. This time it hit the beast square in the chest. But it didn't fall. Instead, the force of the impact only stopped it momentarily. It seemed that without the staff, the spell wasn't an instant kill to the chest anymore. Drake quickly cast Mana Bolt, becoming more accustomed to the feeling and process with each cast. The bolt hit the vampiric ape in the chest once again, this time piercing through and creating a hole as it skidded to a stop, suddenly falling limp during its charge. Drake pumped his fist into the air. He had done it. His first theory he wanted to test worked out. Ho, ho, ho! Nothing can stop me! I have the power of God and anime on my side. He shouted, pointing down at the ape's corpse, laughing the entire time. Basking in the glory for a moment, he thanked many of the magical fantasy figures from the shows he watched for their guidance. Afterwards, he searched the forest for the other corpses until he found one. He picked up a warrior skill stone from the warrior vampiric ape, as well as its armor and weapon. Unfortunately, the others gave no loot. Now, it was time for Phase 2 of Drake's testing. Casting while moving. In most fantasy scenarios, he knew the magic circle would only form beneath a stationary caster. But did that still apply here? Drake had thought about it before, but never had the leeway to test it out. It was something he needed to master, and his reasoning was simple. An idle target was a dead target. The monsters were getting unironically more monstrous, and being forced to stand still. Even though he could one-shot most of them, standing still would make him a sitting duck in group fights. And now that he knew he could free up his hands while casting, he wondered what else was possible. With his new find, his mana control had gone up, and he could feel the constant ebb and flow of the energy inside him more clearly. Now, his next step was to attempt to move while doing so, and eventually casting while mobile. Not wanting to waste time, Drake got to work, beginning with just his hands, as it was easier to feel the mana. First was a brisk walk, circling a nearby tree, trying to keep his mind on the flow of mana inside him. Doing so at this speed wasn't difficult, so he upped his pace to a light jog. Now it was harder to discern the energy. His brain was becoming jumbled slightly, almost like a screen or haze had lightly covered his mind. But he could still feel the distinct mana pool inside him enough that he could direct it. The final step up. He sprinted around the tree, zigzagging and making abrupt directional changes, almost as if he was running suicides again in school. But as he tried to feel the mana, nausea overwhelmed him, and the haze from earlier solidified, making him stop and kneel as he retched. Drake coughed, spitting up bile, wishing he had something to rinse out his foul-tasting mouth. It's just vile. He groaned, standing shakily. I guess that's a non-starter for now. But I felt like I was nearly there. Maybe my stats just aren't there yet. I have some pretty high intelligence, but my wisdom is lacking. I'll have to start distributing some stats into it since my mana regen is slowing down. Drake thought. He may have failed, but he felt like he learned a very important lesson, and he would have to try again when he leveled up. Practice makes perfect, after all. Drake brought out his staff and a strap of venison, making a dash back into the forest while he ate and searched with renewed vigor. He was determined to level up and gain more stats so that he could try again. He was coming into his own, little by little. Breaking free from being the follower, the doormat, now he could firmly see his path forward. He used to be the one who always followed the guides for games, and took skills and builds just at face value. This also extended to his real life as well, and it had gotten him into trouble more than once. But now he was cooking with gas, he thought. Not long after venturing into the forest, Drake found another small group of monsters, a pair of warrior vampiric apes and a handful of vampiric apes. But they weren't the only things he found. A group of 5 people fought the group of monsters in a front-to-back formation. The 3 men in the front were actually wearing armor and sporting different weapons. One even had a shield. Where had they gotten the shield and weapons from? Drake looked at the 2 in the back, a woman and a man. The man was holding a shield and a cudgel and standing in front of the woman, ready to intercept anything that got past the 3 front-liners, all while throwing out glowing light, which Drake assumed was a healing spell. The woman was actually donning a wizard hat and chanting a spell that Drake didn't know. It certainly wasn't the Manibolt spell, as the chant was far too long. He was too far away to hear what she was chanting, but soon a crimson-red magic circle extended, rotating from under her feet as a massive fireball formed above her. Drake's eyes bulged at the impressive lump of mana. The woman motioned and lobbed it into the group of monsters. An ocean of fire exploded across the battlefield. The smaller apes were turned to ash instantly by the impact, while the warrior apes had to suffer the sustained flames. The men in front jumped in to finish off the apes with more skills he had never seen. Did all of these people have upgraded classes? Was there that much of a power jump at level 10? More importantly, was he further behind than he had assumed? How many people had already reached level 10 and changed classes? Drake considered asking them to party up, but quickly felt guilty that it even crossed his mind. He couldn't be so shameless as to ask for their help, especially not after refusing to ask Bear the same thing. That would make him a damned hypocrite. This wasn't even to mention they were strangers. Who was to say they wouldn't turn on him immediately after learning he was a lower level and still had a base class? He gritted his teeth, turning in another direction in search of monsters. He refused to keep letting himself fall behind. He was determined to work harder. After a short while, he ran into another group of monsters, warrior vampiric apes and vampiric apes, a pair each. It was close enough to the group he had fought this morning, so he was confident he could win. As this was the 3rd group he had seen, this also confirmed that monsters were grouping up. Drake began the fight by aiming for one of the warrior apes, like before, repositioning after he shot his Manibolts without staying to see if they hit. When he reached his new cover, he repeated the same. He looked at his notifications and confirmed the kill for one of the warriors. But in that split second, he heard something cut through the air, a loud crunch coming from the tree he hid behind. The other warrior had found him, and it was not happy. It snapped his cover in 2 with its club and made a dash for Drake, its smaller groupies following close behind. Drake dashed as well to a nearby pine, jumping and rolling behind it. Then he fired off 2 Manibolts, darting behind another tree and repeating. His aim was off, his stamina slowly draining as his hands grew shakier. The large ape was unstoppable, smashing trees in droves as it chased Drake, making it hard to hit the beast. Drake's plan of using the trees for cover backfired. Now he was in a dance of dodging both the apes and the falling trees. But he wasn't giving up. Although his stamina ticked down at a rapid pace, his mana was still at a healthy level. He continued to fire pairs of bolts at the charging ape, catching it in its extremities and then dodging behind trees, his life teetering on the edge of a knife. One wrong move, one screw-up, would mean certain death for him. The constant hit and run continued until he could finally take it down. Drake wheezed, his stamina hitting rock bottom. He dropped to his knees, sweat dripping from his every pore. But the fight wasn't over, and the pair of vampiric apes were quickly upon him. He tried his best to aim his staff with both hands at the charging pair, but only managed to get 1 Manibolt off. It hit the oncoming ape in the side, not enough to kill it. The beast slammed into Drake, knocking his staff from his hands and latching its teeth into his abdomen. They quickly rolled, entangled in a melee, the remaining apes swiftly closing in on them. Drake panicked, throwing fists into the beast gnawing on his side, grunting in pain with each blow as the ape continued to take bite-sized pieces out of him. But it was useless. He had no strength left to speak of, his stamina expended completely. His blows were doing little but tickling the ape. Drake began to chant, channeling his mana into a spell with his hand. But before it could fire, the second ape crashed into them, knocking them both again into a tumble. But this time, Drake had managed to maneuver himself on top of one of the apes, and somehow brought one arm down to distract it with what little strength he had left. Using the moment it gave him, he cast Mana Bolt with his other hand. "Manifest my power! Mana Bolt!" he yelled in between huffs and grunts. The bolt finally fired right into the side of the ape's skull, splattering its contents all over Drake. But he didn't have time to worry about the disgusting mess as he looked around wildly for the last ape. But no matter where he looked, he couldn't find it anywhere. Until finally he tried looking up. And there the beast was. It had climbed to a branch and pounced at Drake, its hands clasped together like a thunderous falling hammer. Drake chanted as fast as he could, compelling his arms to aim at the falling monster through sheer force of will. 2 excruciating seconds later, the Mana Bolt fired, and they collided. Both laid flat on the ground, an entangled mess. After a moment, the ape's body stirred, and Drake pushed it off himself. It gets easier, right? Baby steps. Yeah, baby steps. Drake huffed, gasping in between words. His body lay on the ground, refusing to move. Blood and viscera coated him. Drake was beaten, bleeding, and exhausted. Smiling. He was alive. Drake was spent, but he was making progress. He looked at his notifications, willing them to appear, as his arms were taking a nap right now.
You have subjugated Warrior Vampiric Ape Level 9. Experience earned. 500 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Warrior Vampiric Ape Level 9. Experience earned. 500 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Vampiric Ape Level 9. Experience earned. 50 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Vampiric Ape Level 9. Experience earned. 50 TP have been awarded. Subjugation Quest. 5 out of 10 Warrior Vampiric Apes. Congratulations, you have reached Mage Level 9. 14 FP have been awarded. Drake Wallen. Race. Human. Tutorial alias. Shot. Class. Mage Level 9. Vitality. 87. Strength. 23. Dexterity. 39. Intelligence. 157. Wisdom. 70. Endurance. 22. Free points. 14. Skills. Mana Bolt. Titles. First Blood. 2 versus 1. 1 versus many. Monkey Slayer. Living on the Edge. Close Call. Dead Man Walking.
Oh, it feels good to level up. Drake laughed internally, but he had to object to the system calling him a dead man. He wasn't dead yet. But he couldn't complain about the stat bonuses it gave, as almost dying was quickly becoming a habit. He looked at his health at barely 5%, slowly ticking up.
Dead Man Walking. Become a walking corpse, dropping below 5% health and surviving thrice. Plus 10 to all stats.
Drake lay there for a while, his eyes closed as he impatiently waited for his status to recover, only opening them to look around when he heard a breeze, rustle of branches or bushes. After a few minutes, Drake was able to move his aching body, his stamina very slowly filling up as he walked around, picking up the loot from the apes one by one. While doing so, Drake also went over the notifications, again, noticing a trend. The ape's minimal level was going up. He wasn't sure why this was happening, But even Bear had suspected as much, and now Drake was also inclined to think so. Drake was finally well enough to move from the area when his stamina ticked over 50%. He wasn't done for the day, and there was still plenty of light left. Time to see if this makes a difference now, he thought as he placed his free points into wisdom, bringing it up to 84. He moved a couple of minutes running distance from his last battle and began to, for lack of a better word, train his mana perception? Or maybe mana control was a more apt term. He would have to figure it out later for the autobiography he was thinking of writing eventually. Drake ran again as quickly as he could, making quick maneuvers, as if he was dodging attacks from shadow enemies. He then tried to feel his mana flow inside his body, bracing himself mentally for the wave of nausea that may hit him. But he was fine. Drake stopped and held a blank look of surprise, quickly becoming one of indignation. "That stupid bitch lied!" he yelled. Drake was sure the construct had told him that there were no substats affected by the 6 main stats when he was selecting a class. No, that wasn't right, he thought, as he calmed down. It had said there were no effects right now. She hadn't exactly lied, but told a half-truth. Fine. He wouldn't strangle the snarky construct. Only half-strangle. He sighed. What other things were his stats doing that he didn't know about? He wished he had someone to ask these things to, as inspecting his stats gave no additional information. But that would be for later. Now that he knew that wisdom increased his understanding of mana, and possibly other things, he had to see how much more he could innately understand about his mana. Drake started the same process as before, now casting his mana bolt. Beginning with a light walk, he chanted the spell. "Manifest my power." Ow! I bit my tongue. He whimpered. He had been able to start reciting his spell, but concentrating on so many things had put the actual words far from his mind. Making sure he wouldn't trip, the flow of his mana, making sure the mana was being channeled into his hand for the magic circle, it was a lot at once. But he had been able to do it. For the most part. Drake didn't feel a blockage like he had when he tried to sense his mana while moving at his current top speed before, which meant that with enough practice and levels he could do this. He smiled. That was all he needed to know for now.
Chapter 12.5 The Weirdo in the Forest. "Hey, did you hear that?" Chelsea asked. "No. What did you hear? Was it another ape?" asked Megan. "No, it came from over there. It sounded like a person," Chelsea answered, pointing in the direction she heard the voice. They both moved quietly through the forest as quickly as they could toward the voice. Megan trusted Chelsea's perception, as she had upgraded into a ranger class with a skill that made it scale to her already high dexterity. After a few meters, Megan was able to hear the faint voice that Chelsea mentioned.
Manifest my power. Damn it. Manifest my power. Manifest my power.
The voice said, at first faint, but growing clearer as they got closer. They both poked out behind a tree to look at the voice's source. It was a man. He looked awful. He was covered head to toe in blood. Most of his clothes had holes and tears in them, and he had no weapon, running in a straight line while trying to cast the basic mage skill Mana Bolt. "Is he hurt?" wondered Megan. "We should see if he's all right," whispered Megan, about to step out from behind the sycamore tree. But Chelsea's hand stopped her. Megan turned to look at her, a look of entreatment having come over her face, almost begging Chelsea to let her just quickly check on the obviously deranged man. But Chelsea held a stern look, shaking her head. "That weirdo is dangerous. Let's get back to the group, she whispered back, and she began to drag Megan backwards as they walked. Megan looked over her shoulder at the man, feeling a pang of guilt that she wasn't able to help him. This new world was dangerous, and strangers were dangerous, she knew that, but she at least wanted to show some kindness where she could. They both arrived back at their group a few minutes later. A glowering Chris with crossed arms was waiting to greet them.
"Where did you two go off to?"
he asked, irritation obviously bubbling beneath his scowl. "Foraging and looking for wild game. The animals that aren't monsters are getting scarce," answered Chelsea.
"And why? Did you not bring more people?"
You know what's out there, and what people will do if they find Megan. It's dangerous,"
Chris said, voice slowly raising to a shout as the rest of the group noticed the commotion. "Sorry, it was my fault. I wanted to gather some food for everyone and asked Chelsea, since she's quick and resourceful." Megan piped up, coming to her friend's defense. Chris sighed but turned to scowl back at Chelsea.
"You should know better by now. Mr. Park has already been kidnapped. We don't need another mess like that,"
he chided.
"Did you find anything at least?"
"No, but we—" Chelsea started, but was interrupted by Megan. "Nope, sorry, we didn't find anything," Megan said, giving Chelsea another entreating look.
"All right, then.
We're packing up and going deeper into the forest. We need to get class upgrades for everyone else."
Chris finally finished, turning towards the rest of the group and repeating his statement. Chelsea looked back at Megan as Chris left. "Why did you do that? We should have just told him about that bloody weirdo. You know how Chris can be, Chels. He would go and find him to remove the danger, and he would bring everyone," Megan said, thinking back on the fights that had broken out when their group had met others. When people had begun receiving their upgraded classes and specializing, Chris had gotten possessive toward the group, especially Megan. There was also what had happened the last time they met another group in the woods. Chris had gone to negotiate with them and returned in a mess of cuts, saying that they had tried to force him to give up the group's healers. After that, he adopted a policy of ensuring no danger got close to the group, especially people that might be dangerous. Megan was now an upgraded cleric class called an Acolyte of Light, and her skills allowed her to buff groups of allies, heal, and cleanse debuffs. This made her a target for groups needing a healer. It was the reason Mr. Park, another of the group's healers, had been snatched up and taken. He had been at the river with his cudgel out. The weapon had marked him as a healer, becoming his downfall. Now everyone kept their classes hidden as much as possible, keeping their weapons in their inventories until they needed them, along with any identifying armor, as long as it wasn't life-threatening not to wear. That may give them away. But despite that, Megan still looked into Chelsea's eyes with an expression of pleading. She still desired to do something kind and keep the secret of that man alone in the forest, not wanting to cause a manhunt. And after a few moments of their staring contest, Chelsea sighed and gave up, bringing Megan into a light hug. "Fine. But it's on you then, Miss Teacher's pet. I don't want to get chewed out again," Chelsea said softly, and they both smiled at each other, joining the rest of the group.
"What was that all about?"
someone asked the approaching pair. "Oh, Tom, it was nothing that serious. Chris was just worried, like always. We went out to find everyone some more food, but came up empty," Megan said, her eyes slightly downcast.
"It's not that big a deal, Megan, huh? We have plenty of food left, so keep your head up, both of you. You both contributed more than anyone could ask for,"
Tom said, waving his hands, trying to comfort the pair. "Thanks, Tom, but getting chewed out like that by our fierce leader is starting to get old," Chelsea rebutted. "That's not fair, Chels. You know he's only doing it because he's worried," Megan chided. "Yeah, about you," Chelsea smirked. "It's fine, I was just poking fun," she said, wrapping her arm around Megan's. Tom looked at both of them a little nervously, like he wanted to say something but wasn't sure if he should. But with her new skills as a ranger, Chelsea was observant enough to notice his body language. "What's the matter, Tom? Something happen?" Chelsea asked.
"Well, I don't want to say,"
his voice dropped to a whisper,
"but some of the people have been talking, about Chris and how things are going."
"Ah, That. Oh, just keep your head down and don't talk to anyone about it again. Now, shoo, Chelsea said, motioning her hands to push him away. Tom just nodded and walked back to the group, a look of resignation across his face. What did he mean, Chels? Megan said, looking at her friend. Nothing you have to worry your sweet, pretty head over, Megs, Chelsea assured her, bringing them both towards their remaining gear further in the makeshift camp. Chelsea kept what Tom had mentioned from Megan. She knew how much she adored the man, regardless of his flaws. Everyone had begun to notice how anyone who was getting too near his level would suddenly disappear, or get gravely injured in a fight for one reason or another. But many of them had looked past and ignored it because, with all honesty, he had kept them together. And maybe they were not thriving, but they were at least surviving. And most of all, Chelsea had grown to admire Megan. She truly worked harder than anyone else. She had always been on top of healing everyone and buffing the frontliners and rear guard, even going out of her way to find food and stopping pointless fights when people were scared. And Chelsea wouldn't let that insidious bastard sink his teeth into Megan, no matter how much Megan liked the creep. Chapter 13. I Invoke the Name of Kenny Foon.
It was the 4th day of the tutorial, and Drake looked like he had gone completely mad. In his journey to master casting while moving, Drake had begun to talk more than he ever had in his entire life. While he walked, while he ate, while he scanned the surroundings for monsters, while he fought monsters, while he was looting, even while he did his business, he talked. To anyone else, he must have looked like a deranged lunatic, constantly mumbling. But it was something he needed to do, so he couldn't be bothered to care. Drake constantly kept his mouth moving to train his speech enough that he could easily speak while he fought and ran around. That he could always be ready to cast his spell at a moment's notice, no matter the situation. He had actually taken the practice so far that his voice went hoarse, and his throat became so dry it cracked and damaged him. It forced him to stop for a short time as he ran around, trying to find the river, cursing that he still hadn't found anything to put the water into. It was difficult for him, since he hadn't really been an extrovert most of his life. The most he spoke was during online games, when he would curse at his teammates through voice chat or hang out with some friends in online apps. And those experiences couldn't compare to his constant exhaustion, his mind hazy with overexertion, overdosing on the consistent stream of adrenaline from fighting fantastically hairy monsters. He had forced himself to talk as fast as he could. At first he had constantly bitten his tongue and cheeks while jogging. Then he had trouble enunciating the words. Having to learn to breathe in between words correctly was harder than anything he had done before, surprisingly. It was almost like he was learning to sing or recite a long speech, all without becoming winded or incoherent. And that was just while running. When he tried it while fighting, he wanted to cry tears of blood. The amount he had to split his attention already while fighting was hellish. Add in controlling his mana and casting his spell, and he fell apart every time, having to resort to stationary casting. But he could guess what would help him as he looked at his wisdom stat.
Wisdom, 70.
He needed to gain his last level to hit the 100 stat threshold. Presumably, getting his upgraded class would help too. When his other stats passed 100, Drake noticed something had changed. With his intelligence, he began to hit slightly harder, and with his vitality, he had seen a bigger percentage increase with his regeneration. He was hoping that doing the same to his wisdom would improve his concentration and perception of mana, not to mention finally allowing him to confidently move while casting in battle. Drake glanced at his almost completed quest.
Subjugation quest. 8 out of 10 warrior vampiric apes.
Just 2 more to go. And I know that I'm on the cusp of reaching level 10, Drake thought. Well, finally he felt like he was catching up. He hoped that with his class upgrade, he would be able to finally hit his stride. Now, he just had to find the last 2 warriors. Drake had again slept in a tree during the night, but thankfully didn't have another rude awakening, allowing him to do his business in peace and clean up a little in the river. Stretching his cramped neck, he set out, ready to go find the last 2 monsters for his quest. He started traveling back into the forest, still practicing speaking as he ran. My name is Drake. I like to eat cake, but I wish I had stick. My lord, my body does ache. He rhymed, doing his best to keep his breath even while he ran at a steady pace. 2 more to go, and I'm gonna show. Even that that one didn't make sense. The construct wasn't even a real person. She can't be promiscuous. Or can she? Hey-yo! He rambled, then shouted as he finally spotted a pair of warrior vampiric apes walking in tandem ahead. The apes, of course, heard him rambling and turned at the noise, a look of animalistic ferocity in their eyes. They charged at Drake just like all monsters here, but not before Drake rapidly fired off 5 mana bolts at the first charging beast, showing the results of his full day of practice. The barrage of mana bolts pelted the ape, 2 finding their way to its head, stopping it dead in its tracks and forcing the second one to jump over the corpse. Drake sent another 3 mana bolts right at the flying warrior ape. It jumped, becoming an easy target, which Drake swiftly took down in quick succession. And that's a wrap, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Now, these life and death struggles really do cut your learning curve. Drake cheered as he bowed to an imaginary audience for a standing ovation. As Drake jokingly held an Oscar and thanked countless people who may or may not have just been anime characters, he opened his notifications, already expecting what would be there.
You have subjugated Warrior Vampiric Ape Level 8. Experience earned. 400 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Warrior Vampiric Ape Level 9. Experience earned. 500 TP have been awarded. Quest complete. 10 out of 10 Warrior Vampiric Apes. You have been awarded experience. Congratulations, you have reached Mage Level 10. 14 FP have been awarded. Quest complete. Congratulations, you have reached Mage Level 11. 14 FP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Mage Level 12. 14 FP have been awarded. Quest complete. Would you like to accept rewards?
Drake pumped his arms up and down, happy he had finally reached his milestone. And thanks to the absurdly generous quest reward, he jumped right to level 12. The jubilation of seeing his hard work pay off rose like a flood inside him. The quest reward prompts hovered in front of him, and it was hard to decide which one to choose first. Drake kept going back and forth between the 2, really trying to work out which of them he really wanted to see the most. He was like a kid on Chrysler's Day trying to figure out which present to open first, as if it was the most momentous event in their lives. Finally, Drake decided he would accept the Warrior Ape quest reward first. With that, Drake walked away from the fight, mumbling to himself, as his training had quickly transformed constant talking into a habit. He picked the direction of the river, as he had met his goals for today and wanted to clean himself off before night fell. He stopped briefly once he was far enough away from the previous fight and sat down with a thump, accepting the prompt for the quest.
Warrior Vampiric Ape Subjugation Quest complete. Would you like to accept rewards? Yes or no?
Drake accepted the prompt, excited to see what would be in his gift from the big, fat system Santa.
Reward accepted. Please roll for item rarity.
He was prompted again to roll once he accepted, just like it had done with the Vampiric Ape quest. This again, huh? I guess because it's a random stone, so it's sticking with making it a type of gotcha. Is this going to be a thing forever? Nah, I'll just have to use my ultimate secret ability technique then, Drake shouted internally. Drake pulled out the black die from his inventory and warmed it in his hands. But before he threw it out, he changed his seating position. Sweeping his legs under himself so he was in a bowing pose, he dramatically heaved forward into an overdone bow, slamming his head into the ground hard enough to break the skin on his forehead. "Oh, gotcha, gods! Please bestow on this one the luck of the legendary Kenny Foonmeister. May this poor, unworthy soul be given but a shred of their RNG prowess and high roll," he shouted into the ground, his head still on the forest floor. Drake had no way to accurately tell time here, and since this was reality, he had no patch day to wait for lucky rolls. So he invoked his secret technique, his trump card, his RNG trap card. He asked for help from the singular luckiest son of a bitch he had ever met in the entirety of his online gaming career, Kenny Foonmeister. The man had hit top rolls in almost every game with some sort of RNG mechanic he had ever touched. Loot boxes, Wheels of Fortune, Russian roulette, you name it. Once, he had even joined a mobile game Drake was playing just to use the new player free rolls, only to hit triple SSR-rated meta characters and then quit right after, just to spite Drake and prove he was an RNG god. If anything was going to work, this would, and Drake knew he would hit a nat 20 as he threw the die across. The die rolled and tumbled, finally coming to a stop. 17. "It's a lie! It's all a lie!" Drake cried, slamming his fists into the ground. A moment later, a small stone hit the back of his head, falling to the ground in front of him. Still wailing in pain from his missed high roll, Drake reached out his hand to retrieve the stone, identifying it.
Skill Stone, Transcendence, Rare. Unlocks a random skill from the Transcendence tree. Requires one open skill slot and one mage main tree or subtree branch unlocked.
Drake sat up, straight as a pole, his tears suddenly dry. "Huh. It isn't a max roll, but it's our first rare skill," he said. "It's all right. We were just saving the big one for the grand finale," he shouted, looking at the final reward prompt.
You have reached Mage level 10. You may now upgrade your class. Quest complete. Would you like to accept rewards? Yes or no?
Drake again mentally accepted. Another familiar prompt replaced the acceptance screen, but there was something different in the rollout of text.
Please roll twice for item rarity. Primary roll for main class tree skill stone. Secondary roll for class-specific skill stone. Please roll thrice for class advancement selection. Once you have rolled, you will be presented with a list of classes based on each individual roll.
Wow. So I have to roll a total of 5 times. That means I have some pretty good odds of getting a decent class and items then. Drake picked up the die to roll for the items. Dropping it to the ground from in his sitting position, it bounced and tumbled until it finally came to a stop. A 20, staring back at him. "Hell yeah!" he shouted, immediately jumping up and throwing his fist into the air. A stone winked into existence in front of him, dropping next to the die. This stone was different from the others. It wasn't clear, but held an almost tan porcelain color, much like the color of bones. He bent down and picked it up.
Main class tree stone. Necromancer of the End. Legendary. Unlocks the Necromancer of the End main class tree. Requires one open main class tree slot and mage base class level of 10 or more. Legendary side effect. May cause personality and race changes.
Holy mother of RNG! We struck gold! I think. Race changes? What? Does that mean it turns you into a lich or something? Drake mused excitedly, his voice dropping to a hushed tone as he finished reading the description. I'm happy I finally got a legendary stone, but can I even use it? And I'm not exactly sure I want to change into something associated with necromancy. Pretty sure those would all be like undead things? Drake wondered, turning the stone over in his hand. After a few seconds of thinking it over, he decided to wait on the stone until after he was done rolling. No use in rushing it when he had more rolls still. Drake picked up the die again and tossed it to the ground with trepidation, still slightly shaking from the adrenaline from receiving a legendary. The die bounced and finally turned slowly, from 2 to 4, then 14, and finally came to a stop on 20. He coughed up blood, but quickly recovered when the stone materialized next to the die. His hand shakily moved to pick up both the stone and die.
Skill Stone. Necromancy. Legendary. Unlocks one random skill from the Necromancy tree. Requires one open skill slot. Unlocked Mage main tree or subtree branch.
Drake was speechless. He had rolled 2 nat 20s in a row, netting him 2 legendary stones, making his choice obvious as to what to do with them. He began trying to, through trial and error, use the stone. Eventually he was able to trigger it by focusing on the stone and mentally willing it to be consumed. But a piercing headache struck when he did. A new notification popped up.
Unable to consume main class tree stone. You are already on a main class quest within the tutorial.
Well, isn't that just a bitch? Drake squinted, disappointed. He had finally gotten something really good from this godforsaken system, and he wasn't even allowed to use it. What a scam! An injustice to the highest degree! He fumed. After a few minutes of cursing into the air, as there was nowhere to direct his complaints to, he eventually calmed down and tried to look on the bright side. He still had 3 chances to score a good class upgrade. Pocketing the stones, he dropped the die with dead eyes, void of emotion. The die clattered on the ground, rolling around. A 13 then turned to 19. Drake's eyes filled back with life, but then it shifted with a twang, bouncing off the ground 15. Drake's eyes were now nervously shaking, sweat beginning to bead on his face, and it finally ceased moving. A 1 facing the sky. Drake's eyes turned to hazy glass spheres once again, as he mechanically lifted the die and dropped it again. He had to look on the bright side. He still had 2 chances to score a good class upgrade, he thought. The die again sang with the sound of it hitting the ground, dancing along the bare dirt, teasing Drake. 18, then turning to 15, and back to 18, finally rolling to a stop. Another 1 stared back at Drake. Drake moved like a broken doll for the die, a creaking almost audible when he shifted his body to pick the cursed thing up. Dropping it to the ground one final time, Drake looked ahead, not having the heart to look down at the result. He spotted a new notification in his vision and opened it up.
You have rolled 1, 1, and 1. Generating class list. Chapter 14. Dual Class.
Drake laughed, but it wasn't joyful. It wasn't happy, and it wasn't excited. It was a broken laugh that sounded almost like a sob. If anyone had seen him at that moment, they would have seen him crying tears of red liquid. He felt betrayed. Being this unlucky was almost an impossibility. What were the chances? Like 1 in 8,000? It's fine. Oh, look on the bright side. The Classes can't be too bad, right? He mumbled as he chewed on his bottom lip, fighting back more tears.
Class list generated. Please select one of the following classes: Warrior, Ranger, Cleric.
Drake let out a wail. He collapsed, dropping to the floor like a puppet with his strings cut. It really was that bad. It wasn't funny anymore. No joke or way of coping would fix things this time. He couldn't understand why his luck was so abysmal that his randomly generated upgrades weren't even true upgrades. Would he really have to pick one of these? What would that mean for him? Would he be stuck without a real class until his next advancement? Stuck with just one skill until 40? Drake placed his head in both his hands as he thought of the cold reality that might be. Drake felt like he was coming loose, something in him falling apart. His resolve and hard work, fighting on the edge of a knife for days, was coming up empty. He stood up and began walking forward, his mind a haze of questions and curses. He wasn't sure of what he would do anymore, what he could do. So he just walked mechanically through the forest. He met some packs of vampire apes here and there. For some reason they were more abundant, but Drake killed them just as mechanically as he walked. He cast his spells in a low monotone as he wreaked havoc on the monsters that charged at him, not caring if he was hit every now and then. He killed them all, not because he had a goal, but just because they decided to show up. He continued moving forward, ignoring the flashing notifications in his vision and his slowly draining health pool. Eventually he broke out of the forest onto an outcropping. A familiar sword stuck into a mound of dirt momentarily broke him out of his daze. Long enough for him to select the warrior class and mentally confirm it.
You have selected class Warrior. If you confirm this class, you will lose all current experience and be reset to level 1. Are you sure you would like to choose Warrior? Yes or no?
Drake fell to the ground with his hands on his knees and wept. The system had won. It had broken his will to continue. He had worked tirelessly for days, each day harder than the last, alone, all just to see it be taken away, just like that. Flashes of the last job he had worked flickered in his mind. He had been happy and content. He had gotten out of college and found a meaningful place of work at a tech firm as their graphic artist, making things they needed for advertisements. It wasn't bad. The pay was good, and the people were cordial with him. Then around Halloween he had been asked to go to a party by a work colleague. It was a semi-large gathering with around 50 people. Some were from the firm, and some friends of friends, the usual. He had met someone there while drinking. They had hit it off as they had similar interests. They both sat on the couch and talked each other's ears off about their favorite shows and what they were looking forward to being released. It got to a point that Drake had really come to like this girl, and he moved in to be more intimate, and they proceeded on the couch for a little. It had gotten late by that point, and Drake offered to take her home. When they had gotten back to her place, she had told him he wouldn't be getting lucky tonight, with a laugh, and told him to just text her later to make sure he had gotten home safe. He drove home in a good mood. At first he hadn't even really considered going to that party, but having met someone so cool there, now he was glad he did. The next morning he had gone to work the same as always and expected it to be another day. But it wasn't. He was called down to HR. They told him that he had sexually harassed someone but wouldn't say who, and that he would be terminated immediately as they did not tolerate such an offense. Drake tried to reason with them, and asked Who exactly was accusing him? Shocked that someone could even consider he would do such a thing, and that such a one-sided decision could even be possible. He was losing his job, his livelihood. It wasn't something that could be decided just like that, no questions asked. But they didn't listen. The decision had already been made. A man came into the room with his things, and he was told he would be escorted off the premises. He could only comply, nodding to their every word listlessly, as he was too shocked to do much else. His 2 full years of working hard for that company had been thrown into the trash, with no concern for his effort or well-being. What the system was doing felt just like that, putting his effort into the trash. No remorse, no concern, nothing. Drake felt cold, as if all the energy in his body suddenly left him. He languidly got to his feet and walked over to the grave, falling in a heap once there. Hey, it's me again. Looks like this is where the line ends for me. I said I wasn't going to see your stupid face again, but here I am, Drake said through his sniffling. Yeah, I thought I moved past copping out and giving up, but I just don't know if I can do it all again. What if it just gets taken again? Ripped out from under me, you know? You can always just get back up and do it again. You've done it before. A familiar voice whispered in the back of his head. What the fuck do you know? Drake shouted. Do it again? That's easy to say, but how many times am I going to work so hard just to never see the fruits of my labor? If all it takes is one person saying I did something, or some god-forsaken overlord of a system giving me a shit hand, what's the point? He screamed, venting his anger out in front of him with a flourish of his arm. Drake sunk back down, his head dipping into his crossed arms on his knees, feeling empty. He didn't know how long he sat there. Eventually, that same voice from the start of the introduction spoke in his head.
Attention! Sufficient participants within the tutorial have reached level 10. The tutorial will now begin in earnest. Monsters will be raised to the minimum of F rank over the next 24 hours. Ladders will be generated based on participant level and TP. Participants will be rewarded at the end of the tutorial, 120 days, based on their rank. Rewards will be given for removing other participants from the tutorial, and their TP and inventory contents will be given to the victor. Additional rewards will be given for the top 10 positions. May you gain insight, power, and renown, and most importantly, may you survive.
The voice finished, and Drake couldn't stop himself from taking a peek at the new notification for the ladder. Still sitting down in front of the mound of dirt and sword, he listlessly browsed the top spots. The board showed the top 100 with the top 10 in bold. His own rank was at the very bottom of the screen, making it easy to find. He knew this was throwing salt on the wound, but he wanted to at least know where he stood, even if he had given up.
Top level leaderboard. Rank 1, level 18, Bear. Rank 2, level 15, Shigure Kenzo. Rank 3, level 15, Your Savior. Rank 4, level 15, Joker. Rank 5, level 15, Chris Springs. Rank 6, level 14, Super Megan. Rank 7, level 14, Kristen Howell. Rank 8, level 14, Kahoo. Rank 9, level 14, Vitamin D. Rank 10, level 14, Jason A. Rank 20, level 12, Shot.
A pang of anger rose in him as Drake looked at the ladder. He wasn't surprised to see Bear in first. The man was just a moving tank, after all. But it was surprising that he had caught up and made rank 20 completely alone. while some of these people were obviously in groups. That such progress would be reset, dropping him down to last place, only enraged him further. At the bottom of the window was a participant counter showing how many people had been in the tutorial.
Participant count, 4,542 of 5,000.
Drake felt disgusted as he watched the counter visibly decrease tens, then hundreds of numbers at a time. Monsters were not doing this. It was people killing people. The system had turned this fight for survival into a literal bloodbath battle royale. He couldn't stomach the feeling on top of everything else to check the tutorial point ladder again, and promptly closed the window. He returned to hopelessly sulking, the window asking to confirm his decision still hovering in front of him. Eventually he was forced to cover his eyes as the glare from the rays of the twilight sun hit him. The reflection of the blade had caught him in the face. As if jerking on strings, his body moved automatically. Standing up to get out of the way of the bright glare, looking down at the mound and the blade, placing his hand on the hilt of it. Slowly, images of his fight here meandered through his head, his upset at the injustice done to this unknown person. How he had fought so hard to establish his goal in his heart. This time, when he saw the images flash in his mind, he wasn't upset, or angry, or sad like he had been before. His struggles, the good and the bad, here and in the past, were a part of who he was, and the experiences that shaped him. What had been done to him could not be changed. He could only control how he reacted. He mentally and physically hit himself. He had lost his way. You can always try again. You're still breathing, the voice in the back of his head said. Drake wasn't all right. Nothing would make what happened to him in his past acceptable, but just like that person said, he was going to carry on, in spite of it. He might not be able to change the past, but he would be damned if he took it laying down for his future. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and pulled it from the ground. This new world wanted to keep him down, and he admitted it was beating his ass. But if nothing else, he was a sturdy son of a bitch. The road to the end wasn't a straight line. It had its ups and downs, and there was only up from here, he thought. He suddenly heard another voice in the back of his head, one from a friend that had been a father figure to him, even more than his own had. Bad shit happened to you. It sucks, and it isn't fair. Now get over it and move on. Let it be a lesson learned and nothing else. Stay focused and stay on that grind, the voice said. Drake smiled with renewed determination, affirming that he had been here before, but he was ready to get up and move on. This time he even mostly managed it on his own. Progress? A moment later he mentally hit confirm and started again. Fine. Grumps. I'll get off my ass and keep it moving. Fucking asshole. Drake scoffed. Still, he was smiling.
You have reached level 1. You have selected warrior. You already possess a starter class. The classes will be merged. You've merged the classes to unique, mage, and warrior, level 1. New skill learned, heavy blow. Heavy blow. Heavy blow can be cast by chanting. Power through force, heavy blow. Cost, small amount of stamina. Cast time, instant. Damage, 1-to-1 ratio based on strength. You have gained the title, dual class. Dual class. You've gone back to the start, but all is not lost. The trail is long and hard but rewarding. Plus 20 to all stats. Extensive increased requirement to experience for level gain. New class quest. Reach mage level 10. Reward. Class upgrade. Main class skill stone. Class specific skill stone. New class quest. Reach warrior level 10. Reward. Class upgrade. Main class skill stone. Class-specific skill stone.
Oh, this is just like that game. What the fuck? Drake started to scream, but never got the chance, as he was tackled by a vampiric ape mid-sentence.
Chapter 15. A Promise.
Shit! Drake howled as the ape hit him like a runaway train. Tumbling to the ground, Drake managed to get up quickly, scanning the surroundings for the ape. When he saw the ape, it looked different. The vampiric ape was slightly bigger than normal, and was clearly wilder, its mouth foaming as it glared at Drake. Drake took no time to point his staff in his left hand and aim at the beast, quickly chanting his mana bolt spell. But the ape surprisingly dodged the bolt with deft accuracy, charging again at Drake. He shuddered at the increased speed the beast was showing, but chanted bolts at the charging beast nonetheless. The ape continued to dodge the bolts as it closed in on him, forcing Drake to go into a melee. "Ha! Joke's on you! I'm also a warrior now!" Drake shouted as the ape collided with him once again. Drake shoved his sword and staff in front of him with trembling hands, bracing for the impact. Surprisingly, he didn't budge, and was actually holding the ape back. What's going on? I should only be level 1. He shouldn't have the strength to stop a vampiric ape with level 1 stats. The ape wasn't about to wait for him to figure it out, as it pulled and clawed at the weapons barring it to get to Drake. Drake refocused and pushed back with all the force he could muster. And with astonishment, Drake did, even slashing the ape across the chest with his sword. The ape howled in pain, grabbing at its now bleeding chest, allowing Drake the moment he needed to chant a point-blank mana bolt right into the ape's chest, blowing a hole through it. What in the world is going on? That ape was obviously stronger than normal ones, but I still killed it in essentially one bolt. And what was up with my bloody strength there? Drake asked aloud. Drake looked at the kill notification for the vampiric ape.
You have subjugated Vampiric Ape, F rank, level 11. Experience earned. 550 TP have been awarded.
F rank? Did the monsters get an upgrade already, and it's level 11? What tomfoolery is going on here, Mr. Nook? Drake said, bringing up the next notifications.
Congratulations, you have reached Mage and Warrior level 2. 28 FP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Mage and Warrior level 3. 28 FP have been awarded.
I got 28 free points per level? What in the world is going on? This doesn't add up. Drake thought, quickly opening his stats.
Drake Wallen. Race. Human. Tutorial alias. Shot. Class. Unique Mage and Warrior level 3. Vitality 160. Strength 104. Dexterity 94. Intelligence 226. Wisdom 122. Endurance 87. Free points 98. Skills: Mana Bolt, Heavy Strike. Titles: First Blood, 2 vs. 1, 1 vs. Many, Monkey Slayer, Living on the Edge, Close Call, Dead Man Walking, Dual Class, Punching Up, Improbability.
Again Drake dropped to his knees. He roared in a guttural voice to the heavens and laughed loudly, so much so that he became hoarse. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Does the system love me, or hate me? What kind of toxic relationship am I getting into? Drake thought as he viewed his stats. The stats from his 12 levels as a mage had remained, as had his free points. Drake could barely process what he was looking at, tightening his hands around his weapons until there was a crack and then a sudden snap of wood. "Oh, fuck!" No, he hurriedly said, looking down at the remains of his wooden staff. No. Oh, don't worry, little buddy, I'll fix you right up. Good as new. He rambled, trying to put the pieces back together like a puzzle. Finally, he was getting it to a semblance of its former majesty. Then, cautiously, he raised it into the air and inspected it.
Broken novice wooden staff. A staff made from wood, now broken into itty-bitty pieces. Damage, 0, because it's broken. Attack speed, 0. You could try throwing it at stuff, though. Casting speed, 0. Just use your hands, dummy.
You know, I don't like being called out in this manner. I just went through a horrendously traumatic experience. Drake joked, his mood slightly lightening. Drake thought it truly was the end for him, or at least the beginning of a long climb back to normal, but it turned out to not be as bad as he'd thought. Checking some of the stats, he found that he was gaining twice as many free points, which must be due to having technically 2 classes. He must have also been gaining the warrior base stat bonus with each level as well, which would explain how his strength had jumped to a whopping 104. His other stats were no slouches either. He had broken past 200 intelligence, and his previously abysmal endurance and dexterity were now almost breaking through the 100 stat threshold. He could only attribute it to his 3 new titles.
Dual class. You've gone back to the start, but it is not all lost. The trail is long and hard, but rewarding. Plus 20 to all stats. Extensive increased requirement to experience for level gain. Punching up. You have subjugated a being a full rank above your own. This is no small feat and normally impossible. Plus 30 to all stats. Improbability. You have subjugated a foe 10 levels above your own. Although the odds were stacked against you, you prevailed. Plus 5 to all stats.
Drake gaped at the bonuses. These titles alone accounted for 55 points to all his stats. But the dual class title had a horrifying implication with its demerit. If he was required to gain more experience than normal, he would have to face double the number of mobs and danger at minimum to get the same return as anyone else. But with double the stat bonuses, he supposed it was fair. The amount of work he would have to do, though, would go up exponentially. Would there even be enough monsters here for him to kill to level up by the end? If this system keeps the trend it's shown so far, the stat gains will go up just as exponentially if there isn't a level cap. I could gain endless titles and could increase my stats thanks to basically being 10 levels higher than what my status window shows, Drake thought. Drake now felt much more optimistic. He was still bitter that he was forced to level again, but he had inadvertently gained a huge boon in terms of future value. It might be slow going, but he would be getting the stats of 2 levels for every 1 he obtained, and because of his stats carrying over, he was able to kill a monster 10 levels above him. It was a welcomed compensation. Finally done going over his new stats, and grieving for his lost comrade, for whom he would seek vengeance for in the coming battles. Those damn dirty apes. How dare they do that to Frank? He walked over to the stone dropped by the vampiric ape.
Skill stone. Strength. Uncommon. Unlocks 1 random skill from the strength tree. Requires 1 open skill slot. Unlocked warrior class tree or sub-tree branch.
This was something new, Drake thought curiously. He hadn't seen a skill stone like this from any of the previous apes. Was it because it had evolved to F rank? He would have to pay attention to his future drops. He looked at the fading sun over the horizon, then back at the newly acquired blade in his hand. Normally he'd be tired around now, but he wasn't. Was it his endurance? It had made an incredible jump along with his dexterity, and he still had free points to spend, now that he thought about it. But those would have to wait until he got used to his new physical stats. He wanted to make sure he was distributing the large sum in a practical way to match his new goals. And if he was being honest, after what he had just done to that ape, even before he gained his titles for killing it, he wasn't feeling in a rush to use them just yet. Drake wanted to go test out his new stats and new warrior skill immediately, but looking again at the waning sun, he would have to stop for now and find a place to rest and hole up for the night. He really hoped he would gain some source of lighting soon. Resting at night instead of hunting felt like a waste of time, especially since he wasn't tired. He turned to the mound of dirt, now marked by Frank the Broken Staff, and said, "Looks like I'm going again. Don't miss me too much. I'll be back soon enough this time, though. I'm going to come back when the tutorial's over. Next time, when I've turned into someone stronger and unrecognizable, when I can say goodbye to my weak and indecisive self for good." He smiled and began to turn towards the tree line. No takesies backsies this time.
Chapter 16. New Stats.
Night fell before Drake could encounter any monsters, forcing him to shelter in a tree. He was stronger, but he didn't believe he was ready to go wandering around in the dark just yet. All night he stayed wide awake, perched in the tree with nothing to do but watch the sky. He hadn't noticed it before, as he had always passed right out when his head hit the pillow, or branch in this case, being exhausted day in and out. He still felt the mental fatigue and a sliver of the physical, but he was certainly leagues above his limits from before. But when Drake gazed at the sky, he noticed a lack of, well, everything. There were no stars, no moon. Everything was pitch black. He could hear things flying above him every now and then, but without anything to reflect light, he couldn't see shit. Well, that wasn't true. He could see subtle flickers of red and orange, which he assumed were eyes, as they came in pairs. But Drake wasn't exactly good with scary stuff, so those he chose to ignore. After a few hours of staring into nothingness, wondering if he was actually still on Earth, or if the lack of celestial bodies meant this was somewhere else, he got bored and went over his stats a bit more. Well, at least people won't be asking what sign I am here. He chuckled. He looked at his 2 sub-100 stats, dexterity and endurance, and decided to, at the very least, round them out. 19 points each got them past their thresholds, bringing his free points down to 79. Now Drake was certain he wouldn't need any sleep tonight, a sure side effect of hitting the endurance threshold. As for dexterity, he felt no immediate difference, making him uncertain of what it affected. Maybe it increased his reaction time or processing speed. Since he was unable to test it at the moment, he moved on. His strength had also gone past the threshold, but he hadn't noticed a change until fighting the apes. That he could now stop a charging silverback gorilla was fairly hard to miss, but at first the change had eluded him. What also struck him as odd was that his physical stature hadn't changed much, as he poked his slightly protruding belly. "I'm not fat, I'm just big boned," he muttered to no one in particular. But outside of a lack of food making him slightly slimmer, he was surprised at how little the stats affected him cosmetically. A few more hours into the night, Drake had gotten very bored, and started theory-crafting what his focus should be now that he had 2 classes. His anime fanaticism flared for the rest of the night. He imagined a grand wizard, decimating swaths of enemies with a single spell, a warrior that crushed anything and everything under their grip. And, funny enough, He thought of a particular double-ponytailed schoolgirl wielding an overly large talking scythe, with a finishing move he wanted to try in particular. In his imagination, the possibilities were endless. He honestly couldn't decide, and that made his decision for him. He was now a cross-class, just like in the good old days of that game, which had some eerie similarities to this system. And that class had been an all-rounder, or a jack-of-all-trades type, that focused on the fundamentals and used stat, bonuses, items, and the like to increase those basics to an absurd level. He wanted to feel that again, and he had an inkling that he would be able to. So his next goal was to make his class and stats into the perfect all-rounder. A final sweep of his status showed that he had gotten a new title.
Rounded. You are well-rounded. Reach 100 in all stats. +1 to all stats.
Am I a joke to you? Drake asked incredulously, looking up into the void. But he dismissed the system's jab, just happy for more stats and a new milestone. He just needed skills to work from now, and for that, he needed to hit level 10 again and reach his class upgrades as quickly as possible. Around 6 hours into the night, daylight was soon coming. Drake racked his brain, trying to think of things he needed and wanted to do during the coming days. After a few more minutes of ironing out his checklist, he suddenly remembered the other leaderboard for tutorial points. Willing the leaderboard open, he changed the window from the leveling board to the one for TP, not missing that while some of the names in the leveling board had changed and some had even just disappeared, Bear was still head and shoulders ahead of the pack. Going through the ladder, he had noticed that most of the standings were similar to the level ladder, which made sense, as everyone else most likely had the same experience threshold. They would all need to kill a similar number of monsters for experience, resulting in a similar TP reward. Drake looked at the bottom of the window and saw his rank and TP.
Rank 27. Shot 10,700 TP.
To see he had dropped a few places in the standing left him downtrodden, but he was also curious at the discrepancies he saw in some places.
Rank 1. Bear 23,803 TP. Rank 2. Chris Springs 18,503 TP.
They weren't the only ones a few spots above their level rankings. Perhaps some quests were starting to give TP as a reward, or these people were actively killing other participants and taking their TP. I wonder why some of the standings end in a 3. You can't get half points, right? He thought in passing. Drake had been an avid PvPer in many games. Even the one he had modeled his dual class after had been centered around it, revolving around 3 races fighting for supremacy of limited resources. But this was something else entirely. He couldn't understand why people would murder others for a spot on a leaderboard and rewards. He wasn't necessarily opposed to self-defense and protecting you and yours, but this was on an entirely different scale. But he conceded that perhaps he remained stuck in the old ways of his previous world's sensibilities. Maybe this was just the norm in this new cutthroat reality, fighting over resources, even if it meant crushing other humans underfoot. The subject gave him mixed feelings, and he just couldn't come up with a black-and-white answer. The break of dawn interrupted his internal turmoil. Drake sat, shielding his eyes with his hand as he squinted. He would plate his philosophizing for now. There was a long list of things to get through today. Drake dropped down from the tree with more ease than usual, landing softly on his feet, almost making no sound. Well, hell, isn't that kind of elf-like? Can I walk on snow now, too? He said aloud, a small crease spreading across his face. First, I should get a handle on how these new inflated stats feel. he thought. Drake looked around for a tree a few meters from him. Yeah, that should be about right. He had singled out a tree that would have taken him around 30 seconds normally to sprint to. He got into a starting sprinter's stance and took off for the tree. The world around him blurred as he took long, swift strides, reaching his destination in less than 10 seconds. He just stared blankly at his starting location, amazed with himself. He had reduced his travel time by more than 70%, and he was still breathing evenly. Oh, I'm a goddamn superhero! He chortled. I wonder if that means I can leap over tall buildings in a single bound and smash rocks with my bare fists. He joked, grinning ear to ear. But then he thought about it more seriously. He sized up the tree now beside him. It was around 5 meters tall, give or take. Drake crouched down, as if to turn himself into a compressed spring, and pushed off the ground with all his strength, launching himself into the air. Reaching his apex, he waved his arms wildly, seeing over the top of the tree next to him. The next moment he began his rapid return to the ground, screaming and flailing all the way. He somehow managed to keep himself upright enough that he landed on his feet. Drake huffed as he released his held breath, and soon checked his body to see if anything was broken. But, surprisingly, he was fine, his body fully pain-free. He then looked towards the trunk of the tree and placed his fist against it, squaring up to it. "Please don't break my hand," he mumbled, bringing his fist back and letting loose a right hook with all his might. There was a loud crash and the splintering of wood as a cloud of dust kicked up below the tree. The dirt settled, revealing his fist sunken into the trunk halfway up his forearm. Drake was a little disappointed that he hadn't felled the thing in one blow, like a scene from an anime, but was more than satisfied with the results. Oh, I'll have to come up with a super cool hero name now. Maybe turn an old insulting nickname into my moniker to take power away from it and show him above the bully that stuck me with it? Maybe. Drake smiled. Through some more tests, Drake got the gist of his capabilities, but there was a problem. I've never used a sword before yesterday. Well, in my backyard maybe, but we don't talk about those days. He coughed. I know that you slash them and stick them with the pointy end, but that's where my expertise ends. He tried some practice swings, but stopped soon after, thinking he looked silly. I guess I'll just have to learn through repetition and guessing. Nothing new there. This whole place has just been one big learning experience anyway. Deciding to put more time into learning how to properly swing a sword later, he moved on to the next thing he wanted to know. Could he cast while holding the sword? He certainly couldn't use poor Frank anymore.
Novice iron sword. Common. A starter iron sword made from what looks like iron. 35 to 37 physical damage. 5 to 13 magic damage. Attack speed. Normal. Cast speed. Slightly slow.
Oh, system, you're so funny, he said flatly. Magic damage and cast speed were listed in the description, so it must be viable as a casting tool. He pointed the tip of the sword towards the same unfortunate tree, reciting his spell. Manifest my power, Mana Bolt. A blue magic circle formed at the end of the blade, but the mana flowing into the weapon felt hobbled and rough, like he was squeezing it through a too tight straw. It took a total of 5 seconds to fully manifest the bolt, several seconds longer than it took with his bare hands. After shooting out of the blade tip normally, the bolt hit the tree and punched a fist-sized hole all the way through both it and the tree behind it. A nice damage. But that cast time, well, that's a problem. Drake confessed to himself. It was good that he now knew. As long as a weapon had the magic damage and cast stat, he could channel magic through it. But obviously some weapons were better suited to the task than others, and this one just wouldn't do. He ended up deciding to stick with casting through his free hand. The quicker cast time was ultimately more valuable than the sword's small damage increase. And now for the last and final test. Drake went off in a mad dash, circling the tree. Placing his hand in front of him, trained on the tree, he felt the mana inside him, then began to cast. Manifest my power! Mana Bolt! After the 2-second delay, a mana bolt flew from his hand, but missed the tree, flying past it and punching a fist-sized hole through another tree, burning a second hole halfway through the trunk of the one behind it. Drake shouted with glee and stopped as he curled his hands into fists. He was finally able to finish casting while running, and now he could run. Then he looked back at the tree he had failed to hit. We'll just ignore that I still can't aim, he thought sheepishly. All right, time to go find some monsties to hunt. No more slacking off, he yelled, pointing his sword in a random direction as he ran off at full speed. Then he quickly tripped over an extended tree root, falling flat on his face. Okay. Maybe not at full speed just yet, he said, raising his beet-red face from the dirt and spitting some out of his mouth.
Chapter 17. That's a lot of monsters.
Drake got up and patted off the dirt from his face, not bothering with his ripped and tattered clothes. I'm gonna have to find some new digs soon, or I might have to go running around naked, he mumbled sarcastically, pulling at the tattered edges. When he looked up, he saw a flash of gray pass through the trees. Drake immediately followed it, hoping it was a monster. With his new stats, he quickly caught up, and was met with an angry dog-faced monster, standing up to about as high as his chest, and garbed in old-fashioned leather equipment, clutching a pickaxe in its hands. It snarled at Drake, baring its dog-like teeth. But, instead of fighting, the monster then turned again and ran, sounding like a hyena on some nature documentary. With his new speed, Drake dashed forward to catch up with the beast, not wanting to let it get away. Once in range, he chanted his mana bolt and caught it in the leg. The monster tumbled in a heap, dropping its pickaxe in the process. Drake picked up the pickaxe and placed it into his inventory. He then moved over to the fallen and limping beast. Don't move. I don't want to get too much blood on my new wardrobe, he said, driving his sword into the head of the dog beast. Drake looted the monster's armor right off its corpse and dropped it into his inventory, not wanting to get it any dirtier. He brought the cuirass out again, holding it with both hands to look at it.
Leather cuirass, F-grade common. A passable leather cuirass that offers a small amount of protection, plus 6% defense proficiency.
Oh, F-grade equipment, and it's leather, so I think I can use this without too much trouble. I am a warrior now, right? And that should also mean... Drake said, opening his notification.
You have subjugated Minor Knoll, F-rank level 10. Experience earned. 150 TP have been awarded. New subjugation quest. Subjugate 30 Minor Knolls, F-rank. Reward. Experience. 1 random F-grade piece of equipment. Subjugation quest. 1 out of 30 Minor Knolls, F-rank.
So there are gnolls, huh? Finally getting a little more fantasy-like with the monsters, Drake thought, looking at the gray-furred monster. He wondered what other kinds of creatures were going to show up, now that the system was sending out F-rank monsters. Drake pulled on the leather cuirass, and then the pants he had looted from the gnoll. They fit snugly over his ragged clothes, and still provided a comfortable range of motion. But if he had to complain about one thing, it was... God, these pants are kind of tight around the family jewels. Gotta stretch these bad boys out a bit. He began doing just that with stretches and squats. He was quickly interrupted by a howl similar to the knoll from earlier. He hopped into a nearby tree for a better vantage point, and to possibly get a drop on whatever was coming. What eventually came into Drake's line of sight was something he wasn't expecting. A group of gnolls moved through the forest in his direction. Some were holding familiar pickaxes, and others were holding swords and shields. A pair were even holding crossbows. But what caught Drake's attention was the hooded one in a cloak, sitting safely behind the others. That was a mage. He was sure of it. No monster or man wore stuff like that without being one, he thought. Drake counted 11 gnolls in this group as they drew nearer. He wasn't sure if he would be able to take on a group that large, but he didn't get to make that decision, as an arrow embedded itself into his tree, forcing him to turn. A second arrow flew, hitting him in his right shoulder. Drake fell from the tree, gripping the arrow now lodged in his shoulder. A moment later he landed on his back with a grunt, but quickly got to his feet to take cover. New arrows were already sinking into the ground where he had just been. Ah! What the hell was that? How did they see me? They have some kind of long sight or detection skill? Drake thought, grimacing from the pain of the arrow. But he didn't get very long to think as he heard footsteps quickly surround him. Drake tried to peek out from behind his tree to see the gnolls' positions, only getting a momentary glimpse of the two crossbowmen. They sniffed at the trail of blood from the hit he'd taken. Looking in his direction, they quickly fired. He gasped in surprise and rolled out of the way to the side, right into a waiting miner gnoll. The miner brought its pickaxe down, aiming right for Drake's head. But he was much faster than he used to be, and caught the shaft of the falling pick while driving the sword in his other hand deep into its abdomen, covering himself in its blood. "Man, I just got these," he whined. Something whizzed through the air. He spun the skewered corpse towards the sound. 2 more arrows burrowed themselves into the corpse. Drake looked past the body to see 7 more gnolls bearing down on him, pickaxes and swords raised at the ready. He pushed forward with the pin-cushioned corpse into the mass of gnolls, quickly colliding with another miner and pushing it to a tree. He pinned it through the corpse, stabbing it through its stomach. Drake quickly pulled the sword from the bodies and tried to dodge behind another tree when a mana bolt soared inches from his nose, cutting off his escape. He glanced in the direction of the bolt, and there was the hooded gnoll that he had seen earlier. It raised its hands at him, and a bolt went flying from its hands again, directly at him. Drake's eyes widened at what he just saw. "It can cast without chanting or delay!" He yelled inwardly, dropping to the ground to dodge the bolt. He lunged again for the cover of a tree, barely evading a sword coming down on him from above. 6 more close fighters, and 3 ranged. I have to take out the squishies in the back, then I can cut the... Ah, fuck! Ow, that stings! Drake screamed inwardly and grimaced, touching the arrow still stuck in his shoulder gingerly. His mind worked overtime to think of a way of getting out of this situation alive. He continued to move from tree to tree for cover, throwing bolts back at the miners and the gnolls holding the shields. But his slow casting time was giving them the advantage. Every time his hands lit up with the colors of magic, the gnolls had time to dodge and duck behind the trees. But not all of them were fast enough. Drake sniped another miner that had been too slow. His pursuers were down to 8. The three remaining that still bore shields covered the last two miners as they charged forward towards Drake, slowly catching up. He fired two more bolts behind him, but the shields easily turned them away. Drake clicked his tongue at that. Those shields were a problem. If only he had a fire spell so he could just burn right through the things. The gnolls were catching up to him now that they knew his mana bolts couldn't penetrate their shields, forcing Drake to choose whether he was going to fight the 5-on-1 or the two crossbowmen and the mage that had been besieging him with arrows and mana bolts. Running didn't even cross his mind as an option. He still wasn't confident that he could win in a melee. He had just become a melee cross-class after all, but he wasn't about to back down here. So he resolved himself, and gritted his teeth as he dashed madly at the crossbowman, his stance low to the ground. As he ran at a new breakneck speed, he chanted his spell. Halfway to the group of three, he released it. More arrows flew, one landing in front of him, one clipping his cheek. He then zagged to his right, a mana bolt passing right over his shoulder. Drake moved as quickly as his new stats would allow, his mana bolt finally reaching one of the crossbowmen just as it was reloading its weapon. The remaining one barely managed to reload before Drake made it to them. Another mana bolt entered his vision, forcing him to jump the remaining distance. He leapt, flying toward the crossbowman mage pair, his sword raised over his head. "Power through force! Heavy blow!" he shouted through a grimace. Another crossbow bolt flew, clipping his leather cuirass in the side. Drake collided with the crossbowman and plunged his sword blade into its skull with his skill-infused swing. The mage wasn't perturbed in the slightest, and its hand glowed with power as a mana bolt flew out and caught Drake in the shoulder, pushing him back and off the body, but ripping the arrow free. It fell in slow motion. Drake grabbed the arrow out of the air with swiftness and agility he didn't know he had, throwing it back at the mage in recompense. Drake slammed back to the ground, his thrown arrow finding the mage's throat as it sunk to the ground in its death throes, lifeblood spilling onto the hungry earth. He painfully gripped his shoulder for a moment, a sizable portion missing from it. He rose, seeing the remaining two miners and sword and bardsmen rushing his way. He pelted them with his bolts to no avail. Unfortunately, he only hit the raised shields, dealing no damage. The group of five was getting uncomfortably close now. Drake pointed downward in front of the group as he chanted 3 bolts in succession, kicking up dirt in front of him. Drake jumped backwards and fumbled with the dead bowman's crossbow, plucking the arrow from the dead mage's throat and loading it. As the dust quickly dissipated, Drake kneeled and took aim at the small cloud. The next moment, a sword boarder pushed emerged, confused only long enough to take an arrow to the face. It fell backwards as the rest of the gnolls came stumbling out of the dissipating cloud of dust. Drake pounced, landing atop a sword boarder, and knocked them both to the ground. The gnoll managed to hold on to its weapons and struggled to strike Drake as he knelt atop it. Drake pulled at the monster's shield, pulling it away from its chest enough for him to slit the gnoll's neck, killing it in a spat of bloody gurgling. The two gnolls next to Drake didn't miss a beat, and brought their weapons down on him in an attempt to skewer him, but Drake rolled backwards just in time to dodge the pickaxe and sword. They only jabbed into their comrade's corpse. The remaining 3 gnolls roared in anger, but Drake did the same, as he charged the last gnoll holding a shield. "Power through force! Heavy blow!" he screamed, charging at the beast, his sword coming down on the monster's raised shield, but only sinking into the side of it. Stuck. Drake yanked and pulled at his stuck weapon, struggling against the gnoll. The 2 minor gnolls were hesitant to interfere, apparently afraid they may hit the other gnoll in the scuffle. Eventually, Drake managed to pull his sword away from the knoll, the shield ripping away with it. The extra weight threw him off balance, and he lost his grip on his weapon. It went flying over his shoulder. Desperately, Drake rammed his body into the monster and wrestled it to the ground, placing it in a chokehold on top of himself. He gazed wild-eyed at the other two gnolls to see if they would intervene, but they remained indecisive. Drake chanted his mana bolt, pressing his hand against the gnoll's head, never looking away from the eyes of the minor gnolls. The warrior gnoll flailed and bucked when it saw the magic circle appear next to its face, but was unable to break away from Drake's iron grip. After 2 seconds, the bolt manifested, taking the gnoll's head clean off. Drake hurriedly threw the body at the miners, casting another bolt as he got to his feet, and picking up the gnoll's dropped sword. The gnolls panicked as one caught the body, falling to the ground with it on top. The other caught the mana bolt to the chest and coughed blood as it fell to the side. Drake quickly scrambled forward, crawling atop the last gnoll. His foot pushed down on the corpse it had caught, preventing it from moving. He decisively brought his sword down to kill the struggling monster. Drake fell to his knees, rolling onto his back in exhaustion, looking at his status bars. His health was just over 50%, while his mana was comfortably at 70%. His stamina was drained, sitting at 10%. I can't believe I made it through that, he panted. I swear, if another monster finds me right now, they can just have me. Please, just take me now, he guffawed. Drake managed to sit upright and look around. There was far too much blood on and around him. He only waited long enough to scoop up the equipment and stones that spawned in motes of light, then made a dash in the direction of the river. He wasn't able to move at top speed, but he made excellent headway as he looked through the plethora of notifications with a grin.
You have subjugated Minor Gnoll, F rank, level 11. Experience earned. 150 TP have been awarded. You've subjugated Minor Gnoll, F rank, level 11. Experience earned. 150 TP have been awarded. Congratulations! You have reached Mage and Warrior level 4. 28 FP have been awarded. You have subjugated Minor Gnoll, F rank, level 10. Experience earned. 150 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Ranger Gnoll, F rank, level 13. Experience earned. 350 TP have been awarded. New subjugation quest. Subjugate 20 Ranger Gnolls, F rank. Reward. Experience. 1 random F grade piece of equipment. You have subjugated Ranger Gnoll, F rank, level 13. Experience earned. 350 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Mage Gnoll, F rank, level 15. Experience earned. 750 TP have been awarded. Congratulations! You have reached Mage and Warrior level 5. 28 FP have been awarded. New subjugation quest. Subjugate 20 Mage Gnolls, F rank. Reward. Experience. 1 random F grade piece of equipment. You have subjugated Warrior Gnoll, F rank, level 13. Experience earned. 650 TP have been awarded. New subjugation quest. Subjugate 20 Warrior Gnolls, F rank. Reward. Experience. 1 random F grade piece of equipment. You have subjugated Warrior Gnoll, F rank, level 13. Experience earned. 650 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Warrior Gnoll, F rank, level 13. Experience earned. 650 TP have been awarded. You have subjugated Minor Gnoll, F rank, level 10. Experience earned. 150 TP have been awarded. Subjugation quest. 6 out of 30 Minor Gnolls, F rank. Subjugation quest. 2 out of 20 Ranger Gnolls, F rank. Subjugation quest. 1 out of 20 Mage Gnolls, F rank. Subjugation quest. 3 out of 20 Warrior Gnolls, F rank. Chapter 18. The Outpost.
The notifications crowded Drake's vision, and he had to sweep them away. It was an amazing haul, and he hadn't even looked at his stat gains or the items yet. The knolls had been a treasure trove of experience and equipment for him. As he approached the river, Drake looked around for monsters. Finding none, he looked over at his now itching shoulder. Surprisingly, it was slowly but visibly healing, the small bits of fiber blown off now being replaced. It was welcomed that he was healing, but seeing the process was objectively grotesque. Finally arriving at the riverbed, Drake watched the pristine, flowing water. Drake sighed in relief, touching his shoulder again to see the progress. Seeing that it had stopped bleeding and a scar was forming, he jumped into the river and began scrubbing himself down. He drank some water to refresh himself, and then moved to the shoreline to dry off in the sun. Drake sat on a nearby rock and pulled up his status, ready to distribute his free stats, now that he'd gotten an idea of what he was lacking.
Drake Wallen. Tutorial alias. Shot. Race. Human. Class. Unique Mage and Warrior Level 5. Vitality. 168. Strength. 121. Dexterity. 101. Intelligence. 243. Wisdom. 131. Endurance. 101. Free points. 127. Skills: Mana Bolt, Heavy Strike. Titles: First Blood, 2 vs. 1, 1 vs. Many. Monkey Slayer, Living on the Edge, Close Call. Dead Man Walking, Dual Class, Punching Up, Improbability. Dog Hater, Rounded.
Drake scoffed at his pooled free points. They were higher than some of his stats. He looked at the new title with displeasure. What? I'm not a dog hater. Those things are just dog-like. Drake shouted into the air.
Dog Hater. Slay 10 harmless dog-like gnolls, plus 5% damage to gnolls.
Drake sighed, completely worn out. He didn't want to waste any more time complaining. Looking back over his stats, he knew which he wanted to improve. His magic wasn't strong enough to pierce the gnolls' shields without a staff to amplify his damage, and he was only barely nimble enough to make it through those close combat fights. So he decided to increase his intelligence and dexterity by a large margin. Then he evened out his strength and wisdom to keep his melee damage and mana regeneration.
Drake Wallen. Tutorial alias. Shot. Race. Human. Class. Unique Mage and Warrior Level 5. Vitality, 168. Strength, 151. Dexterity, 151. Intelligence, 270. Wisdom, 151. Endurance, 101. Free points, 0. Skills, Mana Bolt, Heavy Strike. Titles, First Blood, 2 vs. 1, 1 vs. Many. Monkey Slayer, Living on the Edge. Close Call, Dead Man Walking, Dual Class, Punching Up, Improbability, Dog Hater, Rounded.
Nice. This is looking pretty good. And now I better look over the stones and equipment to see if there's anything I can use. He thought aloud. That was the largest pack yet, and I don't think that was just a coincidence. I want to go back and try to figure out what was going on there. Drake opened his inventory and checked the various items and stones he had managed to pick up this time.
Skill Stone, Ranger, Uncommon. Unlocks 1 random skill from the Ranger tree. Requires 1 or more open skill slots and have an unlocked Ranger main tree or sub-tree branch.
Drake had gotten only 2 of these, so he suspected they came from the crossbowmen. The word Ranger somewhat screamed Ranger-type class and would explain how they could track him from such a distance. He'd also gotten a few more strength skill stones, which made sense. But his crown jewel from the fight was certainly the last stone he had picked up.
Skill Stone, Mage, Uncommon. Unlocks 1 random skill from the Mage tree. Requires 1 or more open skill slots and have an unlocked Mage main tree or sub-tree branch.
The rest of the loot wasn't too notable. He had picked up a few more pairs of leather pants, cuirasses, and a cloak. He had checked out some of the shields, but quickly put them back into his inventory. With a sword and shield occupying each hand, it left no hands free for casting, but the description of one item was quite interesting.
Sturdy pickaxe. Common. A sturdy-looking pickaxe that can be used for mining. 1 to 12 physical damage. 1 to 4 magic damage. Attack speed slow. Cast speed slow.
Drake pondered for a moment on the description's implications. If there was a mine somewhere, it would make sense that he had killed a miner gnoll. And there were plenty of anime and fantasy novels where mana and gems were connected. Drake's eyes turned to dollar signs at the possibility of an undiscovered mine. While he waited for his clothes to dry, he practiced casting his mana bolts, firing them into the river. He had seen the mage gnoll shorten the cast time and wanted to do the same, but every time he tried to omit a word from the cast, it wouldn't activate. He could feel the uninterrupted mana flow to his hand, but he wasn't sure why the spell failed. Finally stopping after several attempts of failure, Drake sat, pulling out the mage skill stone and rolling it around in his hand. Maybe the skills it gave would be the answer. If so, he may be stuck just having to wait. When his clothes were adequately dried, he returned the stone to his inventory, running back in the direction he had come from. When he arrived at the scene of his last fight, he slowed to a crawl as he saw a lone miner gnoll. Drake waited a moment to see if it was a part of a group, but the gnoll remained alone. It roamed from body to body, apparently looking for dropped gear or stones, as when it didn't find anything, it turned away and left. Perfect. Now take me to your leader. Small dog-type thing, Drake thought. He began to follow the miner gnoll from a moderate distance, moving at a brisk pace through the forest. The gnoll moved with purpose to what Drake hoped would be a treasure trove of both loot and experience. After what felt like forever, the bluish-gray peaks of a mountain rose from between the tree leaves. Drake smiled as he kept pace with the monster, making sure to stay far enough away that it hopefully wouldn't notice him. Eventually the tree line broke, and Drake halted. The gnoll ran past the tree line and made a break for what looked like an old wooden outpost. Drake was amazed at the sight as he followed the gnoll's trajectory. A small fortress, built of wood, was covering the side of the mountain base. Small guard towers stood, filled with rangers and mages. The miner gnoll ran to a large gate guarded by a pair of warrior gnolls. Drake watched as they seemed to converse, the miner gnoll pointing back into the forest. Oh, did it notice me and leave me here on purpose? Drake wondered. Better safe than sorry. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Drake began taking out the extra pairs of leather and iron armor and weapons he had laying around. Quickly, he set them out around him. He then rubbed dirt all over his person and finally took out the last item.
Battered cloak. Common. Just a normal cloak that may help obscure your features.
Drake rubbed dirt over the cloak, then put it on as well, hoping to mask his smell, and quickly got into a tree to scope out the gate. The miner gnoll and the warriors were no longer there, and the gate was closed. But soon the gate reopened, revealing a large group of 20 gnolls streaming out. They began lining up in wait for something. Drake's body shivered as a gnoll with black spots marking its gray body walked out of the gate. It was twice the size of the other gnolls, wearing metal armor of obviously better quality than the crude iron the apes had worn. It had a colonial, conquistador-esque hat on its head and spiked metal gauntlets covering both its hands. A palpable aura of power exuded from the monster, even from here. He looked on as the commander gnoll began barking and pointing at the others, then suddenly looked into the forest, meeting Drake's gaze. Drake shuddered again. He wasn't sure if the monster was actually looking at him, but still held the monster's gaze. After a few seconds, the knoll's mouth creased back and showed its large white canines. It had seen him. It pointed again to the tree line this time, and the gnolls formed a straight line with the shield users in front, with the rangers and mages behind them. The commander gnoll brought up the rear. Drake smiled in nervous anticipation. "Huh? Come and get me then, mutt."
Chapter 19. The First Commander.
Drake moved back to where he had set his trap and waited patiently for his quarry's arrival. He settled in a tree above 2 pairs of dummies set up in the bushes. They even had some of the extra swords and shields he wasn't using. Soon, Drake heard the rustle of branches and leaves, followed by rumbles and thumps, along with the slight shaking of trees. So far, so good. They haven't seemed to have noticed me this time. A good thing I cleaned the blood off and rubbed myself in dirt for good measure. I hope it stays that way, he thought, as the gnolls marched below him. Drake watched from above as they poked and prodded some of the dummies he had set up. Some of the dummies received a mana bolt and arrows, but Drake continued to wait. The one he wanted to ambush was the larger commander gnoll. Without the element of surprise, he wasn't sure he could take down the beast. It was the mystery factor in this fight, and needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible if he could. In moments, the commander gnoll passed underneath his tree as well, almost coming close enough to clip the bottom of Drake's branch. Drake started nervously sweating. Suddenly the commander gnoll barked, and the group stopped moving. It sniffed the air, trying to find the source of whatever it had just gotten a whiff of. Drake practically shat himself, but hurriedly calmed himself. But when the gnoll began to sniff the air again, he knew the jig was up. Aiming his free hand, he whispered the chant for Mana Bolt. When the magic activated, he pushed off the branch, swinging his sword diagonally, aiming to take the monster's head off with his heavy blow skill. Drake's Mana Bolt fired off, flying swiftly at the back of the monster's head. But the commander gnoll moved, turning its head with speed unbecoming of its hulking figure. It quickly dodged the bolt with a tilt and opened its huge maw, welcoming Drake's sword right into its pearly whites. Drake's sword sparked against the gnoll's clenched jaw, snapping in half a second later to Drake's wide-eyed surprise. Drake hit the ground, cursing. "Oh, you've gotta be messing with me! What the hell are you made of?" Drake looked up at the commander gnoll as it snickered at him, but it didn't move to attack. "Are you looking down on me, furball?" he growled through gritted teeth. The rows of gnolls finally turned and began to fire a plethora of arrows and mana bolts. Drake cursed as he dodged and made a dash for the 2 dummies underneath the tree, firing mana bolts into the deluge of monsters on the way. Within seconds, he snatched both swords from the dummies and threw one at a mage in his path, trying to close in around him with the others. The sword caught this particular mage gnoll mid-cast. Drake was surprised to see a staff in this one's hands. The other mage hadn't needed one. But that wasn't important. He scooped up the staff in his now free hand and dashed out of the encirclement. Drake dodged and weaved in between the trees, trying to position himself as close to the dummies as he could, hoping they would confuse the gnolls. He steadily took the monsters down, one by one. With the new staff he just got, his magic spells were again on another level. Not only could they smash the gnoll shields, but his cooldown and cast time were way down. Combined with Drake's ability to move while casting, he had become an unstoppable barrage of magic and might. Drake was now a small whirlwind of death as he shouted spells, diving in and out of cover to slash at the backs of mages and rangers alike as he maneuvered the battlefield. The group of gnolls soon dropped to single digits as they retreated to form a semicircle around the commander gnoll. The commander finally decided to join the fight and pushed past the small phalanx that had formed around it. It pulled its head and arms back, then leaned forward to release a guttural roar at Drake. Drake was suddenly stunned and unable to move. The next moment, the monster had seemingly teleported in front of him and launched an uppercut right into Drake's abdomen, sending him flying backwards and through a tree. Drake grunted and coughed up blood from being hurled through what felt specifically like a red oak. He skidded across the ground for a breath until he finally came to a stop, shaking, struggling to get up. He looked in the direction he had flown from to see the commander gnoll lumber at speed towards him. Oh, it's not going to teleport again. Was it a skill? What about that? How are they skills? How long are they down for? He tried to process, coughing as he rose. He began quickly chanting his manibolt at the incoming monster, trying to maintain his distance. But the monster was just shrugging off the manibolts, its armor doing a frustratingly good job of protecting it. Drake didn't want to get in close, but it looked like he may not have a choice. There just weren't any good angles from this distance. Before he was able to get in close to the gnoll, it teleported again, right in front of him. But there was no shout this time to stun Drake, and he turned to dodge the subsequent straight hook from the monster. Drake then brought his sword down on the monster's exposed elbow with his heavy blow, but the gnoll's other gauntlet blocked it before it could connect. The two were then locked in a back-and-forth scuffle of dodging and striking at each other. He had more dexterity than the monster, which allowed him to keep up with it, but he was still just a person who hadn't had much experience in fighting. His amateurish evasions of the blows were only enough to keep him from being hit directly. Soon the little cuts from those spiked gauntlets were adding up. But Drake wasn't just becoming a punching bag. He was slowly outlasting the monster. At every chance, he shot close-range manibolts into his foe, slashing at its uncovered joints when possible. Small dents and holes were starting to accrue on the beast's armor as the battle wore on. The tide of the battle abruptly changed as the gnoll jumped backwards, rearing its head back again. When Drake saw the motion, he knew what was coming, but he was too close and couldn't get out of the range of the shout. Stunned, Drake looked on helplessly as the monster again teleported to him and clotheslined him into the ground. Drake grimaced as he was slammed to the forest floor, almost losing his grip on his weapons. Through it all, one thought was clear in his mind. If he lost his weapons now, it was game over. He quickly slashed at the legs of the gnoll from the ground, slicing one of its exposed calves. The gnoll dropped down to one knee as it wailed in pain. The first real, large amount of damage Drake was able to deal to it. Drake hopped to his feet and kicked in the gnoll's other leg with all the strength he could muster, forcing it to a weird angle with a snap. Now was Drake's opportunity to open an unrelenting can of whoop-ass on the monster. He brought down his sword on it, screaming his heavy blow skill with every swing. He had made some progress on the beast, knocking off its helmet and nicking its head, battering it with small cuts here and there. But with the need to focus on blocking its spiked gauntlets, he couldn't cause any substantial damage. After a few seconds of keeping the gnoll on the defensive, it finally swatted away Drake's sword, and in the same motion dashed forward, grabbing Drake by the throat and forcing him to drop his weapons. The monster then teleported with him, slamming and pinning him into a tree. Drake's legs dangled off the ground awkwardly as the gnoll limply leaned to the side, one of its legs broken. The creature smiled triumphantly, its left eye closed and bleeding from his earlier assault. The gnoll brought its face closer to Drake as he scratched and clawed at the monstrous arm holding him, grunting and gasping for air. The monster's maw slowly opened to bite down on Drake's head. It was taking an agonizingly long time to savor the victory over its captured prey. Drake continued to struggle as teeth drew ever close to him, flashes of his promise to get stronger and change vivid in his mind. He wouldn't give up till the end this time, until he took his last breath. Fire was still lit within his eyes. His still flailing hands touched something to his right, and he immediately grabbed it, swinging it down at the beast's unprotected head. A pained howl pierced the surroundings as the Commander Knoll lurched backward, a pickaxe in its left eye. Drake dropped to the ground, coughing for air. Then, quickly taking in a deep breath, he jumped onto the Commander Knoll's lurching chest, his hands finding the pickaxe and ripping it from its skull. Drake glared into the monster's remaining eye and smiled, bringing down the pickaxe with a heavy blow, as if he was prospecting for oil. He struck gold as a fountain erupted from the monster's skull. It fell all the way backwards in a heap with a loud, thunderous crash. From his roost on top of the felled Knoll's chest, Drake stared at the remaining monsters, covered in blood, more splattering him from the temporary fountain he had created out of the Knoll's skull. The Knolls whimpered at the sight of their fallen leader, and turned to run back in the direction of the outpost. Drake was almost completely spent, and threw the pickaxe at the back of the monsters, catching one of the rangers in the thigh. He surged forward with the last remaining dredges of his stamina and strength, catching the wounded ranger Knoll by the back of the head, and slamming it down into the ground with a crunch. The remaining Knolls didn't even stop to look back, and continued to run. Drake kept chase, but was unable to sprint anymore, forcing him to hobble to the end of the tree line, shooting mana bolts from his hand into the backs of the fleeing monsters. Stopping at the tree line, he fired at the escaping monsters until arrows began to pelt the tree he was leaning on. Drake spat a mouthful of blood in the direction of the outpost. "Bring more next time! I'll be here all day," he guffawed, smiling with a red-tinted grin.
The motes of light around her finally dissipated, allowing her to blink her vision clear. After a few seconds, the sight of a lush forest spread out in front of her. All was quiet at first as she glanced between the surrounding greenery and people. Shouts and wails of confusion in several languages she couldn't understand or recognize quickly erupted. Someone suddenly grabbed her arm.
"Claire, are you okay?"
The voice asked. Her head snapped towards it. "Jared!" she shouted, nearly whimpering. "Where are we? The room, the man, he said so many confusing things." Jared had a difficult expression on his face. Clearly her brother wanted to say something, but remained silent.
I know, don't worry, I'll take care of it. First, we need to find a safe place,"
he said firmly, his eyes darting around the area. A moment later, another scream rang out, different from the others. Not a shout of confusion or despair, but a real, guttural scream of pain and desperation. Both of their heads turned to it, their faces paling at what they saw. A man? No, an animal. An ape was digging into a still, living body. The screams had cut off, replaced with wet gurgling as the victim reached out, their eyes begging for help, but it was too late. Claire gasped, covering her mouth as she shook in fear. Jared gritted his teeth as his hand quickly went to the sword at his waist. He stood in front of Claire.
"Stay behind me and back up slowly,"
he whispered.
"Claire, get up, we need to go."
But having seen the grotesque display, Claire's legs wouldn't listen. She began crying and whimpering, tightly gripping the back of her brother's shirt. Jared tried his best to calm her while closely watching the strange, wild animal. He prayed it would do no more, but luck was not on their side today. The ape snapped its head to the pair, its beastly, bloodied grin exposing its long fangs and smushed face. With a howl ripped from some ghastly horror movie, the ape rushed forward on all fours. Jared cursed, holding his sword in a shaky grip as he yelled.
"Bring it on, damn it!"
"Jared!" Claire shouted, willing her jello-like legs to move, but she couldn't muster any strength. In a cacophony of grunts and screams, the animal collided with her brother, the tangled mess tumbling past her. Claire looked on in horror, uncertain which of the two was making those dreadful, pained noises. Then, gripping her new staff with white knuckles, she rushed to them. Reaching the unmoving animal and her brother, she raised the staff above her head, ready to swing it down with all her strength.
Wait!
Jared gasped, pushing the monster off himself.
"I'm okay. I got lucky and it just ran into the sword."
Jared looked at his shaking hands, strange elation bubbling through him. For a few moments his eyes went distant, then returned as a huge smile crept across his face. "Jared?" Claire asked, voice trembling with confusion and concern.
The lady, she didn't lie. This is like a game. "Claire, I gotta level up from killing that thing,"
he shouted. The people that had previously fled now peeked out from behind trees and bushes as they noticed the danger had been taken care of. Some began talking amongst one another as they pointed at the felled creature. "What do you mean you gotta level up?" someone asked. Jared pointed to the monster.
"Just inspect the thing. It's called a vampiric ape, and it gives a quest,"
he said, forgetting that he was covered in the thing's blood. When the excitement had died down, the gathered crowd began forming into groups. Jared and Claire formed their own small party. Jared killing the monster had boded well for them, as some very enthusiastic people asked to join them now that things were less hectic. Claire could only go with the flow for now. She was still frightened and confused for the most part. Her brother was the gamer, not her. Every Sunday she went to church and she spent her time studying in college like her parents had wanted. She had never gotten in trouble. Before setting out, she and her brother discussed this strange situation. Both wondered where their parents were and what they were doing here. They shared what had happened in their respective introductions, eventually asking the others in their newly formed group. But it seemed that no one had a clear idea of what was happening, and their experiences varied wildly from one person to the next. Some recalled detailed explanations of certain aspects, while others had been stonewalled by their helper. Unable to glean anything, they had no choice but to follow their assigned quests, the class advancement quest and vampiric ape subjugation quest. Claire gripped her staff as she walked in the back part of the group, unsure of their future. At the sight of her older brother's confident stride, she relaxed. Maybe it won't be so scary, as long as I have Jared here, she thought warily. Chapter 20. They're Learning.
Compared to his usual recovery rate, Drake was healing quite swiftly after the fight. But he was still forced to wait. He found all the dropped loot, but kept the dummy mannequins as they were, only fixing them up a bit, especially the one that held the pickaxe that had saved his life just now, giving it a pat on its leather armor. "Thanks for the assist, buddy. There shall be drinks and women at the celebration tonight in your honor." Drake moved to loot the commander knoll last, as he went through his notifications. He had killed a total of 14 gnolls, excluding the commander, for a whopping amount of experience and 5,000 TP. He had been able to snag 2 mage gnolls, 3 ranger gnolls, and 9 warrior gnolls in the exchange. Only 6 of the group of 20 had managed to retreat. Drake had managed to level up once during the fight, but hadn't noticed. He would have to pay more attention to his notifications during the fights. The free point boosts could be monumental in the coming fights, he thought. He was now level 6, and was beginning to feel his dual class's impact of the double experience demerit. As a single class, he would have already been close to, if not at, level 10, just from the past couple fights. He wasn't exactly mad, but certainly had mixed feelings at times. Drake went over the highlights.
You have subjugated Squad Commander Null. F rank, level 16. Experience earned, 5,000 TP have been awarded. New subjugation quest. Subjugate 5 squad commander gnolls, F rank. Reward, 1 random one-time use F-grade item. Skill stone, leader, uncommon. Unlocks a random skill from the leader tree. Requires 1 open skill slot in unlocked warrior main class tree.
He had also bagged 2 more mage skill stones. Luckily, each mage had dropped 1. Last, he had gotten 1 more ranger skill stone and a handful of strength and warrior skill stones. He was very interested in what this one-time use item was. But that wasn't the only acquisition which interested him.
Skill stone, insight, uncommon. Unlocks a random skill from the insight tree. Requires 1 open skill slot in unlocked main class tree.
Insight wasn't much to go on, but Drake suspected it might buff his identification skill. But without using it, he couldn't know for sure. When Drake was done going over most of the loot and had recovered most of his status, he returned to the tree line to see if there were any more gnolls coming for him. But the gate remained closed for now, no guards on the outside. More rangers or mages seemed to be perched in the guard towers. Looks like they're on high alert. That should give me some breathing room for at least a little, he thought. And I want to go over the coup de grace of the fight. Drake looked at the small bag in his hands.
Small dimensional pouch, F-grade, uncommon. A 20-slot storage bag. Requires 1 open inventory slot to be equipped. Stores non-living items in current state indefinitely. Drops on death.
Obeying the description, he placed it into his inventory, then willed it into one of the boxes at the bottom of the screen. It locked in place with a mental click, and suddenly 2 more rows of 10 appeared, along with 2 rows filled with items from the bag. As Drake scanned the contents of the new dimensional pouch, tears pricked at the corners of his eyes. Once he finished, his eyes had gone to full-blown waterfalls. There's water canteens. There's a tent. There's even a fucking bed! He roared into the air. These were items Drake had been desperately wanting the entire time he was here. And now, he had them. There were water canteens, food rations, uncooked meat, spices, and a large wooden tub, big enough to fit the large frame of the commander gnoll. There were even roasted nuts, and everyone loves nuts. There was also camping equipment, torches, flint, and steel. It was a dream come true for Drake. Soon, there will be no more nights sleeping in trees, he cried internally. After a few more minutes of crying from elation, he checked out his new equipment.
Steel cuirass, F-grade, common. A finely made weapon that offers a small amount of protection, plus 10% defense proficiency. 102 to 110 physical damage reduction. 90 to 105 magic damage reduction. 1% chance to avoid a critical hit. Steel helm, F-grade, uncommon. A finely made helm that offers a small amount of protection, plus 6% defense proficiency. 52 to 60 physical damage reduction. 36 to 41 magic damage reduction. 1% chance to avoid a critical hit. Steel Brawler's Gauntlets, F-grade, uncommon. Finely made gauntlets that are perfect for bashing in your enemies' faces, and just as perfect for protecting your own. 94 to 110 physical damage. 88 to 96 magic damage. Attack speed, fast. Casting speed, normal.
Ooh, more shiny stuff. Oh, some of these additional stats are really nice. And look at these gauntlets, Drake said, perking up like a schoolgirl at a Bieber concert as he crammed them onto his fists. The gauntlets themselves were slightly bigger than his hands. Clearly they were made for the Commander Gnoll. Drake frowned a bit as he wriggled his fingers in the gauntlets, feeling little gaps as he clasped and unclasped his hands. Well, if I just don't open my hands for now, it should be fine. But it's going to be a problem if I don't get something more fitted. All right, now for some quick tests. He cheered, raising a metal fist into the air. Drake had already made up his mind that he'd be switching to the gauntlets. The squad commander had been able to push Drake to his limits with his ferocity in their exchanges, and the coverings on the gauntlets made it hard for Drake to deal any sort of damage. The steel gauntlets fully covered his hands with small spikes on the knuckles. They also had a sheet covering all the way to a little past his elbow, but that was only because the gnoll was larger than him, so it made sense his arms had more reach. Drake pulled off his left gauntlet and picked up his sword, aiming it at a nearby tree. "Manifest my power! Mana bolt!" he chanted, the mana feeling hobbled going through the blade. A few seconds later it fired, smashing right through the first tree and stopping in the following one. Next, he exchanged his sword for his staff, doing the same thing. He aimed for a fresh tree and fired a mana bolt. This time the bolt flew instantly from the staff, smashing with ease through 2 trees, almost making it through a third. Drake nodded, noting the visible damage increase. Now it was time for the final test. He raised his gauntlet, palm up, and aimed for a fresh tree. As he chanted the spell, he felt a much larger pull from his body. There was a 2-second delay in the magic circle's formation, just like when he used his bare hands. But then a larger-than-normal bolt flew from the gauntlet into the tree. With a thunderous boom, the tree's trunk exploded in a symphony of splinters, the bolt continuing its rampage through several more trees until it cratered one last trunk. He blinked a few times at the sheer display of raw might. It felt like it required slightly more mana to activate, which a check of his mana bar confirmed. Compared to the other implements, it was easier than the sword, but harder and rougher than the staff. Rather, using the gauntlets felt somewhere between the two. When he finished his assessment, Drake rubbed his palms together in a menacing gesture. "Oh, yeah, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot." He laughed wickedly. The description stated the gauntlets had double the magic damage of the staff, but the results seemed so much greater. Though he had no way to confirm it, Drake suspected this was the difference in grades. With the gauntlets now allowing Drake to cast unimpeded, he started trying them out. First, he pointed a finger gun, like a certain famous spirit detective, hoping for more accuracy, but couldn't keep the magic circle to the end of his finger. He then tried to shoot the spell like he was holding a web slinger. He only succeeded in launching the spell upwards, almost comically. Finally, Drake tried to cast it while making a fist, and to his surprise, this one worked. He smiled. "Oh, more than like this, I think I'm in love. I shall call you Destroyer of Worlds, Lapurus, and I will love you, hold you, and bathe you in the blood of our enemies." "Yes, I will. Does that make you happy, Lapurus?" Drake said, mumbling as he rubbed the top of the gauntlets. Drake was rudely interrupted by the howl of a gnoll coming from the direction of the outpost. He looked up from his gauntlets with an annoyed frown. "What filthy mutt is interrupting my precious time with Lapu-Lapu?" Drake moved back to the tree line and hopped onto a nearby branch, his eyes focused on the distant outpost. What he saw was another set of 20 gnolls exiting the gate in groups of 5. This time, each group's makeup was 4 fighters and 1 mage each. They changed their makeup? Aren't these monsters a little too intelligent? It's like they want to try to overwhelm me with brute force this time around, instead of using the more balanced approach they had before. He thought aloud. Drake observed for another minute, waiting for a squad commander to walk through the gate, but none appeared. And Drake was slightly disappointed that there wouldn't be another big bag of XP for him, but he'd have to be sated by the new contingent of monsters sent to kill him. Looks like we'll get a field trial of these bad boys sooner than expected. I think we should go thank them. Drake mused, creating small showers of sparks as he smacked the gauntlets together. Drake waited for the gnolls to get into formation. They merged into two groups with a standard setup, melee in front and mages in the back. Then they began their march toward the forest. Once they were close enough, Drake was able to take advantage of their lack of rangers and stood on his branch, taking aim at the front of the pack gnolls with his gauntlets. "He who strikes first is the victor. Manifest my power, Mana Bolt!" he yelled, an improved Mana Bolt flying from his hand. It screeched through the air and in moments reached one of the groups. The bolt connected with a warrior and ripped through the monster, shield and all, bisecting it at the waist. It continued through to the next monster and the next, finally kicking up dust as it cratered the ground below them. Drake gaped at the still impressive display of his new equipment. The gnolls' right flank was in a panic from the surprise attack, and they ran out of the dust cloud like headless chickens. The other group halted momentarily, but with a bark from one of the warriors, started for the woods again. The other group was taking its time to regroup and move on the forest. Seeing this, Drake dropped down from his perch and moved a little farther into the forest, where his dummies were. He had decided to not continue firing on the incoming gnolls. He couldn't retrieve their loot if they died in the open. He also needed to get accustomed to his new weapon. Drake stopped in between two dummies and crossed his arms while tilting his head back slightly, waiting for the gnolls to find him. Soon they came marching in formation from behind the trees and quickly spotted him. "Ho! So, you're approaching— Ow!" Drake rolled behind one of his dummies as a trio of mana bolts interrupted him. "You're supposed to wait until I finish the line! That's how it always works!" he screamed back from behind the dummy. But Drake quickly changed gears and snapped to action. Dashing from behind the dummy, he surged forward, one of his gauntlets covering his head and body, the other pointed forward as he chanted a bolt. He was bombarded with mana bolts, but most of them missed as he continued to sprint forward. The rest deflected off his raised gauntlet. From his other hand, a mana bolt shrieked out with force, bisecting two warrior gnolls in the front and slamming into a third's shield, sending it backwards. Drake followed up the charge, making his way into melee range. The gnolls moved to circle around him, but Drake wasn't going to stand still, and rushed forward to the closest warrior. The warrior raised its sword and attempted to bring it down on him, but Drake moved with speed and sidestepped the swing with room to spare. Drake then wound his arm back and unleashed a basic right hook at the gnoll's chest. It raised its shield to block, but Drake screened his heavy blow skill with the strike, powering his fist enough to smash right through the shield, sending the beast tumbling backward. Drake moved out of the encirclement and made a dash for cover within the trees and his dummies. The gnolls quickly chased after him, mana bolts trailing him as they slammed into the trees he was taking cover under. He traced the direction the bolts came from and made a break for it, chanting a mana bolt as he ran. Right before the bolt released, a mage came into sight, a look of surprise and horror on its face at the sudden appearance of Drake, a mana bolt manifesting from his hand. The surprise only lasted long enough for it to attempt to cast a bolt itself, in vain, as Drake's tore its head clean off. Drake didn't relent as he continued running, finding another mage. He quickly cast another bolt, bisecting it. Between finding the other mages, Drake took cover, using their attacks' trajectories to get a general sense of where they were. But after a few more kills, the gnolls had changed tactics. The last 10 warriors had formed a phalanx, with the remaining mages in the center. He peeked out from behind a tree a few meters away and checked his mana bar. It was surprisingly low, hovering at around 10%. He took a few moments to wait and see if his mana would tick up as he eyed the furry ball of gnolls. After a minute, it still hadn't moved.
I'm stuck in combat even after waiting? That fucking sucks, but makes sense. I think I have enough for 2 more bolts, and the rest I'll have to muddle through in a brawl, Drake concluded. He chanted a mana bolt behind the tree, and just before it fired, swung out from cover, aiming at a warrior. The bolt cut through the air, blasting right through the warrior and its shield, slamming into the mage behind it. After the bolt had fired, Drake dashed forward, chanting another and eliminating another warrior and a mage. The last mage gnoll barked and fired a bolt back at Drake. He dodged to the right, stopping him long enough for the warriors to close the openings in their circle he had just made. Drake leapt into the air and over the phalanx at the remaining mage. Coming down like a meteor, he stretched his fist out at the monster. "Power through force! Heavy blow!" Drake screamed as he slammed his fist right into the mage's maw, bringing its head down to the ground with such force it left a small crater, decimating the mage's skull with an audible crunch. The encirclement of warriors all tried to bring down their blades on top of Drake's head, but he raised his gauntlets in a crossguard, blocking the iron blades. Drake was pushed down by the force of the 8 gnolls, and he struggled to maintain upright, but he was able to stay off his knees long enough, his metal gauntlets screeching in protest to the weight, to place his recent level-up's free points into strength, giving him a surge of power. Drake's muscles bulged, and he roared, pushing back against the lump of iron blades above his head, throwing the warriors off balance. Drake followed up by throwing a strike into the gnoll in front of him, sending it flying a meter backwards. He then rushed another gnoll, deflecting its overhead swing with his arm, slamming a heavy blow-endowed fist into its chest with the other. Drake's hand went right through its leather armor and embedded itself in its chest cavity. Drake grunted in pain as 2 blades slashed at his back in retaliation. He pulled his fist from the gnoll's chest and swatted in a large arc as he jumped backwards. Drake fell to a knee, now breathing hard, the feeling of warm liquid slowly running down his back. The gnolls didn't give Drake a chance to recover as they charged him. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge them all in his condition, and flew forward to meet them, singling out the gnoll in the middle. Grappling his arms around the monster, he pushed it past the others and down into the ground, his gauntlet quickly finding its head. The gnolls spun around, rushing again for Drake. When they were close enough, they swung down with their weapons. 2 of them were met with Drake's right gauntlet. Another found its way to embed itself into Drake's side. Drake mumbled a curse in pain as he threw an uppercut at the last gnoll, smashing his fist through the still swinging sword and crushing its jaw as it flew backwards. The 2 gnolls he had deflected pulled their weapons back to swing again, but before they could reach him, Drake held the sword in his side in place, pulling the struggling warrior to use as a meat shield. The gnoll's swords lodged into its defenseless back. Drake then threw the corpse at the last 2, toppling one and pinning it to the ground. The other fell as well, disoriented. Quickly, Drake brought his fist down on the disoriented gnoll's chest without remorse, his fist impaling the creature. Before the last gnoll could recover, Drake lifted the impaled monster with his fist and pinned the last to the ground with his foot under its deceased comrade. "And now I'm gonna beat a motherfucker with a motherfucker!" Drake cackled, bringing down the dead gnoll atop its last surviving comrade like a repeating hammer.
Chapter 21. In the Middle of the Night.
After looting and moving the bodies of the gnolls to the tree line, Drake's body had finally finished healing, and the adrenaline from the battle had finally subsided. He checked first to see if there were any more gnolls approaching, and was relieved to see that there weren't. Now, that was a workout. I really need to get better, though. My speed and strength are there, but my technique is so awful it's leaving me open.
Drake mused, raising his arm and touching the cut in his leather armor where the gnoll had slashed him, the flesh underneath now healed and scarred. Drake looked up and saw the orange hue of the last hours of sunlight, and decided it was time to make some food and wash some of the blood off from the fight. He was both a mess and starving. He began taking out the supplies he needed: canteens of water, a pot, firewood, spices, some veggies, flint and steel, and, finally...
Deer meat, F grade. Meat of a magically enhanced deer. Gains beneficial properties when cooked.
Time to cook some good old food like the glory days! He cheered. Drake moved the firewood into a small pile for the fire, shaving off some of the logs for tinder and for a spit to hold the pot. After a bit of difficulty lighting the fire, he poured some water into the pot and placed the venison inside. While waiting for the water to boil and meat to cook, he took a swig of water to refresh himself, then poured the rest over his head. He gasped. "Ha ha ha! Whew! I'm alive again!" He walked back to the fire, still wet, getting close so that he could dry off and watch the food. Taking a spoon from his inventory, he began skimming the scum off the top of the pot. Once the meat browned, he put some cut veggies into the pot, along with some dashes of salt, pepper, and something he couldn't identify, but which smelled nice. He then stirred the pot and left it to simmer. Running back to the tree line to check on the outpost, he was surprised to see more gnolls gathering. A lot more. But they weren't exiting the outpost, they were entering. Two commander gnolls corralled the nearly endless stream of gnolls into the outpost, taking several moments to shepherd them all in. After that, torches were lit on the top of the guard towers. He assumed to prepare for the night. Guess they're holding up for the night. But those torches might help me out later. Drake smiled, a plan forming in his head. Drake moved back to his makeshift camp, feeling comfortable knowing that he would most likely be safe from the gnolls until tomorrow, based on what he had witnessed. The stew still needed some time to tender, so Drake pulled up his notifications.
Quest complete. Subjugate 20 of 20 gnolls. Accept rewards. Experience earned. Congratulations! You have reached Unique Mage and Warrior level 7. 28 free points have been awarded. Please roll for item rarity.
Drake accepted the rewards and pulled a black die from his inventory, casting it to the ground without preamble, as he had learned better than to get his hopes up. It landed on 15. Not the worst and not the best, Drake thought. The next moment, a pair of steel boots sprung into existence in front of him, from a flash of colorful light, clattering on the ground. Drake picked them up and inspected them.
Steel-toed boots. F grade. Uncommon. A finely made pair of steel boots that offers a small amount of protection, plus 6% defense proficiency. 35 to 42 physical damage reduction. 33 to 37 magic damage reduction. 1% chance to avoid a critical hit.
Drake gave a bright smile as he read the description. He had been needing a new pair of boots, as he had actually not come to the tutorial with any. He had been dragged from his bed, and the bitch construct hadn't included any shoes in the freebie she had given him. He was also happy because this pair of steel boots he could actually use. They were lighter than the cuirass he had picked up, so it wouldn't affect his movement, and it didn't block his vision like the helmets would. Drake slipped the boots on and was happy to feel the cushion inside as he fixed the straps around his legs. Drake then took a look at his other quests.
9 of 20 Ranger gnolls, F-rank subjugated. 11 of 20 Mage gnolls, F-rank subjugated. 12 of 30 Minor gnolls, F-rank subjugated. 1 of 5 Squad Commander gnolls, F-rank subjugated.
Still a bit to go, huh? Drake thought. But knowing exactly where to find them all was a relief. Drake had his eyes set on the outpost now. He wanted it as a base, and to collect his sweet experience that was just waiting patiently inside. Moving on from his future plans for the outpost, he opened up the ladder. He had been avoiding it because of his level reset, but he had to stay informed on who was doing what. Information was king, after all.
Top level leaderboard. Rank 1, level 21, Bear. Rank 2, level 18, Shigure Kenzo. Rank 3, level 18, Illuminated One. Rank 4, level 17, Flagrant. Rank 5, level 17, Chris Springs. Rank 6, level 17, Kahoo. Rank 7, level 16, Joker. Rank 8, level 16, Check Him PC. Rank 9, level 16, The Legend 27. Rank 10, level 15, Super Megan. Rank 2160, level 7, Shot.
Drake bit his cheek in slight frustration as he looked at his placement, but he was happy that Bear had kept his lead, though it looked like not everything was smooth sailing, as their leveling speed seemed to have slowed down. If he found anyone, he would have to ask why. He then checked on the TP ladders.
Tutorial points leaderboard. Rank 1, Bear. TP, 273,800. Rank 2, Chris Springs. TP, 188,550. Rank 3, Joker. TP, 173,650. Rank 4, Kahoo. TP, 170,250. Rank 5, Shigure Kenzo. TP, 150,700. Rank 6, Shot. TP, 97,600. Rank 7, The Enlightened One. TP, 95,300. Rank 8, Flagrant. TP, 90,500. Rank 9, Super Megan. TP, 86,900. Rank 10, Check Him PC. TP, 85,650.
Well, that he had broken into the top 10 was surprising, but perhaps it wasn't really. His TP hadn't reset after all, and he was constantly in fights. Drake glanced over the remaining participant count, somewhat disheartened at the number. It had dropped all the way down to the mid-3000s, and looking at the levels compared to TP, he could tell why. A few participants were obviously hunting down others for the TP instead of monsters. Well, Drake didn't want to further upset his appetite and closed the ladder window. Finally done with checking things, he moved his attention to the bubbling pot, now exuding a heavenly smell, making his stomach do somersaults of hunger pain. Drake scooped up a hefty portion of stew and blew on it for a moment. Once it had cooled, Drake chomped down on the food, nearly biting off the end of the spoon with it. Oh my God. Oh, it's like someone is making a baby in my mouth. He cried through tasty bites. Oh, I swear I'll never underappreciate food again. He breathed through his mouth to cool the food more as he chewed. I'm so glad I survived until now. I think I could die happy, he cried, scooping up another spoonful. Drake felt an increase in vigor throughout his body with every bite, and soon looked at the new notification he received.
You have been infused with mana from another being. For the next 24 hours, you will receive an increase of 5% to your out-of-combat regeneration.
Drake took his time, finishing off the pot of food, enjoying every bite to its fullest, the buff just being the cherry on top. By the time he had finished, the last specks of light had winked out of the sky, replaced by the black void of the night. Drake quickly finished up and put the makeshift camp back into his inventory. Now he brought out the torches. Drake moved around the forest, placing torches next to his dummies as if they were holding them,
doing his best to not stumble through the pitch-black night. He returned to the fire pit, lighting another torch and then kicking dirt on the pit. Drake then moved around, lighting up the torches he had placed earlier, placing his final one next to the pickaxe dummy he had decided to name Charles. Like a butler Charles, not a King Charles. "Hold this for me, will you, like a good chap?" Drake said to the dummy, then shook his head. I have to find some people. I'm starting to lose it, I think. But Drake pushed the thought to the back of his mind. He had a plan that he didn't want to lose any nighttime on. Drake maneuvered his way through the night until he saw motes of orange and yellow light through the trees. He was at the tree line, and the outpost was lit up like a beacon in the night with torches. Drake looked towards the guard towers, only to see one ranger in each. He pulled a crossbow and crossbow bolts from his inventory. Loading the bolts as quietly as he could, he then breathed deep, taking aim at the towers. Drake released his first bolt and saw a ranger fall from the tower with a yelp. The second tower's ranger looked confused, aiming its crossbow towards the forest, but clearly uncertain where the shooter was. The lack of moon and stars left Drake near invisible, and the only light source were the torches from the outpost. So he loaded and took aim again at the ranger, a bolt slamming into it, pushing it from the tower. The first stage of Drake's plan was now in motion. He would stay at the edge of the tree line for cover and keep picking off the gnolls in the towers, until either they stopped sending monsters to the towers and completely holed up in the outpost, or until they sent out another force to deal with him. Drake let loose another arrow at a monster nestled in the tower, smiling as more began to climb up, making them easier to hit. For an hour, Drake released arrow after arrow into the towers, racking up massive amounts of TP and experience, and eventually completing a quest.
20 of 20 Ranger Gnolls F rank have been subjugated. Quest complete. Accept rewards. Experience earned. Please roll for F grade item rarity.
Drake accepted the reward, pulling the die from his inventory and rolling it in front of him. He couldn't see the result until a mote of light illuminated Drake for a split second, and he cursed, scrambling to pick up the new item and die before he dashed to a new location, as the sound of crossbow bolts peppered where he had just been. He looked at the outpost as more monsters continued to fill the tower, the gate still closed and unmanned. Seeing this, he took a moment to open his inventory to see what he had just gotten. In one of the inventory slots, he found a new chest piece, which had the icon of what looked like robes. He quickly inspected them.
Martial Artist Battle Garb, F grade, rare. Set piece 2 of 3. The glorious battle robes of the martial artist. They are made with mana-enhanced threads from the shadow moth's cocoon, giving them a comfortable silk texture while offering defense to rival mana steel, plus 20% defense proficiency, 207 to 215 physical damage reduction, 186 to 192 magic damage reduction, 5% chance to avoid a critical hit, plus 10 strength, plus 15 dexterity, and plus 5 endurance. Set effect. Increases flat defense proficiency and dexterity by 10%. Requires a minimum of 2 pieces to activate set effect.
Drake's mouth watered at the sight of the word rare, and then even more as he read over the effects. Even without the set bonuses, the flat stats alone were a welcome sight. He pulled them from his inventory and tried to put them on, but couldn't get his way around some of the ties and a piece of metal in the dark, so he placed it back into his inventory and tried mentally moving it to the silhouette's chest slot. A small click sounded in his head as he felt something cover him. He couldn't get a look at himself right now, but he felt another layer of armor atop his clothes. After a few more minutes of firing bolts into the guard towers, the gates swung open, and more than 50 gnolls hurriedly ran out and formed up. Another squad commander pretentiously walked out with a curled rope, no, a whip, in its hands. This one lacked the powerful aura, and Drake soon found out why when the squad commander barked and cracked the whip on another gnoll. A tinge of disgust rose up in Drake's throat. He had killed the gnolls in swaths by now, but that had been in self-defense. But what Drake saw here wasn't hardened warriors ready to lay down their lives. He saw battered and sullen gnolls holding pickaxes. Half of the force that had come out were minor gnolls, but they looked weak and malnourished. Drake's jaw clenched again as he saw that the squad commander wasn't the only one abusing its fellows. A warrior kicked one of the miners to the ground and barked a laugh as the other warriors and the squad commander joined in. It was several seconds before they relented, only stopping when the miners stopped resisting. The gnolls returned to their original formation, moving away to reveal a bloodied corpse. They really just killed one of their own for the hell of it? Drake fumed internally. Another crack of the commander's whip sounded the march into the forest. The miners in front, the warriors behind, as the commander brought up the rear, safely flanked by a handful of miners and warriors. Drake was still disgusted, and tried to get a drop on the massive force, aiming his palm out towards the squad commander, quickly chanting a mana bolt. His magic flared and lit up the area around him. The entirety of the force noticed and started charging towards him, the commander only cracking his whip and barking. Drake's mana bolt ripped through the air and crashed into a warrior in front of the commander. Just before the bolt hit its mark, it pulled a miner from its makeshift guard to block the bolt. The miner exploded in two, its lower half falling to the ground, revealing the toothy grin of the commander from behind. Drake grimaced, disgusted by the display, and felt nothing but remorse for the poor creature he had just killed. That was no way to die. Essentially as a slave and a meat shield. He resolved to make sure the commander suffered in the coming fight. Even monsters deserved penance. He turned and ran back into the dark forest, the force of gnolls hot on his heels. It wasn't long before Drake made it back to where he had set up his dummies, the entire area lit by torches. He hid, standing just outside of the light. The thunderous procession of the massive force entered the light of the torches, filling the area with more light from their own torches. The commander stood at the center, making them perfect targets. Drake let loose on the inundated number of gnolls, shooting mana bolts as quickly as he could while moving in the darkness after each shot. Still feeling a pang of guilt from the earlier kill, he did his best to avoid hitting any miners. But he knew that, by the end, he would have to deal with them just the same. Despite his efforts, the warriors behind the miners pushed them into the way of the bolts, leading to more casualties among them. And once that began, the miners ran into the darkness willingly, trying to find Drake rather than wait to be used as a shield. Drake steeled his mind, as he reminded himself that they were monsters, and that if he hesitated they would kill him without question. So he had no choice but to strike first. Numerous miners stormed the darkness, with the warriors not far behind, holding torches to light their way. But that was their biggest mistake. The light only made it easier for Drake to snuff out both the lights and the lives of stragglers. Drake moved with swiftness as he struck at warriors with his gauntlets, crushing the monsters' skulls and bones under their weight, slamming countless monsters down to the ground and into the sides of trees with his punches and kicks, courtesy of his new steel-toed footwear. Soon, the light of the torches that moved from the area away from his dummies were winking out of existence one by one, until only a few remained. The survivors from Drake's rampage ran back to the commander's guard. Only a handful of monsters left circled around it. Drake walked from the darkness into the light, dragging a warrior by its head in his bloodied gauntlet. The commander howled and barked at the man that had just revealed himself from the pitch of night, eyes shimmering red from the torches, a golden pauldron gleaming atop his black and gold-lined robe. The monster leader began to shiver and kicked the guard of gnolls around him to move and defend him, but they were just as frozen in fear of the the beast in front of them. As Drake moved in closer to the small group, he threw the body of the dead warrior at their feet. The gnolls scrambled away. First one warrior ran, then a miner, and then, in a mad dash, everyone but the commander made a break for the darkness. The commander barked and howled at the fleeing gnolls, and finally raised his whip to crack it at a fleeing miner. As it motioned for the strike, its arm above its head, a manibolt ripped off its arm at the elbow. It fell backwards, gripping at its now stub of a bleeding arm. The monster looked up with defiance and pain, only for it to be replaced with whimpering for its life as it saw Drake walk closer. Drake looked down at the pitiful excuse for a commander. At least the other one died fighting and had a modicum of respect for its troops and the fight. But this one... Oh, this one brought out a feeling of disgust Drake had not felt in a long time. He looked past the commander for a moment, as if confirming something. Then he reached into his robe, a black die in his hand. Drake tossed it at the feet of the commander. It slowly rolled and bounced towards it, 5, then 17, then 9, finally coming to a stop at the clawed foot of the whimpering monster with a solid 20. 2 rings dropped from a mote of light into Drake's open palm, and after a long, breathless moment a wide grin appeared on his face. His gauntlets vanished from his arms, and he slipped the jet-black rings onto the middle fingers of both his hands. Drake squatted down to pick up a nearby sword left on the ground, throwing it to the commander's feet. "Pick it up," came Drake's hushed command. The commander looked at Drake and then the sword, shaking its head back and forth, scrambling backwards as it still grasped at its now missing appendage. "I said, pick it up, you worthless, disgusting dog!" Drake said with a guttural roar. Suddenly black tattoos grew from the rings, completely covering his hands and painting his arms up to his shoulders in illustrations of jet-black fire. A faint blue glow started to form around his arms. The commander recoiled, then shakily grabbed the sword with its still usable arm. Drake smiled. "You're going to help me with a little practice session. We won't be getting any sleep tonight." He pounded his fists together as throngs of blue mana exploded like lightning from the impact. His eyes flashed an ethereal blue. The commander howled, lunging at him with desperation clear in its eyes.
Chapter 22. Outpost B.
A pitiful heap of fur lay crumpled on the ground, its back heaving with every labored breath it dragged into its battered and bloodied body. Sparse rays of sunlight shone through the treetops, illuminating the area. A singular ray landing across Drake's face, revealing his scowl. "Looks like your time's up. It's been educational," Drake said. The now bloodied commander looked up at Drake with one unswollen eye, burning with hate and fury. It opened its mouth to bark something, but Drake didn't care to indulge this sickening monster, and blew its head off with a mana bolt. He truly felt no remorse for someone who couldn't even respect their own soldiers.
You have subjugated Squad Commander Null, level 17. Experience earned. 7,000 TP have been awarded. 2 of 5 Squad Commander Nulls subjugated.
The level of the sad excuse for a monster astonished Drake. Despite outstripping the last commander, it was pitifully weaker. After the previous night's rampage, Drake had allowed the commander to live until morning, handing it swords to continue the fight. But the monster was not much better than Drake, and the practice was only minimally beneficial. He had used the beast to train his reflexes and awareness, doing his best to counter the monster's swings. He had even managed to sunder the iron sword with a sword break strike a few times, making him give the horrified beast another sword to continue. Drake's strength had become monstrous, but what helped the most was his new set bonus. The last roll for the completion of the minor quest had given him a new, amazing weapon.
Martial Artist's Ring Tattoos, F-grade rare, set, piece 2 of 3. 400 to 422 physical damage, 350 to 378 magic damage, 1% increase to critical strikes, plus 10 strength, plus 15 dexterity, reduces consumption of mana for spells by 1%. Cast time, very fast. By constantly infusing mana into the rings, you may produce magic ink tattoos of the martial artist. Base 1% for activation of tattoos, with the increased infusion of mana increasing the durability and damage of the tattoos by 0.5% per every 1% of total mana infused. Set effect. Increases flat defense proficiency and dexterity by 10%. Requires a minimum of 2 pieces to activate set effect. Martial Artist Tattoos are a special tool used by initiates into the halls of the Furious Azurans. They are forged by skilled craftsmen so that the mana-infused ink may take shape for the fighter. By design, they are perfect for both ki, mana control, and manipulation.
He smiled again at the amazing things he had gained over the night. The garb from the ranger's quest was also a welcomed boon, covering him in an elegant robe of black and gold. A black Montsuki kimono replaced his leather cuirass underneath the robe, reaching down to just above his ankles and tied at the waist by a golden obi, or cloth belt, and covering up his leather pants and part of his steel boots. Finally, placed on his right shoulder was a gold-plated pauldron that fit perfectly and was attached by a bright steel chain that crossed his chest and back. If Drake had to say, he looked pretty snazzy in his new outfit. And the magic tattoos added an angsty, emo-teen flair to the fit that, well, Drake was surprisingly okay with. Over the night he had already tested out his new weapons in several ways. He had found out that the description on the rings were accurate, and while he had the weapons activated, they constantly burned a small amount of mana. While the consumption of the mana bolt spell could be reduced, the ring's consumption rate could not. He had also played around with the increased infusion of the rings. When he had put around 50% of his remaining mana, about 20% of his overall pool, he instantly noticed the density of the blue light around his arms grow. And, while fighting the monster, the tattoos were able to deflect its swings with no problem, even with the minimal amount of consumed mana. But with the increase, the sparks of flashing blue mana no longer merely deflected blades. Instead, they were stopped by a metaphorical rock and snapped in half. While he had continued to practice with the commander, Drake had allowed it to hit him a few times to test the defensibility of his new garb. And Drake would be lying if he said he hadn't flinched as he deliberately took a blow from the commander to his side. Well, fortunately, the blow was completely painless, as though he'd been merely tapped on the shoulder. It looked like Drake wouldn't have to worry about most of the small attacks for now, but he wasn't sure about any commander that wasn't, looking down at the headless commander, this thing. Regardless, Drake had made strides in ways that felt surreal to him after all that had happened. But he wasn't complaining. In fact, he was so excited he didn't even feel tired. Or was that a side effect of his increasing endurance? He digressed. Drake began picking up the loot from the fight and going through his notifications. He had subjugated a total of 56 monsters yesterday, including the commander, racking up a well of experience and 30,000 TP. Including the 2 quests he had finished, and the monsters he had picked off in the towers, it all brought him up to level 8.
Drake Wallen. Race, human. Tutorial alias. Shot. Class. Unique mage and warrior level 8. Vitality 185. Strength 180 plus 20. Dexterity 156 plus 30 plus 10%. Intelligence 299. Wisdom 168. Endurance 106 plus 5. Free points 56. Skills: Mana Bolt, Heavy Strike. Titles: First Blood, 2 vs 1, 1 vs many. Monkey Slayer, Living on the Edge, Close Call, Dead Man Walking, Dual Class, Punching Up, Improbability, Dog Hater, Rounded, One Man Army, Dog Killer. One Man Army, fight against 50 enemies at one time and survive, plus 5 to all stats. Dog Killer, defeat more than 50 gnolls, plus 10% damage to gnolls.
Drake's stats had once again exploded, and he was confident he could kill something around level 20 or higher with his new upgraded gear. He bent down finally to pick up the loot the squad commander had dropped, and smiled with glee when he noticed another small bag next to a stone. He had picked up another weapon mastery subtree stone and a storage pouch. Drake quickly equipped the extra pouch, now taking up 2 of his 4 bag slots, and became even more jubilant upon seeing it was filled with even more supplies for him to use, as well as some sinister-looking torture equipment, but Drake quickly threw those out and blasted them to pieces. It just wasn't his hobby to use those types of things. With the sun firmly in the sky, Drake was ready to start his plan of taking the outpost. After moving the bodies from around his trapped area, he moved back to the tree line to take stock of how the outpost was faring. He was surprised to see a force of minor gnolls as large as yesterday's, if not larger, holding shovels and building a ditch around the outpost. Warrior gnoll moved around with spiked pieces of wood and laid them in the ditches, slowly forming a spiked wall. Are they doing that for me or someone else? Drake wondered aloud, scanning the rest of the area. After getting a good look at the outpost, he had been spotted several times, and rangers had fired arrows at him, with small companies of 10 going out to fight him, but the groups of gnolls stood no chance in taking him down without larger numbers or a competent squad commander. But in any event, Drake thanked them for the meal of experience. Upon observing the outpost for a few hours, he saw that the progress on the gnoll's ditch was steady, and would possibly take a couple days to complete. What he also observed was that besides the companies of gnolls they sent after him, there were also packs now entering and leaving from the gate, running out into the other side of the forest, and returning to the outpost around half an hour later. Drake moved in the direction the groups left for, and found a small dirt road going through the forest. When a new group passed him, he followed them to another outpost, albeit much smaller. Now, this outpost looked like it could only be called a slightly larger camp, as the wooden walls around it only came up a few meters instead of the towering walls of the outpost by the mountain. He made his way to a tree and climbed it to look inside what he would now call Outpost B, and was surprised at what he saw. A large expanse of tents, fires, and hundreds of gnolls. Drake stared in awe at the sheer number. Looking again to the swinging gate, it let the new arrivals inside, and a few groups left. It looked to be a staging area, but Drake ran the entirety of the encampment just to make sure. After a few minutes of running and snuffing out some wandering gnolls in the forest, Drake had seen the entire camp, and a plan formulated in his mind. Once Drake had scouted out the camp, he found out that there were 2 entrances to Outpost B, one east and one west. He paid attention to how many groups came and left for an hour, finding that it was usually groups of 2 both ways, but sometimes an unexpected group would enter, looking wounded and with fewer members. Drake was glad to see only 2 groups, or 40 gnolls in total, leave every few hours. Now that he knew where they were going, and that squad commanders were not amongst those going to and fro, he had a unique opportunity to farm some experience and items. He licked his lips. This was just the kind of power-leveling scenario he needed, with massive amounts of experience required to level up. It would be a battle of attrition, and Drake wondered if he would be worn down and hunted, or if the gnolls would run out of soldiers first.
Chapter 23. Outpost B, Part 2.
Drake quickly went to work and followed the next group of 40 gnolls toward the east, in the direction of the mountain outpost. He continued to follow them until around the halfway mark, and sprung into action. He cast devastating mana bolts from the trees with his new rings. They were a godsend, exercising the 2-second delay that came with any focus other than a staff, allowing him to increase his casting speed dramatically. And with the reduction of mana, it was a sealed deal. Drake's mana bolts collided with the large group of unsuspecting gnolls with unabated brutality. The damage output of his new weapons a marvel to behold, taking swaths of their ranks out with each bolt. The gnolls may have been above him in level, but his stats and new equipment more than compensated for it. He continued to rain down mana bolts until he consumed 50% of his overall mana, then exploded forward in a kick-up of dust from the forest into the remaining ranks of the gnolls. He slammed into the nearest confused warrior with his empowered fists, ripping through its shield and its armor with one swing. Moving from knoll to knoll with newly gained accuracy and swiftness after his night with the helpful commander, now he was able to better keep a view of the overall battlefield. He was able to position himself where he could fight and dodge any attacks from his peripheral. Drake moved like a wolf in a henhouse, an absolute torrent of carnage and destruction, throwing, punching, stomping, and kicking his foe. After several minutes, the fight finally ended, and Drake was once again covered in blood. He looked around at the mess he had created with a slightly forlorn look in his eyes, but quickly removed it from his mind. This was the reality in this new world. He would fight to get stronger, as the system wouldn't let him stop if he wished to protect his loved ones and prove that he would get stronger. Well, outside the fact I just proved one of my titles correct and maybe turning into a true psychopath, I am definitely a whole-ass monster of a problem. He chuckled wryly. Drake picked up the spawning loot from the group and moved back to his position in the forest. After the last fight, he had finally finished one of his remaining 2 quests and wanted to quickly receive his reward.
20 of 20 mage gnolls, F rank subjugated. Quest complete. Accept rewards. Experience earned. Please roll for F grade item rarity.
Drake quickly brought out his black die and gently tossed it on the ground with trepidation. He knew it was unlikely, but he hoped he could get the last piece for his set. Ideally, it would have similar stats, making him even stronger. But reality hurt, as the die landed on 10. A pair of black pants dropped out of a bead of light.
Black silk pants. F grade. Uncommon. Simple pants made from mana-infused silk that offer a small amount of protection. Plus 5% defense proficiency. 26 to 30 physical damage reduction. 22 to 27 magic damage reduction. 1% critical hit damage reduction.
Drake wasn't too disappointed to receive the silk pants, since he knew it was unlikely to always get rare and above equipment. But he was still a bit sour. He bit his cheek and replaced the leather pants he had been wearing with the black silk ones. With the constriction released, he felt far more liberated, in more ways than one. Then, pulling a canteen from his inventory, he began scrubbing himself down from the blood as he waited for the next group. This was Drake's life for the next 5 days. He would pounce on the traveling groups of gnolls, decimating their ranks with mana bolts, then finishing them with a melee. Then looting began, before returning to the forest to clean himself off and check his gains. During these 5 days, the gnolls had tried to catch him in the act. They tried sending larger parties of gnolls to traverse the path, or staggering the groups to exhaust him. But, unfortunately for them, Drake was such a powerhouse that he didn't even need to spend his saved free points, or his magic, if he was honest, to defeat them. The highest gnoll's level clocked in at 18 and the lowest at 12, and with that sort of range, they stood no chance. On the 5th day of Drake's onslaught, he noticed a significant decrease in numbers, and eventually decided to check out Outpost B. When he arrived, he saw the usual at the gate, some gnolls above the wooden wall lit with torches, but when he moved to get a look at the inside from the tree, what awaited his eyes was a notable change. Less than a fourth of the encampment was still erect. Most of the inside was now left bare, only a few campfires strewn about. Wow. Have I really killed that many? Drake said, slightly in disbelief. Oh, he had, without a doubt, killed hundreds upon hundreds of gnolls by this point, and had grown jaded by the routine of it. But this was what Drake was aiming for. He had wanted to thin out their enormous numbers so that he could take this outpost B first, and use it to do the same for the mountain outpost. And now that he had, he was just surprised that it had happened. Drake hopped down and looked over his stats a bit, wondering if he needed to use his free points or not, but decided against it. After all, he had gotten a new title that helped a bit already.
Battle of Attrition. Fight against 100 or more enemies at once and survive. +10 to all stats.
It's like a mini-level up, Drake thought, smiling. Before Drake stormed the keep, he made sure he had everything set. He drank some water, ate some more of the delish venison stew that he had become so fond of, that also happened to give some pretty good buffs, and did his business. He was finally all set to clear out the rest of the camp and jumped the wall, right into a group of gnolls coming down on their campfire where they were cooking some kind of food. Ugh! Oh. Sorry, chaps. Kitchen just closed, but I can offer some nice knuckle sandwiches. Ha ha ha! He laughed, kissing the back of his knuckle. The group barked and growled, alerting the rest of the camp as they drew their scattered weapons and charged in rage at Drake. He took no time in dispatching the small group. Grabbing one gnoll and slamming it into another, he kicked another through the chest and sent another flying through the air with an uppercut. Soon the rest of the camp was on him, and he was back to the extended melee that he was so used to. Going from monster to monster, throwing punches and kicks that bisected multiple monsters, chanting mana bolts as he went, he killed groups of the gnolls to a calamitous degree. Until he heard a thunderous howl that sounded above the clash, and the gnolls stopped their assault on Drake, making an opening for a much larger squad commander gnoll to come through. The commander wore similar attire to the first commander gnoll Drake had faced, but had green gemmed accessories decorating its ears and hands, one in each. It was also holding glistening scimitars in each of its hands. The commander roared and surged forward, wasting no time in getting close. Drake was surprised at the monster's speed. Even compared with the first, this one was leagues faster. He put more mana into his rings and braced for the monster's swing with a crossguard. But when the monster reached him, it disappeared. "Another one with a movement skill?" Drake exclaimed internally. The monster reappeared behind him with a hyena-like snicker as it tried to bring down its scimitars on Drake's head. But he had already turned and raised a black-tattooed, mana-clad arm to meet the strike, sparks of blue mana igniting from the collision. The commander's eyes widened for a moment in surprise, but quickly retaliated with speed and ferocity, unleashing a flood of blows on Drake. With the speed at which the Commander Knoll attacked, Drake was barely able to keep up. He blocked and dodged as best he could. Thankfully, his new armor kept him from taking too much damage, but he couldn't understand how the monster was just as fast as he was, until he again spotted the shine of green attached to the Knoll's dog-like ears. Drake needed to turn the tide, and quickly. He began chanting while blocking the blows from the commander. When he finished, he threw his fist into the Knoll's abdomen, but hit nothing. Again the Knoll disappeared from view and reappeared behind Drake as his mana bolt blew a hole through several other monsters, previously standing behind the Commander Knoll. "Stand still!" Drake yelled, swinging his arm in an arc behind him, only to be met by two scimitars. Again the two were held in a lock momentarily, each pushing back on the other. The commander barked another snicker, but Drake began to win out in the contest of strength. The Commander Knoll disappeared before Drake could overtake it. But this time Drake was ready for it, and immediately twisted into a roundhouse kick, roaring as he did. The next moment the Knoll reappeared behind Drake, and was greeted by a steel boot to the chest. The monster flew through the camp and slammed into the wooden wall tens of feet away. Drake looked at the wall where a small cloud of dust had been kicked up from the Knoll's impact, and waited a moment for the dust to settle. But when it did, the Knoll was not there. Drake turned, and was met with the gleam of two scimitars once again, but was too slow to block the strikes, and the blades crossed the right side of his face. He recoiled in pain, his hand gripping the right side of his head as blood leaked from between his fingers. He could feel it on his hand through the tattoos, and glared at the commander with an icy death stare, fury welling up. But the Commander Knoll was not left undamaged from the kick before, a noticeable trail of blood leaking from its mouth as it grinned and barked back at him. The Knoll brought one of its blades to its mouth as its large dog-like tongue wrapped around it, licking off the blood. "Oh, bro, that's so cliché." Drake cringed, still holding his face. "Just for that," he said, bringing his right hand in front of him, seeing the fresh red liquid on it from his wound. "I'm going to turn that ugly excuse for a face you have into one that even a mother wouldn't love." Drake burst forward like a bullet shot from a gun, closing the distance between him and the monster in an instant, bringing his fist down with his skill like a bomb was being dropped. "Power through force, heavy blow!" he chanted as he slammed his fist down. But the Knoll had disappeared again, leaving Drake's blow just a crater in the ground. Fortunately, Drake knew exactly where it was going to be, and quickly brought down his other fist in an overhead backhanded slam, right where the squad commander's head reappeared. The monster was brought head first to the floor like a dead weight, its head denting the ground and smashing with a crunch. Drake followed up with a kick to its exposed head, breaking its jaw and forcing it to fly back a meter as small bits of teeth flew out of its maw while it grunted in pain. The Knoll hit the ground and tumbled for a moment, but before it could stop, Drake was already on it, bringing down an empowered heavy blow fist right to its muzzle. He slammed the commander into the ground and threw it, finally confirming the kill.
You have subjugated Squad Commander Knoll, F rank, level 18. Experience earned. 9,000 TP have been awarded. Congratulations, you have reached Mage and Warrior level 9. 28 FP have been awarded. 3 of 5 Squad Commander Knolls F rank subjugated.
Drake was elated to finally level up again after so long. But the fight wasn't over. There were still well over 50 gnolls surrounding him. Although his health was at 70%, his mana was getting dangerously low at 10% from empowering his tattoos so much during the fight. I guess infusing the gauntlets really took a toll on my mana. I'll have to find a way to regulate it or compensate. But this leaves me with 10 minutes of use with my gauntlets on the lowest cost. The gnolls were hesitant to attack him, but soon many of them lunged and charged forward at him, arrows and mana bolts not far behind. 10 minutes until the end. Looks like it's the final countdown! Drake chuckled to himself. Drake dashed forward, slamming and throwing the charging warriors every which way, grabbing them and using them as shields as he began to wreak unrelenting havoc on their back line. He played with them like a dog seeing snow for the first time in their melee. Hopping from one monster to the next, a small, excited upward curve of his lips creased his face. He jumped and hopped from knoll to knoll, every kick, punch, and throw resulting in a new notification from his devastation. Soon the gnolls were approaching the single digits and attempted to flee through the gates, but Drake didn't give chase, only allowing less than 5 of them to escape. He needed them to go back to the mountain outpost and hopefully bring back the rest of the monsters.
Chapter 24. The Remaining 2.
Drake stretched as he heaved a long sigh of relief, touching the quickly healing wound on the side of his face. This is definitely going to leave a scar. I wonder if it'll make me look cooler. Ah, damn, maybe I should have gotten hit a little more to the left. Oh, I could have looked like a budget Final Fantasy character just without the gunblade. Drake rambled. As Drake grumbled to himself, he began cleaning up the camp, moving bodies, deconstructing broken tents, putting out things that had caught on fire from breaking and falling into fire pits. He continued cleaning, looting and rearranging the camp, checking the gates every so often to see if an army of gnolls was marching on his newly obtained base. The day progressed, and once Drake finished cleaning up, he sat upon the wooden wall with a canteen and a pot filled with food, his feet dangling off the side as he went through all the new, shiny things he picked up from his squad commander. Drake started with his status. After the last fight, he needed to start distributing his free points.
Drake Wallen. Race, human. Tutorial alias, shot. Class, unique mage and warrior level 9. Vitality, 189. Strength, 188, 20. Dexterity, 156, 70 plus 10%. Intelligence, 307. Wisdom, 172. Endurance, 106, 5. Free points, 84. Skills, Mana Bolt, Heavy Strike. Titles, First Blood, 2 versus 1, 1 versus Many, Monkey Slayer, Living on the Edge, Close Call, Dead Man Walking, Dual Class, Punching Up, Improbability, Rounded, Dog Hater, One Man Army, Dog Killer, Battle of Attrition.
Drake played with the spoon in his mouth as he mulled over where his points should go. He hadn't been lacking in strength in the last fight, but didn't want to stop allocating at least some to it. And then there was his dexterity. It had already passed the 200 mark, technically, but he wanted the base stats to be more even. And his endurance stat was lagging behind. He simply didn't have enough points to go around. He leaned back, staring into the sky, his spoon playfully bobbing up and down as he thought aloud. I'll bump my Vite to 200 since it's so close. Same with Int to 350, so that leaves me with 30? Yeah, my Wisdom's fine for now, so the rest can go into Strength, Dex, and Endurance. Drake mumbled through the side of his mouth. Eventually, he put 15 points into Dexterity to get it to 171, and then 15 into his Strength to bump it to 203. Not receiving another title had dampened Drake's mood, but he quickly bounced back upon reviewing his new.
Peridot Earring, F grade, uncommon. A magically infused earring with the power to increase dexterity by a small amount. +10 to dexterity. Limited 2 per ear.
Drake scoffed a bit at the description. 10 to a stat was small? And aside from the 2 he'd gotten from the commander, he'd found 2 similar rings.
Peridot ring, F grade, uncommon. A magically infused ring with the power to increase dexterity by a small amount. +10 to dexterity. Limited 2 per hand.
Drake had already slipped on the rings, which, when filling all his slots, gave him an extra 40 dexterity that his status reflected beside the stat. It was a nice, small boost, if he said so himself. He had also looted a massive amount of skill stones and sub-tree stones from the past couple battles, and they were quickly taking up a good section of his inventory. Thankfully, he had gotten another pouch from the squad commander, Noel. There were also the 2 scimitars as well, but they weren't very impressive, and only uncommon grade with no stats. But the greatest haul of the day were the things he found while cleaning up the commander's tent.
Tyrant's fire oil, F grade, uncommon. An extremely flammable liquid from the abdomen of the tyrant ant. It can be used raw or as an ingredient for more elaborate explosives.
Drake kept the fist-sized flasks of the stuff inside his inventory, worried they might somehow catch fire. Earlier, Drake had only been seconds away from the stockpile igniting when a tent had abruptly caught fire. Luckily, he had been inside looting as it happened and saw the reddish liquid, honestly thinking it was alcohol. Imagining the pile catching fire when he'd been so close by made him shudder. Shaking away his thoughts, he looked into the distance again, waiting for a sign of more gnolls. But, for the rest of the day, none had come. Drake was honestly okay with it, as he had been going non-stop for the past 5 or so days without much rest. Drake reinforced the gates with spare rubble from the camp, ensuring that it wouldn't be easily opened from the outside, and made his way to the sole tent left within the camp. Going through the draped entrance, Drake walked onto a red carpet, leading to 4 glorious beds, all pushed together to make a magnificent super bed. I must be more tired than I thought. I could swear I heard a heavenly choir, Drake said, as he stared off into the distance past the group of beds, a single tear rolling down his newly scarred cheek. That night, Drake slept like a glorious king returning from the victory of war. And by that, he passed out right as his head hit the pillow, snoring and sprawled out, still in his martial artist's garb, a small pool of drool slowly forming below his head. The next morning, Drake groaned awake as he was woken by the sound of loud thumping. He rose from the beds, touching the back of his neck. "Oh, God! Who splashed water on me when I was sleeping?" he said, his hand jerking away from his damp neck. Now what is this sound that woke me up? It's coming from the eastern gate, he thought. He sprinted towards the gate, arriving right as the thumping morphed into loud crashes. Small amounts of dust kicked up from the rubble blocking the entrance. Hopping up to the wall, Drake looked over to see 50 or more gnolls surrounding the gate. As his head poked out, he noticed what the sound was. 2 lines of gnolls held a makeshift battering ram made from a tree, slamming it into the gate with a steady rhythm. In the next second, he saw a hail of arrows and mana bolts fly into his direction, forcing him to drop back down behind the wall. Drake stretched a bit to loosen up. Well, looks like they're back to it, just like I hoped. Back to the grind as well, then, he said, jumping back up to the wall on the other side of the gate, putting mana into his rings and quickly casting a mana bolt aimed right at a group of mages in hooded cloaks. The crack of his mana bolt hitting them sounded like the starting bell of the fight. He dropped down and broke into a sprint as soon as he hit the ground, aiming right for the gnolls holding the 2-meter-long ram. He dispatched the quickly panicking gnolls around it in record time. Once the crashing ram had been silenced, he turned his attention to the rest of the gnolls. Soon, Drake was running through the ranks of the gnolls, smashing and throwing them almost in a farcical way, dashing from knoll to knoll, a small cloud of dust trailing him. When Drake had all but finished off the group assailing his newly acquired base, he allowed some of them to flee again to the mountain outpost. Well, as long as nothing unexpected happens, I think we can actually cruise to level 10. And then sweet, sweet RNG revenge, Drake said, looking at the backs of the fleeing gnolls. He hopped back over the wall again and sat back down on the ledge, bringing out a canteen of water and the leftovers of food from yesterday, still piping hot. Oh, I love this pouch. Never gonna have to eat day-olds ever again. Oh, but wait, that means I'll never have day-old Sinagag. Oh, no. This might be a problem. Drake mused about the pros and cons of his spatial pouch concerning food for a few more minutes, then sighed. It's so surreal. Being here, doing some of the things I can do. I've already adapted to this non-stop mindless killing, and, don't get me wrong, I have no qualms with killing things that are trying to kill and eat me, but it's so jarring. I hope Mom and everyone are doing all right. Drake began to ramble, thoughts swirling in his mind. While he stared off into the distance, he wondered how his mother and his family were doing. They were a normal family. Well, everyone besides their mother. She was a small Filipino lady that could lift twice her own weight somehow, and was someone who you could never win an argument against. She would forget what she was doing while doing it, but as soon as you made her angry, she would remember your entire life's dark history to use against you in full force. It comforted him a bit to think of her and of his headstrong little brothers. He was surprised it did, as they were probably put into similar situations. But if they were with their mother, he had no reason to worry. No, in fact, he was frightened for the monsters. Nothing spelled disaster like an angry old Filipino lady with a chancla. He made a mental note to find them as fast as possible when this was over. Drake thought and rambled on several things as he waited for more gnolls to show up. But, unexpectedly, none had. It had been over several hours since the last group, and Drake was starting to worry if something was going on. Were they plotting something, or had they given up? He wasn't sure. He decided to go with the wait-and-see approach. It wasn't good to go in more blind than he already was, so he resigned himself to just taking solace in the break from fighting for now, the spoon in his mouth bobbing up and down as his feet lightly bounced off the wall. The day slowly descended into night. Ah! How long are they going to make me wait? Drake yelled. It had been 2 days since the gnolls had come to Outpost B, and his relaxation had become impatience, which turned to frustration and the fear that he was falling behind again. Drake hopped off the wall and dashed down the dirt road to the mountain outpost, traveling the distance in record time thanks to his newly acquired items. Once he saw the dirt road open up, he turned into the forest to scout out the outpost. The outside defenses had been completed, and a spiked ditch now surrounded the mountain outpost. For an hour, Drake stayed in the forest, watching the gate for anything, but nothing was coming or going. He was certain there were still gnolls inside, since rangers remained stationed on the towers. Drake wasn't sure what had changed, but decided to go check on his dummies in the meantime, reminding himself that he should hold on to the gear. Drake scoured the part of the forest he knew he had set up the dummies in, but couldn't find a single set of armor. Someone had taken them. Those bastards! Even took my poor buddy Charles. This is unforgivable! Drake shouted in faux outrage. He had hoped the dummies would keep the gnolls a little on their toes, since they knew he had set them up, possibly even keeping up the illusion that he was still in the forest. But they must have moved in when he started attacking the other outpost. Or, hopefully, more participants were nearby, and had taken them to make good use of them. Drake wasn't going to bend over backwards for people he didn't know at the moment, but he was fine giving away items he wasn't using, if it meant helping them survive this horrid tutorial. After a few minutes more of searching and finding nothing, Drake was content with stopping and going back to the tree line. Once there, he found nothing had changed about the outpost, and after another hour, nothing had changed. There haven't been any groups coming and going. Are they really holed up in there? Or, maybe they're running out of forces. Drake whispered to himself. He didn't have any way of knowing which was true, but he did know that he needed to get inside of the outpost if he wanted to finish his quests quickly. Drake then brought out one of his looted crossbows and many arrows, preparing for another assault on the outpost. He trained his aim on the rangers on the guard towers, placing an arrow into both of them. What surprised Drake was that after he had felled the lookouts, they weren't replaced. Instead, he heard a roar so loud that it reverberated in his chest. An instinctual fear was rising up in his stomach, telling him to run. A few moments later, the gate swung upward, and a mass of gnolls began to flow out. By the time it had stopped, he estimated there were well over 200 in the enormous clump of furballs that had exited the gate. Following them was not one, but 2 squad commander gnolls, each very different from the 3 he had faced previously. The leftmost member of the pair was sporting a cowboyish-like hat and leather armor. On its waist were 2 oddly made pistols that reminded him of a wasteland aesthetic. Completing the gunman feel, it raised the tip of its hat with its thumb. The second commander gnoll on the right was far more stoic-looking, wearing a chainmail-like cuirass that was more akin to linked scales than multiple ringlets. Its shoulders were adorned with armor not unlike the pauldron Drake had on, with chained pants of similar fashion. Dwarfing its form was the massive halberd it held at its side. Great. Are the monsters going to start asking me if I feel lucky, or that I leave a bad taste in their mouth? Drake scoffed, looking over the commander gnolls, which he decided to name Spear Guy and Cowboy. Jokes aside, Drake was still wary. Not of the 2 commander gnolls, as with his current stats he was sure that he could still win the fight regardless of numbers. No, he still felt the fear in the pit of his stomach, but it was coming from inside the outpost, behind the large wooden walls. Drake didn't enjoy feeling like this after more than a week of grueling fights for his life. But even with the uneasy feeling, he couldn't deny the meal in front of him. They were the last 2 commanders he needed for his quest, and with how much experience the squad commanders gave, Drake could only imagine the amount he would receive from the quest reward. After some deliberation, he decided it was within his means to fight the massive monsters outside the gate. He opened his inventory to put the crossbow and arrows away, then eyed the stack of Tyrant's fire oil. Drake could defeat the horde without the use of the items, but with the unknown behind the wall, he wanted to use as little of his mana and stamina as possible. But there was a problem. The problem is I can't take things out of my inventory when in combat. I can place things inside, but the only thing I'm able to bring out is the black dye, Drake said, slightly frustrated. He assumed the reason he could only bring out the dye was that it was most likely recognized as a system item, so the combat restriction didn't apply to it. He had confirmed as much from his fight with the second commander gnoll when he was able to bring it out, but nothing else. This became a problem now that Drake wanted to use some of the consumables he had picked up. He brought out the items he was planning on using, a few flasks, and a pair of flint and steel. Drake tried to find places to stash the flasks so that they wouldn't get damaged or jiggle around too much, ending up with them placed inside his robe, expanding his midsection noticeably.
I'll have to get a utility belt or something, 'cause this definitely isn't the play," he said wearily. Drake decided on placing the flint and steel inside his pants pocket, the only pockets he had. Once he finished, he looked back at the massive gnolls outside that had now formed into neat groups, the squad commanders barking orders every so often. The gnolls had sent out a few miners to scout out the area, and Drake watched as they ran every which way, into the forest and down the dirt road. Drake waited until the one sent his way had passed him, then quietly snapped the miner's neck, placing it into a bush nearby. He was still trying to go over his plan in his head, and didn't want to announce where he was exactly just yet. The thing inside the outpost still worried him, and he wanted to draw the gnolls away from it. And he also wanted to use the tyrant's fire oil, but not knowing how potent it was, he needed them away from both the forest and outpost so that they wouldn't catch fire. Ooh, I only have a few options available to me then, he thought. There's a dirt road, but it isn't wide enough to fight that many gnolls in. And then there's the opening in front of the outpost. It looks about a football field wide, so a little over 300 feet, give or take. That's enough if I can fight them in the opening of the dirt road. That gives me enough space to stay clear of the forest and the outpost. Yeah, and it gives me enough cushion to see if or when that thing decides to come out of the outpost. Drake finished finalizing his plan, then sprang into action. Ignoring the rest of the scouts, he dashed out of the tree line, firing mana bolts into the legion of gnolls as he dashed across the wide-open area in the direction of the dirt road's opening. Each impact killed tens of gnolls, tearing deep into their ranks as he blasted through the front lines and the subsequent monsters behind them. Once the bolts started hitting, retaliation struck. Arrows, mana bolts, and now bullets all trailed him as he kept pace, sprinting for the opening. The two squad commanders howled in anger, barking orders to the Legion, marching them forward in a thunderous charge toward Drake. Drake continued to fire mana bolts as he got to the mouth of the dirt road. He pulled out the first flask of Tyrant's fire oil and uncorked it. A pungent smell, the combination of gasoline and cementing tar, started filling his nose. But he had no time to be distracted, and began pouring the liquid on the ground beneath him as he ran back into the dirt road. Once he was a comfortable distance from the smelly oil, he took out the flint and steel, waiting for the gnolls to funnel in. Drake was sorely disappointed when only a handful of the gnolls stepped onto the oil-soaked ground before they stopped and sniffed the air, noticing the smell. But it wasn't all lost. Drake gazed back at the halted gnoll legion, only to smile as he saw they were being pushed forward, regardless of their reluctance, by the ranks further back still charging forward. The gnolls in the front tripped and fell over one another as they tried in vain to hold back the flood of charging gnolls behind them. He smiled and lit the oil trail. "Time to put the shrimp on the barbie!" he shouted gleefully. The moment the sparks from the flint touched the oil, it ignited in a roar of unimaginable heat and golden-orange flames as the trail burst in flames, snaking toward the gnolls. The trail of fire met the Legion in a fraction of a second. Wails of pains and barks of anger filled the surroundings as half of the Legion burned away in a blaze of heat. Many of the gnolls scattered as patches of flames burned on their bodies, some rolling on the ground to put them out, to no avail. Drake looked on in amazement of the oil. Oh, when it said highly flammable, it wasn't kidding. The fire's almost as hot as that construct was in the introduction. No! Drake shook his head. We must stay focused, brothers, we must stay focused. He shouted into the air, his fists raised. He was quickly brought back from his distraction when he heard another piercing howl from the other side of the wall of flames. Barely able to see through it, Drake could still make out the visage of two large silhouettes on the other side.
Both Drake and the commanders waited for the flames to die down, and after a few long minutes the fire began to recede, revealing the squad commander pair on one side, the remnants of their army of gnolls behind them. On the other was Drake, black tattoos forming in a flash of ethereal blue on his arms, his black gold-trimmed robes fluttering behind him. "Is it hot in here? Or is it just me?" Drake chortled.
Chapter 25. Quest complete.
As soon as the flames died enough for the commander gnolls to get through, they both disappeared, leaving their force of gnolls behind. They appeared again on opposite sides of Drake. "Does everyone have a movement skill but me?" After appearing, Cowboy fired off 2 bullets in rapid succession from its wasteland guns. Drake was barely able to respond in time, even with his increased dexterity. Pouring more mana into his tattoos and raising them to cover his head, the sounds of metal hitting the mana-infused weapons rang in his ears. Without missing a beat, the spearman gnoll moved in closer behind Drake, heaving its halberd back with both hands in a thrusting motion. It shined with a red glow, the spearman barking as it did. Drake was unable to turn in time to fully dodge the thrust, and placed a black-clad arm in between him and the spear point of the halberd. The 2 weapons clashed in a shower of sparking red and blue before Drake was flung to the side and pushed down the dirt road. He tumbled against the ground for a moment, then landed on his feet, gripping his hand. Looking down, a stream of blood trickled from a small hole. The spearman gnoll's skill had just gotten through his mana-infused tattoo. Having infused a good amount of mana into the magic tattoos, it didn't bode well for Drake. He had made a mistake in assuming the gnolls only had movement skills. Upon getting up, he was assailed with more sounds of gunshots, forcing Drake to sprint to the side to dodge, running back and forth towards the cowboy in wide lines, his speed kicking up dust with each turn. Just as Drake was beginning to wonder if the gunman had an endless pit of bullets, it stopped firing to reload. In that moment, Drake seized the opportunity and sprinted forward at top speed, straight for the gunman. Chanting his mana bolt as he charged the cowboy, he fired it off with one hand and wound up his other, immediately chanting his heavy blow skill in succession. Moments before the mana bolt was about to land, the spearman gnoll appeared in front of the gunman, taking the mana bolt to its shoulder as it raised its halberd above its head, glowing red again. Drake was only feet away when the spearman brought down its halberd on him. But with Drake's increased speed, he quickly pivoted on his left foot as it hit the ground, and went a step further, pushing off it to dodge the swing, the red halberd finding nothing but the scorched ground below it. He continued his pivot to the right, and brought his swing into the side of the unguarded spearman. "Power through force! Heavy blow!" he roared, his fist connecting with the spearman's side, sending it crashing through several trees. The gunman had reloaded by this time, and brought a glowing green gun to Drake's face, firing point blank at his head. Drake infused more mana into his tattoos to stave off the gunfire, turning with his hand pressed against his head. He both felt and saw the bullet scrape across his tattoos, the sparks of blue and green flashing in his vision for a split second, trailing a small splotch of blood. He survived the close-range bullet barrage, but he was quickly running through his reserves and was down to 60% mana after just a few exchanges with the commander pair. With no option of retreating, Drake surged forward, closing the distance with the gunman. Chanting, he used his heavy blow skill with one arm and kept the other raised to keep him from taking a shot to one of his vitals. Drake took hits to his slightly exposed shoulder and body, but thanks to his rare quality gear, the bullets only left shallow scrapes. In a single breath, Drake was close enough to hit the gunman, his heavy blow chant complete. He threw his fist forward with all his might, only to be stopped by the flat edge of a red-hued halberd. Drake cursed as he looked from the halberd over to the spearman Noel, its face dirtied as blood ran from the corner of its grinning maw. He looked back at the gunman, a smile creeping up its face, half hidden by the head of the halberd as it disappeared. Drake quickly took hold of the shaft of the halberd and roared as he spun it around, spearman in tow. As it crested his shoulder, reflected in the blade, he saw the cowboy holding its pistol up to his head, again glinting green. But Drake's split-second decision saved his life, as he was barely able to raise his shoulder with his swing of the halberd, slamming the spearman Noel into the cowboy right as it barked. The gunshot went off, the bullet ricocheting off his pauldron and cutting his right eyebrow. The gunman and spearman collided with force, attesting to Drake's strength, as they flew back into the bulk of the remaining legion of gnolls, still scrambling to escape the fire. The two forces collided as the squad commander pair was pushed deep within the gnolls' ranks. Drake didn't wait for a repeat of before, and sprinted forward as quickly as he could, chanting a manibolt. He arrived at the spearman and gunman pair, fumbling over each other to get up, only to spot Drake as he moved in front of them so quickly it looked as if he used a skill himself. But they couldn't get up quick enough, as Drake leapt forward, feet first, catching the spearman in the chest with his steel boots and sending them both flying a few meters until they collided with the ground. Drake ended up standing atop the unconscious spearman. Drake finished his manibolt spell in the same moment and fired a watermelon-sized hole into its chest.
You have subjugated Squad Commander Null, F rank, level 19. Experience earned. 9,500 TP have been awarded.
He couldn't relax yet as he looked back to where the gunman had been, only to see it disappear again. Drake turned around with his guard up in anticipation for the gunman, but nothing came.